Welcome to Boring History for Sleep. Before we begin, please make sure your volume is just right. Not too loud, not too soft. Just enough to let my voice drift gently into your mind. Now, lie down comfortably, close your eyes, let your shoulders relax, take a slow, deep breath, and allow yourself to simply be still. No need to think about anything. No pressure to stay awake. Just listen. Tonight's story is the very first in our quiet journey together. It's called The Quiet Resistance Movements of the Middle Ages. If this helps you relax or fall asleep, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more gentle stories from the slow side of history. And now, with your eyes closed and the world fading away, let us begin. In the long and uneven shadows of medieval Europe, not all battles were fought with swords, and not all resistance was loud. While kingdoms rose and fell, while nobles schemed in castles and peasants toiled on fields, something quieter brewed beneath the surface of the known world. It was not a rebellion of clanging armor or raised banners, but of whispers, footsteps in hidden paths, and the slow pulse of ordinary people choosing a different way. In a time where monarchs ruled by divine right and church edicts carried the weight of law, resistance did not always come in the form of war or revolution. Instead, it often emerged as a subtle defiance. Peasants refusing taxes in forgotten valleys, monks preserving forbidden texts by candlelight, and women gathering herbs and sharing stories that gently unraveled the fabric of imposed truth. This was the quiet resistance of the Middle Ages. It moved slowly, like fog rolling over moors, unseen and uncelebrated, yet steady and persistent. One might begin in the early 13th century in the wooded hills of the Languedoc region in southern France, where the Cathars lived. They were not warriors, not in the conventional sense. They rejected the authority of the Catholic Church, not by protest or battle, but through belief, through living in small communities that honored poverty, simplicity, and direct spiritual experience. They believed in dualism, the idea that the material world was inherently evil, and they found the grandeur of the Church to be at odds with the teachings of Christ. Though they lived peacefully, their mere existence was seen as a threat. And so began the Albigensian Crusade, a brutal, sanctioned war to stamp out what was essentially a quiet difference in faith. But even as cities were razed and people slaughtered, ideas could not be burned. Some fled, carrying their beliefs in silence to other lands. Some whispered prayers in languages no longer spoken aloud. The resistance lived on, hidden in the rhythms of daily life. In another corner of medieval Europe, one might find the Beguines, women who chose a life outside traditional marriage or convent walls. Without vows, without hierarchy, they formed communities of devotion and service. They cared for the sick, taught children, and lived simply. Their independence, both spiritual and social, puzzled the church and the state alike. Yet because they claimed no authority, wielded no weapons, and sought no power, they often escaped harsh condemnation. Still, over time, suspicion grew. Some were accused of heresy, of mysticism that wandered too far from doctrine. And yet, like the soft murmur of wind through cloisters, their influence lingered. Their lives were a gentle protest against the narrow roles allowed to women in medieval society. Across the Channel in England, resistance often took the form of legal quibbles and communal customs. The Charter of the Forest, issued in 1217, was a quiet companion to the more famous Magna Carta. It restored common rights to woodlands and pastures that had been claimed by kings. For the peasant who needed firewood or a place to graze a pig, this was no small victory. It represented the assertion of a life lived outside of total royal control. These were not revolutions, but recalibrations, small, persistent affirmations of local autonomy. Further north, in the remote glens of Scotland, clans maintained ancient traditions in defiance of encroaching authority. Their loyalty was not to crown or bishop, but to kin, to land, to custom. And while later centuries would romanticize their tartans and music, at the time theirs was simply a different way of life, one that did not easily bend to external rule. Quiet resistance also pulsed through the hands of scribes who copied banned manuscripts in secret, through artisans who carved symbols of older faiths into cathedral stone, through minstrels who sang songs that carried double meanings. These were not grand gestures. They were quiet acts of remembrance, of preservation, of quiet defiance. Even the simple act of storytelling, oral tales passed from grandmother to child, was, in many places, a vessel of resistance. These stories held older truths, subversive morals, and a kind of wisdom that could not be exiled or executed. And so, the Middle Ages, often remembered for knights and plagues, and towering cathedrals, also held within it a parallel history, quieter, slower, more human. A history written not by kings or chroniclers, but by people whose names are lost, whose voices echoed only in kitchens, in forests, in hidden corners of abbeys. Theirs was the resistance of the silent step, the unspoken word, the look passed across a crowded room when someone dared to say something just a little too true. It is this history we will trace tonight, not the loud, but the lasting, not the victorious, but the resilient. As the 13th century turned slowly into the 14th, the weight of authority in medieval Europe continued to press down on the lives of ordinary people. But still, beneath the surface of crowned power and religious dogma, quiet resistance endured in subtle ways. In the Low Countries, what we now know as parts of modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands, textile workers formed guilds, not only for economic survival, but also as a soft form of social solidarity. In an age where feudal lords controlled land and rights, guilds became a kind of sanctuary. They trained apprentices, set fair wages, and ensured standards. But more than that, they gave a voice, albeit a careful one, to common people who otherwise had none. In towns like Ghent and Bruges, weavers and dyers gradually formed a fabric not just of cloth, but of community, where collective effort protected members from the unpredictability of local nobility. These guilds were not overtly rebellious, but they created parallel systems of influence. To belong to one was to gain a shield, a whisper of protection, a sense of quiet power that came not from swords, but from needles and thread. Meanwhile, far to the east in the forest and steppe-bordered regions of what is now Poland and Lithuania, pagan traditions persisted long after official conversions had taken place. People attended Mass on Sundays, but in the quiet of the woods, they still left offerings to trees and wells, still whispered to the old gods beneath their breath. When questioned, they professed loyalty to the church, but their daily rhythms spoke of an older allegiance. This was not blasphemy out loud, but belief in parallel, a way of holding on to ancient cycles beneath the skin of Christian Europe. The church knew of this, of course. They sent priests to teach, to scold, to warn, but faith, true faith, is rarely swayed by warning alone. It lives in habit, in silence, in the way water is drawn, or bread is broken, or children are named. And so the resistance continued, not in cathedrals, but in kitchens, gardens, and graves. Across the Alps, in the valleys of what is now northern Italy and Switzerland, communities of Waldensians quietly thrived. Originating in the late 12th century, the Waldensians were followers of Peter Waldo, a merchant who gave up his wealth to preach a message of poverty and direct access to Scripture. They translated the Bible into vernacular languages and rejected the authority of priests and sacraments that they saw as corrupted. Though their early meetings were simple, almost invisible, the church deemed them heretical. Persecution followed, but the Waldensians endured, scattering into the mountains where caves and forests became their sanctuaries. There, under moonlight, Scripture was read aloud in soft voices. Families gathered without ritual, but with reverence. Theirs was not an uprising, it was a holding on. And through the centuries, even as they were hunted and exiled, the Waldensians persisted. Their strength was not in numbers, but in quiet conviction, not in confrontation, but in continuity. Along the winding trade routes that connected cities like Venice, Constantinople, and Cairo, ideas moved just as goods did. Some of these ideas questioned the rigid hierarchies of medieval society. Sufi mystics spoke of the divine, in terms far more intimate than the Latin Church would have permitted. Jewish philosophers in Spain engaged with Aristotle, weaving together ancient wisdom with contemporary thought. These ideas did not always take the form of resistance, but in a world tightly bound by religious orthodoxy, the very act of thinking outside accepted doctrine was, in itself, a quiet rebellion, and sometimes, resistance came through patience rather than defiance. In small villages, when taxes became too heavy, peasants might delay payments, not refusing outright, but claiming illness, poor harvest, or miscounted coin. Local lords would grumble, but confrontation was rare. The peasants were not fools. They knew when to speak and when to stall. A missing bushel of grain here, a delayed tithe there. It added up to a rhythm of resistance. one that allowed survival within systems designed to extract. This kind of defiance was rooted not in anger, but in endurance. It was not romantic, but real, and often it was effective. Even within the walls of monasteries, silence held more than obedience. Monks copied texts not only of scripture, but of banned philosophers, of ancient Greek thought, of science that lay dormant between the lines. These were not rebellious monks. They kept their heads bowed, their habits neat. But in the pages they preserved, futures were quietly protected. Without noise, without banners, without speeches, they saved thoughts that would one day bloom again. So much of medieval resistance was like this. Not a roaring fire, but a candle kept lit in a cellar, passed hand to hand through generations, unnoticed by those who believed themselves to be in control. It is easy to forget these stories, to overlook them in favor of kings and crusades and battles won or lost. But history is not only written by the victors, it is also whispered by those who endured. In the bustling marketplaces of medieval towns, resistance did not always wear the face of defiance. It often hid itself in routine transactions, in the quiet standards of fairness set by merchants who refused to cheat their neighbors, even when given the opportunity. In cities like Florence and Lubeck, where trade flourished, guilds not only regulated quality, but also served as protectors of ethical labor. While kings and bishops dictated law from above, the market had its own code, one that favored trust over coercion. Bakers who sold fair-weight loaves, blacksmiths who charged the same to lord and peasant alike, these were not rebels by name, but their choices chipped slowly at the foundations of greed and hierarchy. Honesty became a kind of protest, an act of maintaining human dignity in a system built to rank and divide. In rural regions, especially where literacy was rare, ballads became carriers of resistance. These songs, sung at twilight by tired voices around hearths or over harvest fields, held stories that questioned power, mocked lords, and celebrated cleverness over strength. A clever peasant who outwits a cruel tax collector, a widow who hides her last sheep from greedy soldiers, a young girl who teaches a nobleman humility through kindness. These tales were more than entertainment. They were gentle reminders that power was not always wise, that justice could be imagined even when unseen. Authorities often dismissed these stories as harmless peasant folklore, unaware that within the rhymes lay an entire philosophy of quiet defiance. In Ireland and Wales, where oral tradition held strong, poets known as bards maintained histories that did not align with the official narratives of conquest and rule. They kept the memory of local kings, of defeats turned into symbolic victories, of landscapes imbued with ancient meanings that no sword could erase. Even when Anglo-Norman forces imposed their rule, the bard's voice persisted, subtle, melodic, and deeply rooted. To listen to a bard was to hear the heartbeat of a people who would not vanish, no matter how many castles were built upon their hills. Further south, in the Moorish-ruled lands of Al-Andalus, coexistence gave way to growing tension as Christian kingdoms pushed to reclaim territory. Yet even in the shifting sands of conquest, many people chose quiet cohabitation over violence. Jewish, Muslim, and Christian communities lived side by side, not without conflict, but often with tolerance rooted in daily necessity. A merchant could not choose his buyers based on faith. A doctor healed without asking for allegiance. A teacher might instruct the children of three faiths under the same roof. These choices, mundane and practical, were small acts of peace in a world that increasingly leaned toward division. And when intolerance rose, it was in the spaces between policies, shared meals, bartered goods, spoken greetings in the marketplace, that silent resistance to hatred took form. Even architecture bore the mark of quiet resistance. In some regions, synagogues and mosques were built with secret entrances, hidden courtyards, or designs that blended into the surrounding structures to avoid drawing unwanted attention. These buildings, seemingly modest from the outside, held within them communities that endured through concealment, that refused to disappear even when the law demanded it. Stones laid in silence, walls that whispered prayers, doors that opened only to those who remembered how to knock. In the domestic sphere, women often became stewards of subtle strength. While laws and customs granted men most formal authority, it was often women who taught the values of patience, care, and endurance. In the home, resistance looked like preserving old recipes, repeating ancestral prayers, hiding family relics from inquisitors, or or passing down names with meanings lost to the outside world. A mother telling her daughter in a quiet voice that not all rules are just, that some truths live deeper than law. This was not revolution, but something deeper, an inheritance of resilience passed in whispers. There were times, of course, when quiet resistance spilled over into quiet punishment. Villages that welcomed wandering preachers or fed the poor in defiance of tithe laws might find themselves subject to sudden inspections, fines, or accusations. But the people learned. They hid better, they spoke less, they trusted only those who had proven themselves, not through words, but through consistency. Over time, this formed networks, informal, fragile, but real. A peasant in one village knew whom to trust in the next. A monk in a hidden scriptorium knew which trader could smuggle books between towns. A healer knew which family would hide her if the church grew suspicious. These were not organized rebellions. They had no leaders, no runners. They existed as pulses, organic, instinctive, often unspoken. And yet they held power. The power of the unnoticed. The power of continuity. They were movements that never made the chronicles of kings, but they shaped the world in quieter, more enduring ways. They were the invisible threads holding communities together when external control sought to unravel them. And as the medieval world continued to change, with plagues, wars, and reformations on the horizon, it was this quiet resistance that gave many the strength to remain whole, even when history itself seemed to forget them. As the 14th century unfolded, bringing with it waves of plague, war, and famine, the structures of medieval life began to show their cracks. But amidst the grand shifts recorded in royal archives and church chronicles, the quieter currents of resistance moved on, still steady, still subtle. The Black Death, arriving in Europe around 1347, devastated populations but also created strange and unexpected gaps in authority. In some towns, with officials dead or fled, people took matters into their own hands, not with revolt, but with quiet rearrangement. Fields were harvested by those who had never owned them. Markets reopened under new agreements. Rules were bent, then broken, and in the silence that followed so much death, small communities reimagined their own order. Laborers, suddenly in short supply, found themselves able to negotiate. Wages were no longer taken for granted. In some regions, peasant families moved to abandoned land and began to cultivate it without permission. They knew the risks, but they also understood that survival itself was a form of resistance. And so they worked, quietly, deliberately, planting in soil that once belonged to lords who now lay in unmarked graves. Further west, in the quiet corners of Brittany and Normandy, coastal villages became havens for smuggling and barter. While official trade routes required taxes, permissions, and allegiance to shifting crowns, the sea offered a quieter path. Fishermen carried not only nets, but news. Small boats traded salt for wool, cheese for herbs, and sometimes even manuscripts for ink. These exchanges were not grand or rich, but they built invisible economies that bypassed the heavy hand of centralized rule. In the face of external control, the villagers chose flexibility over obedience. Their defiance lay not in speeches, but in choices: who they traded with, when they sailed, which flag they flew or didn't. And in doing so, they created a rhythm of freedom at the edge of empire. In regions where the church grew particularly suspicious of anything unorthodox, a new kind of silence emerged. Families who had once told stories openly now whispered them only at night. Healers who once gathered herbs in sunlight now worked by moonlight. Those with knowledge of birth, of weather, of stars learned to keep it hidden or else disguise it in acceptable language. A folk remedy became a blessing. A ritual became a tradition. Truths were wrapped in layers of everyday language, hidden in plain sight. This camouflage was not cowardice. It was survival. It was wisdom passed down in ways no inquisitor could trace. In mountain regions like the Carpathians or the Pyrenees, isolation provided both danger and protection. These were places where roads twisted and snow came early, where royal messengers rarely reached, and where local memory mattered more than official decree. Here, resistance often looked like remembering old laws, old boundaries, old kinships that existed before any distant king claimed the land. Elders would speak of sacred groves, of boundary stones, of ancestors whose names were never written but always known. Even as maps changed and rulers sent envoys to assert new laws, Many mountain communities continued as they always had, with quiet refusal to be reshaped. They listened, nodded, and returned to their own ways as soon as the visitor left. In towns and cities, particularly those growing in size and influence like Prague, Cologne, or Avignon, another kind of resistance took shape, not in the fields, but in the mind. Universities began to flourish, and with them, the slow rebirth of critical thought. Though still tightly bound by church oversight, scholars began to question established ideas. They debated the nature of authority, of justice, of truth itself. A well-placed question in a lecture hall, a footnote in a copied text, a metaphor shared in student circles. These were sparks. They did not yet ignite change, but they glowed. And even when censored, the questions remained, passed on to the next generation of thinkers. Elsewhere, in households stretched across the continent, silence became a shared language. In times of danger, entire communities learned how to speak without speaking. A knock at the door meant a warning. A lit candle in a window meant it was safe. A drawn curtain meant someone was watching. In regions where minority faiths or exiled families tried to survive, this language of gesture and symbol became vital. It was a way of living unseen yet connected, of building bonds that no authority could break because they were never written down. And throughout the land, the very landscape became an ally. Caves, forests, abandoned mills, ruined watchtowers, each became a space of hiding, of shelter, of quiet resistance. A monk fleeing persecution might find refuge in a shepherd's hut. A healer accused of sorcery might be hidden in a barn beneath sheaves of hay. A manuscript too dangerous to keep might be buried beneath the roots of an old tree. These spaces, often overlooked by rulers, became the true strongholds of survival. They were not castles, but sanctuaries, not protected by walls, but by trust. And in all of this, one sees the same quiet pattern, a refusal to be erased, a steady decision to continue, to live, to remember, to pass on, not loudly, not in rebellion, but in the simple act of being. This was the strength of the Middle Ages, not written in its wars, but in its whispers. As the late medieval period stretched onward into the 15th century, the quiet acts of resistance that had long simmered beneath the surface of daily life began to evolve. Though still subtle, still clothed in modesty and discretion, these small defiant gestures grew more interconnected, more resilient, and more intentional. In the marketplaces of Central Europe, as towns grew more sophisticated and merchant classes gained modest power, resistance took the form of selective cooperation. Market women, who held immense influence through their control of food distribution, began to form unspoken alliances. If a tax was unfair or a guard too harsh, they might agree, without ever writing it down, not to bring bread to market that week. No riots, no banners, simply absence, silence. An empty stall, a missing cart, a collective pause. The message was clear: respect our work, or the city will go hungry. These women, often underestimated by those in power, held an invisible authority. Their strength was in their constancy, their unity, and their ability to shape the rhythm of everyday life without stepping into the halls of governance. In the shadows of cathedrals, a different kind of resistance unfolded, not among clergy or kings, but among those who built the structures themselves. Masons, sculptors, and carpenters were commissioned to construct monuments to power, but within their work, they left quiet traces of something older, something freer. Hidden faces, curious animals, or symbols drawn from pre-Christian folklore would appear tucked beneath arches, behind columns, or along rooftop lines where few would think to look. These carvings were not vandalism, they were memory in stone. A rabbit hidden in a choir stall might tell of fertility and springtime. A fox etched into a column might mock the slyness of the ruling class. A grinning face peeking from a ceiling beam might be the likeness of a long-dead master builder who refused to be forgotten. These messages were not meant for the priests or patrons, but for those who came after, the apprentices, the travelers, the quiet observers who would one day wonder and smile. In forested regions of Germany and Bohemia, entire villages sometimes moved just out of reach. When taxes became unbearable or new laws too cruel, people packed what they could, left their old fields behind, and disappeared deeper into the woods. There they cleared new land, built cottages, and started again. These were not criminal acts, nor were they spoken of as rebellion, but they were a refusal to be broken, a reassertion of dignity through distance. Officials would arrive at the edge of the old village, find it abandoned, and scratch their heads. No doors to knock on, no names to write down, just silence and trees. Further south, along the Adriatic coast, resistance wore the clothing of seafarers. Sailors from Ragusa, now Dubrovnik, were known for their diplomacy and clever navigation of powerful neighbors. To survive between Venice and the Ottoman Empire, Ragusan merchants developed a mastery of silence. They learned when to speak, when to bow, and when to say nothing at all. Their ships flew humble flags, their captains made neutral promises, and their cargoes carried more than goods. They carried secrets. Theirs was a resistance of cleverness, of subtlety, of balance. They thrived not by shouting louder, but by listening better. Within the growing network of monastic libraries, a new kind of quiet rebellion unfolded, the preservation of ideas considered dangerous or inconvenient. As printing slowly emerged and books began to move beyond the hands of scribes, some monks saw the risk and the potential. While church authorities debated which texts to destroy, others chose instead to copy them more discreetly. A manuscript thought lost might survive in a cellar beneath an abbey, its pages wrapped in cloth, its name changed. A heretical philosopher's writings might be hidden inside the binding of a hymnal, smuggled across borders by a quiet scholar posing as a pilgrim. These efforts were never publicized. There were no claims of heroism, only the quiet understanding that some knowledge needed to survive, no matter who found it dangerous. Among traveling entertainers, jugglers, musicians, actors, resistance took the form of satire and innuendo. In village squares and along dusty roads, they performed songs and stories that appeared innocent on the surface, but carried messages only the common folk understood. A tale about a foolish lion might really mock a local lord. A song about a dancing goat might allude to unfair tithes. These performers risked little if caught. After all, who could say what a song truly meant? But their art created a space where people could laugh at power, even if only for a moment. In the laughter was relief, and in the relief, resistance. Even among artisans who worked in the homes of the elite, tailors, cooks, nannies, there existed a form of quiet sabotage. A recipe slightly altered, a hem sewn too tight, a message passed through a servant's glance. These were not malicious acts, but subtle assertions of presence. Reminders that even within the walls of wealth, power could not fully erase humanity. Servants watched. They remembered. They shaped the world more than their titles suggested. And across every region, in every class, in every corner of the medieval map, people carried small truths they chose not to surrender. Truths about fairness, about family, about faith, about freedom. These truths did not scream, they whispered, but they endured. They passed from hand to hand, from breath to breath, surviving in lullabies, in lull moments, in the long hush of everyday life. And though history's loudest voices rarely wrote them down, their echoes remain, softer than battle cries, but just as real. As the 15th century drew toward its close, the shape of Europe was beginning to change, slowly, unevenly, yet unmistakably. The echoes of ancient empires gave way to whispers of modern states. Exploration began to tempt minds toward the edges of old maps. Trade routes twisted into unfamiliar paths, and printing presses rattled softly in the background, still rare, but growing. And yet, amidst these monumental shifts, the spirit of quiet resistance endured, often unchanged, often unnoticed. In Spain, the slow tightening of religious control came to a head with the formation of the Inquisition. Under its watchful eye, questions were dangerous, rituals were scrutinized, and identity itself became fragile. But for many, silence became survival. Conversos, those who had converted from Judaism to Christianity, learned to live two lives. Outwardly, they attended Mass, followed public rituals, and obeyed the laws. But in the privacy of their homes, behind thick walls and heavy doors, some lit candles on Friday nights, spoke softly in Ladino, and whispered prayers passed down by ancestors. They taught their children not through books, but through gestures and habits, how to clean, how to greet, how to remember. Nothing was written, everything was known. In these hidden rhythms of daily life, resistance pulsed quietly like a second heartbeat. In the northern reaches of Scandinavia, among the Sami people, quiet endurance took the form of cultural preservation. As pressures mounted to assimilate, linguistically, religiously, economically, many Sami chose not confrontation, but quiet continuation. They followed reindeer migrations as they always had, sang joiks, their ancient songs, in their own tongue, and passed down oral histories that did not require approval from any king or priest. They lived close to the land, and in doing so, resisted its commodification. When missionaries came, the Sami listened politely, then returned to their ways. Their resistance was in remembering, in refusing to forget. In Central Europe, where boundaries shifted with unsettling frequency, towns and villages adapted by placing their trust not in lords or rulers, but in long-standing customs. Local councils governed with ancient charters, some written, some only recited from memory at gatherings. These customs, older than many noble titles, served as quiet defenses against intrusion. A duke might claim new taxes, but the village elders would produce a dusty parchment, or simply quote the old rule, "We have always done it this way." Sometimes the authority relented, sometimes it did not. But either way, the people remembered their customs and continued to live by them. In this memory was resistance. In Bohemia, as the ideas of Jan Hus spread quietly through universities and taverns, a new spiritual defiance began to brew. His teachings questioned the authority of the church, emphasized the reading of scripture in the common tongue, and suggested that faith might live closer to the individual than to the pulpit. Though his voice was silenced at the Council of Constance, his ideas lived on. In back rooms, in hushed conversations, in carefully shared translations, the seeds of Reformation took root. They were not shouted, they were whispered. One copy of a Czech Bible passed to a trusted friend. One sermon recited behind closed doors. One song with new lyrics, sung at dusk when no one could hear too clearly. The strength of these early reformers was not their volume, but their persistence. They knew they could not yet change the world, but they could plant something within it. In rural France, as tensions between nobles and peasants simmered over centuries of labor, tithes, and war, the people learned how to express their frustration without open revolt. They composed complaints in the form of fables, anonymous poems pinned to doors at night, or stories told in the fields. A cruel landlord became a wolf in a children's tale. An unjust tax collector became a character in a joke repeated quietly between neighbors. These were not public declarations. They were quiet stories shared over bread and firelight. Yet in their repetition, they became powerful. They built solidarity. They reminded the people that they were not alone. In England, following the turbulence of the Peasants' Revolt in 1381, the ruling classes became wary of loud dissent. And so, the people shifted strategies. Instead of uprising, they turned to careful petitions, to communal oaths, to the slow assertion of their rights through old legal channels. Villages might gather to write a letter to the local lord, citing traditions and duties that had been ignored. A tenant might quote an old law in refusing a demand. These were not acts of rebellion, but of quiet assertion. The message was clear. We know who we are. We know what we're owed, and we have not forgotten. Across Europe, in monasteries, in homes, in barns, and back alleys, women played a constant role in carrying the thread of quiet resistance. In times when they could not vote, or preach, or lead armies, they led in other ways. They taught languages to their children in secret. They kept stories alive. They organized aid for the sick, hid fugitives, preserved songs, and maintained the fragile bonds of community. Their influence was rarely recorded, but always felt. They were the ones who remembered the names of the dead, who knew the meanings behind old sayings, who stitched rebellion into lullabies. And as the medieval world edged closer to the dawn of modernity, with its coming revolutions and printed manifestos, it is worth remembering that not all resistance begins with thunder. Sometimes it begins with a whisper, a gesture, a refusal to forget. The Middle Ages were full of such moments, small, quiet, persistent, and in their quiet, they shaped history just the same. As the 15th century gave way to the 16th, Europe stood on the edge of transformations that would reshape its spiritual, political, and social foundations. Yet before the Reformation would thunder through the pulpits and presses, before revolutions would redraw maps and dethrone kings, a quieter current continued to flow beneath the surface. It had always been there, silent but steady, not marked by marches or manifestos, but by small decisions, local customs, and invisible threads of resistance woven into the lives of ordinary people. In the towns of the Low Countries, where trade routes braided through canals and narrow streets, a unique form of subtle resistance had taken hold. Here, in cities like Antwerp and Bruges, where merchants mingled with scholars and artisans, ideas moved almost as freely as goods. While religious conformity was demanded from above, below, the people began to choose their own rhythm. An artisan might attend church on Sunday, then spend Monday evening in a quiet room discussing scripture with trusted friends. These groups, early precursors to Protestant gatherings, did not call themselves rebels. They did not preach aloud. They gathered by candlelight, passed handwritten notes, shared books bound in worn leather. Theirs was not a revolt, but a reorientation, a turn inward toward conscience. And even when suspicion grew, even when neighbors were arrested, many continued in silence. In Germany, where the printing press had recently begun to hum with possibility, another form of resistance emerged, not in the loud clang of political proclamation, but in the slow drip of literacy. The act of learning to read, for those not born into power, became quietly radical. A blacksmith's daughter learning her letters, a farmer teaching his son to read the Psalms, a widow copying passages of scripture into a small notebook hidden beneath her mattress. These acts were not listed in any register of protest, but they changed the structure of power nonetheless. For in learning to read, people gained access to the tools of thought, and once thought is freed, it cannot easily be governed. In the Italian countryside, where feudal estates stretched like patchwork across the hills, peasants continued their age-old forms of quiet defiance. They worked the land, but they also worked around the landowners. They grazed animals in disputed forests at night. They foraged for mushrooms and herbs in places deemed off-limits. And when asked about it, they answered with shrugs or silence. Theirs was a resistance without confrontation, a slow erosion of control through the simple act of living. In villages where the laws served the powerful, people turned to tradition instead. If the Lord demanded one thing, but the village elder remembered another, it was the elder's word that carried the most weight. Oral memory became a kind of shield, and behind it, people carved out space to breathe. Along the Rhine, small communities of Anabaptists began to form, shaped by the belief that baptism should be a personal, adult choice, not a ritual imposed on infants. It was a modest theological difference, but one that placed them at odds with both Protestant and Catholic authorities. And so they lived on the fringes, in barns, in forest settlements, in quiet farmhouses. They refused military service. They refused to swear oaths. They met in silence. Their songs were soft, their gatherings discreet, and yet their conviction was unshakable. They were persecuted, drowned, and banished, yet they reappeared again and again. For them, resistance was faith itself, simple, direct, and quietly powerful. In the cities of Eastern Europe, Jewish communities developed rich cultural and spiritual lives within constraints that were often narrow and precarious. Restricted in trade, limited in movement, taxed heavily, they nonetheless created networks of learning, worship, and mutual aid. The printing of Hebrew texts expanded, and yeshivas flourished in places like Krakow and Prague. Within the ghetto walls, quiet brilliance bloomed. Scholars debated ancient laws, mothers taught children old songs, and elders recited blessings that had traveled centuries to reach their lips. Even when laws forbade certain practices, people found ways to continue them. A prayer whispered instead of sung, a ceremony held at night, a holiday observed in metaphor. These adaptations were not simply about survival. They were acts of quiet refusal to forget who they were. And in the mountains of Switzerland, where terrain offered both isolation and protection, pockets of independent thought flourished. People remembered older ways of self-governance, formed small councils, and held firm to their right to decide local affairs. The confederation that would later be known as Switzerland began not with loud declarations, but with pacts spoken at night under stars, between men who shook hands by torchlight and swore loyalty to their land and to each other. Their resistance was against foreign rule, yes, but also against the erosion of local truth. In these highlands, the world changed slowly, and the people liked it that way. And so, as the Middle Ages moved toward their twilight, What endured was not just the records of kings and the ruins of castles, but these small, persistent moments of defiance. A mother teaching her daughter a forbidden lullaby. A farmer planting a seed in soil not legally his. A teacher writing a name in a banned script. A student reading by candlelight long after curfew. These were not the stories carved into monuments, but they are the stories that allowed communities to survive, values to endure, and history to carry on in quieter tones. The noise of power may fill the chronicles, but it is in the silences, in the choices made in kitchens and gardens, in forest paths and cellar rooms, that we find the steady hum of true resistance. Not all change is loud. Some of it is so quiet, you only hear it once the world has already been moved. As the dawn of the early modern period approached, the quiet resistance of the Middle Ages had not disappeared. It had only adapted, shifting shape to meet the evolving pressures of a world still tightly controlled by crowns, churches, and tradition. The structures of authority remained strong, yet so too did the subtle, enduring spirit of everyday defiance. In small towns scattered across the Holy Roman Empire, local printers began to operate in modest workshops tucked behind storefronts and under floorboards. While the authorities kept a close watch on what was approved and permitted, some presses ran quietly at night. Pages were inked by candlelight. Books were bound behind locked doors. A single pamphlet, translated, copied, and passed from hand to hand, could plant seeds of new thought. These were not mass movements. These were whispers on paper. Some warned of corruption in high places. Others told stories in code, cloaked in allegory, fable, or satire. A fox might represent a bishop, a lion, a king. The messages were often just subtle enough to escape condemnation, and just clear enough for those who needed to understand. In villages throughout the Balkans, where empires met and overlapped, Byzantine, Ottoman, Hungarian, resistance became the art of cultural layering. A child might learn 3 languages before adolescence, each used for a different purpose. One for trade, one for prayer, one for home. The survival of these local dialects, customs, and songs was no accident. It was effort, it was choice, and it was quietly political. When an imperial law changed, people adjusted publicly but held fast to their traditions behind closed doors. A marriage ceremony might appear orthodox, but include whispered blessings in the old tongue. A funeral might follow official forms, but include sacred rites passed down orally for generations. In the quiet gestures of everyday life, people chose memory over mandate. In the flatlands of Flanders and northern France, peasant communities practiced the subtle art of collective silence. When new taxes were levied, or when harvest quotas were raised too high, people did not always protest directly. Instead, they might work more slowly, bring fewer goods to market, hold back on planting in certain fields. There was no leader, no manifesto, no rebellion declared, just a general agreement, never spoken aloud, that things would move at a different pace. This passive resistance, slowdowns, underproduction, non-cooperation, confused and frustrated landowners who could not punish what they could not prove. And so the peasants continued, moving just below the threshold of open defiance. In the growing cities of northern Italy, where banking and finance were beginning to emerge as powerful forces, resistance sometimes took the form of intentional simplicity. Among certain communities, especially religious ones like the followers of Savonarola in Florence, people rejected luxury not out of poverty, but as a statement. They burned fine clothing, they gave away jewels, they gathered in squares not to celebrate wealth, but to reflect on virtue. These actions were not loud revolts against rulers, but quiet rejections of the values being imposed from above. They chose austerity not as suffering, but as clarity, a kind of protest built from the decision to live differently. And when authorities cracked down on such movements, the values did not vanish. They retreated, reformulated, re-emerged in smaller gatherings, deeper convictions. In the forests of Eastern Europe, particularly among Slavic and Baltic communities, resistance took form in nature itself. Sacred groves, stones, and rivers remained central to identity long after official Christianization. People went to church on Sunday, but left offerings by ancient trees on Thursday. The forest, dense and protective, became both physical and spiritual refuge. It held stories, traditions, and songs that no bishop could fully erase. When asked, people professed the new faith. But when alone, They sang the old songs. They did not argue. They remembered. In the ports of the Mediterranean, where sailors crossed between Muslim and Christian worlds, resistance appeared in acts of quiet inclusion. A ship's crew might carry men of different faiths, and while official records separated them, daily life aboard did not. A Muslim cook prepared meals for a Catholic merchant. A Jewish navigator charted a course for a Greek captain. No one announced this cooperation. It simply happened. They worked together because the sea demanded it, because survival made room for tolerance where doctrine did not. These ships became floating examples of silent defiance, proof that cooperation could thrive beneath the surface of dogma. In mountain villages of the Pyrenees and Alps, where winters were long and outside visitors rare, women continued to pass down stories through spinning circles and kitchen songs. These tales often carried lessons that countered the dominant culture, praising cleverness over obedience, generosity over power, kindness over fear. A girl who outwits a greedy merchant, a shepherd who shares with strangers and is rewarded. These were not just bedtime stories. They were subtle blueprints for a different world. And in telling them again and again, women planted seeds of resilience in the hearts of children who would one day face pressures of their own. Across the continent, one thing remained constant. People resisted not just through action, but through preservation. They kept what mattered: language, rituals, memories, songs, even when they had to hide them. A name remembered, a dish cooked the old way, a story told in the twilight. These were not accidents, they were decisions, soft decisions, steady decisions, and they mattered. The quiet resistance of the Middle Ages was not a single movement. It was not a unified force. It had no leader, no army, no doctrine. But it had breath. It had memory. It had endurance. And in the centuries to come, when louder revolutions began to roar across Europe, many would look back and wonder how the people had prepared. The answer perhaps was this: they had been resisting all along, silently, patiently, with every choice to remember rather than forget. As Europe slowly transitioned out of the medieval world and into the early modern age, many of the overt structures of authority, kings, clergy, feudal lords, still held immense sway over daily life. Yet beneath their watchful presence, the quiet resistance that had sustained so many through centuries of control, pull, and uncertainty had not vanished. It had simply grown wiser, more practiced, more deeply embedded in the fabric of ordinary life. In the countryside of central France, tenant farmers began to adopt new planting techniques, ones that increased yields but quietly disrupted the traditional cycle of dependency on manor lords. Rather than relying on grain from noble storehouses during lean seasons, they created informal exchange networks with neighboring villages. A cartload of beans from one hamlet might be traded for cheese from another. These exchanges required no taxes, no permissions, and no overseers. They operated beneath the surface, fueled by memory, trust, and quiet agreements. What may have looked like simple trade was, in practice, a dismantling of reliance on imposed hierarchies. These networks were hard to trace, harder to tax, and nearly impossible to dismantle, because they lived in the minds and hands of people who needed nothing more than a spoken word and a handshake to sustain them. In urban neighborhoods, tailors, bakers, and cobblers formed informal guilds, sometimes outside official channels. While sanctioned guilds were often tightly controlled by authorities and wealthy families, these quiet collectives focused less on prestige and more on mutual protection. If one member fell ill, another stepped in. If a young apprentice was treated poorly, word spread quietly, and customers drifted away from the offending master. Discipline came not from written rules, but from shared values. In this way, ethical standards were maintained without the need for external enforcement. It was community as resistance, slow, deliberate, self-regulated. Among traveling musicians, storytellers, and actors, resistance continued to wear the mask of performance. As rulers tightened control over speech and writing, jesters and bards became more creative. They crafted allegories where tyrant kings were represented as lazy bears or quarrelsome frogs. In puppet shows and marketplace skits, they ridiculed greed, exposed hypocrisy, and praised virtues like honesty and courage. No one could prove the meaning, and few dared to interfere, fearing that the crowd might turn on any authority figure who disrupted their entertainment. Laughter became a kind of shield. one that allowed uncomfortable truths to slip through unnoticed. In convents across Europe, women carved out quiet sanctuaries of thought and care. While often seen as passive places of retreat, many convents became sites of spiritual agency and intellectual labor. Nuns copied books, composed music, experimented with herbal remedies, and in some cases, corresponded with philosophers and reformers. Within cloistered walls, women found ways to educate one another, to lead without title, and to build lives of meaning without needing permission from the world outside. Their prayers were not always directed toward submission. Sometimes they were silent hopes for change, for a softer, fairer world. And though their voices were rarely recorded, their lives echoed in the choices of those they nurtured. Along the borders of empires, where maps blurred and allegiances shifted, resistance took the form of ambiguity. A village claimed by one kingdom might pay taxes to another. A border town might pledge loyalty to whichever crown provided the least interference. These choices were not betrayals, they were survival strategies. People did not see themselves as pawns in royal games. They saw themselves as stewards of their own fields, their own customs, their own lives. When officials visited, they were greeted with politeness, with hospitality, with whatever story would cause the least disruption. But once the banners and horses disappeared over the hills, life resumed as it always had. In these liminal spaces, the people became experts at the art of not resisting too much, nor complying too fully. They learned how to bend without breaking. In quiet libraries tucked beneath churches, texts continued to circulate that challenged the dominant worldview. Some were ancient, others newly translated. Writings about natural philosophy, astronomy, human anatomy, ideas that hinted at truths beyond scripture. Students and clerics shared these works not in classrooms, but in gardens, in workshops, in quiet conversation. They did not denounce old beliefs, they simply asked questions. And in asking, they opened small windows. Through these windows, light entered, thought entered, change entered. In the kitchens of merchant homes, cooks and servants created dishes that honored heritage rather than status. A meal might be prepared in a nobleman's house, using spices and techniques from distant homelands. A nod to ancestors, a quiet celebration of identity, in a place that demanded assimilation. Food became a language spoken in flavor and scent. A way of saying, this is who we are, even here, even now. In every region, in every class, in every quiet corner of medieval and post-medieval life, people chose to carry forward what mattered, not in defiance, but in devotion, to memory, to values, to each other. Quiet resistance did not try to overthrow the world. It simply refused to let the world overwrite what was most human. And so, beneath the crowns and crosses, beneath the flags and laws, there pulsed a second history. A history not of conquest, but of care. Not of war, but of endurance. And in the telling of it now, slowly, gently, through the hush of midnight voices and the rhythm of calm remembering, we begin to see that history, not as past, but as ongoing. As the final centuries of the Middle Ages gave way to the rising dawn of the Renaissance and the accelerating motion of the modern world, the quiet resistance that had long been woven into the fabric of daily life did not vanish. It simply shifted shape again, as it always had. The structures of power evolved, empires expanded, religious movements fractured old orders. Science began to challenge dogma, but still in corners untouched by proclamations or papal decrees. Ordinary people continued to carry truths too quiet for history books. In forgotten villages nestled between forests and hills, elders sat with younger generations beside hearths, passing down stories not found in scripture or scroll. A tale about a girl who saved her village with kindness. A fable about a bird who remembered where the king had hidden his guilt. These were not just stories, they were values, encoded into narrative. They taught listeners to observe the world with care, to question what seemed unshakable, to believe that gentleness could carry power. And in each telling, these stories became a form of resistance, a way of preserving human dignity in the face of sweeping authority. In remote abbeys and mountain hermitages, monks and scholars continued to copy text by hand, even as printing became more widespread. They wrote slowly, reverently, adding notes and margins, binding pages with care. Some of these texts were ancient, others were newer, more dangerous. banned treatises on astronomy, philosophy, or political theory. But in preserving them, these copyists safeguarded not just words, but ideas. They chose to protect the spark of thought, to preserve the possibility of future insight. And they did so quietly, not for credit or recognition, but because they believed that knowledge, like faith, was worth protecting from erasure. In borderlands and rural fields, people created lives that honored both tradition and adaptation. They worked with what they had, bartered with those they trusted, and built families and communities with the tools of resilience. When laws changed, they adjusted in public but stayed rooted in private. When rulers changed, they pledged allegiance with their mouths but kept their loyalty in their hearts. It was not deception, it was survival. And more than that, it was strategy. A long, patient strategy to remain whole in a world that often tried to break them into pieces. Even in cities where change came faster, where trade routes burst open and ideas moved like wind between towers and tenements, quiet resistance persisted. A tailor might include a symbol from his grandmother's village in the stitching of a wealthy customer's coat. A bookseller might stock a controversial volume behind rows of harmless poetry. A midwife might practice older methods of care in defiance of newly imposed regulations. These were not accidents. They were intentional acts of memory and defiance, dressed in the ordinary garments of work and routine. In the rhythms of nature, too, quiet resistance found its place, planting by the moon, blessing seeds with whispered words, honoring solstices with shared meals. All these rituals survived long after they were outlawed or labeled as superstition. People returned to them not out of rebellion, but because they offered comfort, structure, and a sense of being part of something older than any king or church. Even as modernity crept in, slowly, then all at once, these rituals anchored people to a deeper sense of self, one not easily named or governed. Among artists and musicians, resistance became beauty. Paintings captured moments of ordinary life with extraordinary tenderness. Songs were written that held double meanings, one for those in power, another for those who knew how to listen. A carving of a lamb might hold a hidden message. A lullaby might be a coded prayer. Creativity became both expression and concealment, a space where truth could survive untouched. And at the heart of all this, what remained was the shared knowledge that not everything true must be loud, that not every act of courage requires an audience, that history is not only made by the ones who rule, but also by the ones who endure, the ones who choose, again and again, to live with integrity, to raise their children with memory, to speak quietly when speaking loudly is dangerous, to create, to protect, to carry forward what matters, even when no one is watching. These people, nameless in records, absent from portraits, were the keepers of a second history. A history written not in ink or blood, but in gesture, in silence, in patience. And though their stories are rarely told in classrooms or inscribed on monuments, they have shaped the world in ways more lasting than conquest. Their legacy is not one of revolution, but of quiet resilience, of steady defiance that lived not in swords or speeches, but in daily choices made with care. As we look back on the Middle Ages, not through the lens of battles and crowns, but through the softer focus of lived experience, we find that resistance was not always a clash. Sometimes it was a whisper. Sometimes it was a hand held out in kindness, a recipe remembered, a tradition carried, a belief kept alive when it would have been easier to forget. And in those whispers, in those soft refusals to yield, lies the truest strength of all, quiet, unseen, but unbreakable. And that was the end of our last story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still with me, just barely awake, I'd be so grateful if you could give this video a like, and maybe consider subscribing for more sleepy tales. Now, let's quietly continue with the next story in our slow journey through forgotten history. This is the story of the Silk Road's animal caravans. Long before highways were carved into the earth and ships carried containers across oceans, the world was connected by a slower, quieter rhythm, one paced by the steady footsteps of animals walking across sand, stone, and mountain paths. The Silk Road was not a single road, nor was it paved in silk. It was a vast network of paths and tracks stretching from the heart of China to the markets of the Mediterranean, passing through deserts, valleys, and windswept plateaus. Goods moved across this network not by magic, nor by speed, but by animals tireless, patient animals that carried spices, fabrics, stories, and hopes from one side of the world to the other. This is their story. The caravan animals of the Silk Road were not merely beasts of burden. They were the quiet lifelines of empires, the true enablers of commerce, diplomacy, and survival. At the heart of this long journey was the Bactrian camel, native to the cold deserts of Central Asia. With two humps rising like sand dunes on its back, it was built for endurance, not elegance. Its thick coat shielded it from biting winds and scorching sun. Its wide, padded feet moved across loose sand without sinking, and its ability to go for days without water made it invaluable on the most treacherous legs of the route. The Bactrian camel could carry hundreds of pounds of cargo, walking 10 to 20 miles a day. It did not rush. It did not complain. It simply moved forward, chewing thoughtfully as the world changed around it. Alongside the camel, other animals served their quiet purpose. Donkeys, smaller and more nimble, were used to navigate narrow mountain paths. Though often overlooked, their sure-footedness made them ideal for tricky terrain. A donkey could find balance on stones where wheels would fail. In many towns and oases along the route, they were trusted companions for short-haul transport, bringing goods from caravanserai to city market. Horses, too, played a role, not just in riding, but in trade itself. Chinese breeds were prized in the West for their beauty and speed. Meanwhile, Central Asian steppe horses, tougher and leaner, were valued for their endurance. The famed Fergana horse, described in Chinese chronicles as sweating blood, was a symbol of prestige. People didn't just travel with horses, they traded them, gifted them, bred them. A good horse could mean safety, speed, or status. Then there were the yaks, those shaggy, thick-coated creatures native to the highlands of Tibet and western China. Where the air grew thin and the wind cut through even the thickest cloak, yaks plodded along ancient mountain trails, carrying salt, tea, and wool across icy passes. Unlike camels, they preferred the cold. Unlike horses, they moved without fuss. Their breath steamed in the morning light as they crossed snow-covered ridges, calm as clouds. In each region, the animals reflected the terrain. In the wet lowlands, water buffalo pulled carts filled with rice and ceramics. In high deserts, camels carried tea bricks stacked in towers on their backs. In temperate zones, oxen moved slowly, pulling heavy carts while farmers walked beside them, murmuring quiet songs. A caravan was not a simple chain of travelers. It was a moving community. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of animals walked in long lines, led by handlers who knew their quirks and needs. A camel might refuse to rise if not spoken to gently. A donkey might stop for shade and refuse to budge until it had cooled its hooves. These behaviors were not disobedience. They were habits shaped by years of travel and thousands of miles. Caravanners learned not to fight them, but to move with them, to lead with rhythm, not force. The pace of trade on the Silk Road was never fast. It was deliberate, cautious, guided by the seasons and the stamina of its animals. Sandstorms could pause a caravan for days. Snow in the passes could trap a convoy for weeks, but the animals waited. They stood under the stars, beside fires and tents, their breath visible in the cold air, their ears twitching at the sound of distant jackals or the rustling of cloth. The handlers fed them barley, dates, or dried grasses, rubbed ointments into cracked hooves, and sometimes slept leaning against their sides. There was a kind of trust that formed, a quiet companionship built over endless shared steps. And in this slow companionship, the Silk Road became more than a trade route. It became a lived journey. Each hoofprint was a mark of history, each animal a bearer of not just goods, but connection. Empires rose and fell at the edges of this road, but the animals continued. Their journeys were not written in chronicles, but they shaped the flow of silk, the scent of spice, the movement of ideas. They were not kings, they were not warriors, they were not remembered by name, but without them, the road would have been empty. Just silence, just sand, just wind. As the caravan wound its way across deserts, valleys, and high passes, time lost its urgency. There were no clocks on the Silk Road, no alarms to signal departure, only the rhythm of sunrise and the hush of dusk, the way shadows lengthened slowly over the backs of resting animals. Every morning, before the sun cracked the edge of the horizon, the handlers stirred from their woven mats or rolled up blankets. A low fire still glowed, coals breathing their final warmth into the chill air. The animals were already waking. Some stood in place, blinking slowly. Others shifted their weight, waiting for the first hand to stroke their neck or scratch behind the ears. The start of each day was a ritual of movement. Camels were loaded with care, balanced with wrapped bundles of silk, tea, salt, lapis lazuli, or scrolls inked in languages that not all understood. Wool blankets cushioned the load. Ropes were tied, checked, retied. Each knot mattered. An unbalanced load could cause injury or delay. The handlers did not shout. They worked in low voices. They knew their animals. A camel that had walked for 12 years across dunes did not need commands. It simply needed to be seen, acknowledged, prepared. Donkeys were given lighter burdens, packs of spices, bundles of herbs, bolts of dyed fabric. They were faster in some ways, more agile, and often more stubborn, but they knew the way. Horses, used mostly for messengers or light cargo, were fed first, groomed with quiet pride. Their coats were brushed with care, their manes combed by fingers that remembered the routes from smell alone. Then, with slow certainty, the caravan began to move, one step at a time, no rush, no noise, just hooves on sand, wood creaking, bells on camel harnesses giving soft, hollow notes with each sway. The animals moved in order, not by rank, but by familiarity. A camel liked to follow another it knew. A donkey refused to be placed behind a stranger. There were no maps drawn in ink, but the animals remembered every curve of the road, every place where the water tasted slightly bitter, every bend where winds picked up without warning. They knew where wolves had once circled, where a caravan long ago had turned and never returned. The caravan moved not through territory, but through memory. Days blurred into patterns, morning light, long walks, noon rest under canvas or tree if one could be found. The animals drank from water bags, chewed dried leaves or ground grain. The humans ate dates, bread, dried meat. No one spoke much. The sun was high. Flies circled slowly. The road shimmered ahead, and still they walked. Afternoon brought cooler air, sometimes wind, sometimes dust. The animals didn't complain. Their endurance was not dramatic. It was quiet, built into their bones, bred into generations that had known no other life but walking. When evening came, they stopped before night fully fell. Tents rose like low hills, packs were loosened, ropes untied. The animals groaned softly as their burdens were lifted. They lay in the dust, in the fading warmth of the earth, their legs tucked, their heads low. A few handlers spoke to them, not with commands, but with thanks. They rubbed shoulders, checked for sores, cleaned hooves. The fire was lit. A pot of water boiled slowly. Somewhere, someone hummed a song from home. The camels chewed lazily. The donkeys stood close together, their sides pressed for warmth. The horses nickered and twitched their tails, and the stars opened wide above them all, silent and watchful. These nights were long, not in discomfort, but in distance. The nearest village might be 3 days away. The nearest city, 2 weeks, but no one counted. The animals didn't mark time in days or weeks. They marked it in seasons. In the angle of the sun, in the scent of the wind. They knew when snow was coming, long before the sky hinted at it. They knew when the earth beneath their feet was about to change, sand to stone, stone to gravel, gravel to the faint green edge of grassland. Their senses were sharp, their memory vast. The humans relied on them, not as tools, but as guides. A camel kneeling early meant the journey should be delayed. A donkey stopping and refusing to walk could mean a storm was coming. A horse refusing water could be a warning that something was wrong with the well. These were not superstitions, they were signs. Observed, recorded, respected, not in writing, but in routine. And as the journey continued, day after day, horizon after horizon, the animals led without speaking. They reminded their human companions that the road was not something to conquer, but something to walk with. Slowly, carefully, one step, then another, their movements were the map, their instincts, the compass. In this long, slow journey, power belonged not to those who shouted, but to those who listened, to the land, to the wind, to the creatures who had known this route longer than any empire. They had walked it before the merchants, before the kings, before the borders, and they would continue to walk it long after those names had faded from memory. As the caravan moved onward, day after day, the journey itself began to blur into something soft and cyclical. The line between path and purpose disappeared. Time was no longer measured in hours or even days, but in the distance between watering places, the fading of saddle sores, and the way the wind changed direction across open ground. The animals did not question why they walked. They simply walked. Their purpose was carried not in the destination, but in the motion itself. The road shaped them, and they in turn shaped the road. Along the route, small rest stops emerged. Not cities, not towns, but spaces of brief stillness. Caravanserais. These roadside inns were built like low fortresses, square with thick walls and heavy gates. Inside was a courtyard where animals could kneel and rest, sheltered from wind and sun. Troughs were filled, packs were loosened. The air smelled of dust, grain, dung, and firewood. These places were not grand, but they were sacred in their own way, a pause in the endless walk. Some caravanserais had stone floors smoothed by the hooves of countless camels. Some had worn wooden doors etched with foreign names. A few had prayers carved into walls in Arabic, Persian, or Chinese. Not prayers for victory, prayers for endurance, for safe passage, for peace. The animals knew these places. They recognized the scent, the shape of the entryway, the feel of stillness inside. Some even had favorite corners, favorite stones where they preferred to lie. While traders haggled over spices or unloaded silk, the animals rested. Their loads removed, they stood taller, lighter, as if remembering themselves without burden. A good handler would massage the neck of a camel, rub the legs of a horse, brush the dust from a donkey's flanks. Not for show, for care, because the journey ahead would be just as long, just as slow. In these moments of pause, animals became more than workers. They became companions, memory keepers. Without them, no deal would be made, no goods delivered, no letters exchanged across vast deserts. They connected worlds, and they did so quietly. Outside the caravanserai, the road stretched on, sometimes through open grassland, where the wind swept freely and birds flew overhead. Other times through salt flats that glared under the sun, featureless and still. The animals walked the same. They did not marvel or despair. They simply moved. Their ears flicked. Their tails swayed. Their hoofs pressed new lines into old dust. In the high passes where snow clung to narrow ledges and the air thinned with every breath, the yaks came into their own. They breathed calmly in the cold, their thick coats dusted with frost. Their steps were careful, their gaze unwavering. Around them, silence pressed against the cliffs like a wall, but the animals were not afraid. They had walked here before, many times, long before the caravan behind them had taken shape. In low valleys where rivers curved between green hills, water buffalo pulled carts filled with pottery or tea. They moved slowly through mud and marsh, patient and strong. Farmers walked beside them, humming old songs with no words, guiding with hands rather than ropes. In dry scrublands, where thorns clung to every branch, donkeys carried light packs and stepped carefully between stones. Their ears twitched at every sound. A rustle of wind, the call of a distant bird. They knew this place well, knew which plants pricked too sharply, knew where to stop and rest in shade. These animals did not simply adapt to their environments, they embodied them. A camel belonged to the desert as surely as sand, a yak to the cold as surely as snow, a donkey to the dry earth as surely as dust. Each creature carried not only goods, but knowledge. They walked with the wisdom of centuries, without needing words. Their instinct was history, their routine, inheritance. And in this quiet movement, the Silk Road did not feel like a creation. It felt like a discovery, as if the path had always existed, hidden beneath the earth, waiting for these animals to trace it out step by step. Empires might declare they had built the route. Kings might claim they had ordered the trade. But the animals had walked it long before them and would walk it long after. They did not need borders. They did not need maps. They needed only the land beneath them and the rhythm of the next step. And when the caravans arrived at cities, Samarkand, Kashgar, Dunhuang, Aleppo, the animals stood at the gates, waiting quietly as humans unloaded silk, jade, pepper, porcelain, saffron, or lapis. They stood beneath arches carved with prayers, beside walls built by kings. They listened to 100 languages, watched deals sealed with coins and nods, but they did not chase gold. They did not seek glory. They rested in the shade, drank from troughs, and watched the sun shift slowly west. Then, when it was time, they turned and walked again. Out through the city gate, onto the path, back into the rhythm of the road. Always forward, always steady, always quiet. As the caravan moved onward, leaving behind the safety of city walls and the noise of markets, it entered once more into the vast, open silence of the land. The road ahead was long and familiar, not in name, but in feel. Each stone underfoot, each gust of wind, each shadow stretching across the plains felt like a memory being relived. The animals walked as they always had, without urgency, without question. Their movements were not rushed, because the Silk Road was never meant to be conquered in haste. It unfolded slowly, like a story whispered across centuries, chapter by chapter, step by patient step. Along the road, markers of past caravans dotted the landscape. A broken wheel, half buried in sand. A patch of worn earth where fires had burned long ago. A bleached bone, untouched for years, telling no tale but hinting at many. These signs were not mourned or feared. They were accepted. The road did not promise comfort. It offered continuity, and in that continuity, there was peace. The animals carried their burdens as they always did. The camels with their swaying, deliberate gait, moving like ships across waves of dust. Donkeys with their careful, precise steps, navigating uneven paths with quiet intelligence. Yaks, unbothered by altitude or cold, pressed forward without complaint. Horses, alert and proud, adjusted their pace to the caravan's rhythm, not needing reins to know when to stop or start. Each animal had its place. Each knew the role it played. And while the traders and handlers changed over the years, the animals remained constant. Passed down from father to son, master to apprentice, their value understood not in gold, but in trust. An old camel was not discarded. It was honored. It had walked the length of deserts more times than anyone could count. It had survived storms, bandits, droughts. Its face might be weathered, its pace slower, but its presence was grounding. A young handler might talk to it as if it were a teacher, because in many ways, it was. It knew the road better than any map. It sensed danger in ways no scout could explain. It had walked with silence and strength through terrain that swallowed the weak. And it kept going. At night, the caravan stopped once more. Fires were lit again. Water was rationed, grain measured. The animals knelt, shifted, sighed. Their breathing slowed as stars appeared. The humans slept in small tents or beneath the open sky, but the animals remained alert, ears twitching at distant sounds, eyes half closed, but always listening. For predators, for wind, for the subtle tremor of earth that meant another group approaching. In the darkness, their forms seemed larger, more ancient. They were not just transport. They were guardians of the journey, quiet sentinels standing in the space between lands. Sometimes, traders told stories beside the fire. Not loud, not for entertainment, but as a way to remember. Of a caravan caught in a sandstorm and saved only by the lead camel refusing to move, kneeling until the wind passed. Of a donkey that once returned alone from a raided group, finding its way back with torn packs and a haunted gaze. Of a horse that outran raiders through mountain passes, saving more than just goods, saving lives. These stories were passed quietly, without flourish. They were not tales of conquest or victory. They were acknowledgments of loyalty, of intuition, of the invisible partnership between man and animal across endless miles. Sometimes they were not stories at all, just gestures. A handler feeding his camel before himself, a trader stroking a donkey's ears as it slept, a boy brushing a horse's mane with slow, deliberate care. These moments were soft, easily missed, but in them lived the real heart of the Silk Road. Not in coins exchanged, not in scrolls signed, but in trust built without words. The animals of the Silk Road did not understand borders or politics. They knew only the journey, the rise and fall of the land, the patterns of wind, the scent of an oasis long before it could be seen. And so they walked, through kingdoms that would one day fall, across empires that would one day be forgotten. Their hooves tapped the rhythm of history not yet written, and they asked for nothing in return. No monuments, no recognition, just rest. A hand to lead them, a path to follow, and they would give the world in return. Silk to the west, gold to the east, stories to everyone in between. The road would remember them even if names did not. For every trade made, every culture touched, every language exchanged, had once rested on the back of a beast. And that truth, though quiet, walked farther than any empire. As the caravan continued along the endless expanse of the Silk Road, the path itself began to feel like something sacred. Not because it was lined with temples or guarded by monuments, but because it held the memory of countless lives that had passed that way before. Hoofprints, footprints, wheel tracks, the crushed scent of grass long since dried. Every step made by the animals was an echo of 1,000 other steps, made by other creatures long gone, whose bones may now lie beneath layers of dust and stone. The animals never rushed. They had no need to. They did not live by the urgency of coins or calendars. Their rhythm was shaped by need, by instinct, by the sky above and the earth beneath. The camel did not wonder how many miles remained. It felt the road in its legs, the air in its nostrils. It stopped when it needed, knelt when it must, and rose only when it was ready. This slowness was not laziness, it was wisdom. A kind of understanding that haste, in such a vast world, leads only to exhaustion. The donkey walked with equal determination, smaller, quieter, but no less sure of its place. It knew the edges of cliffs without seeing them. It knew which side of the trail was softer after rain. And it did its job with steady precision, never asking for reward. Its ears twitched with every unfamiliar sound, but it did not panic. It merely adjusted, adapted, and moved forward. The horse, proud and alert, watched the horizon with eyes that saw farther than any man. It sensed the tension of a rider before a word was spoken. It responded to shifts in mood, in posture, in silence. Its trust was earned, not demanded. It followed not just commands, but care, and when treated with respect, it would carry a rider across mountain and marsh with unshaken loyalty. Each animal had a gift, a language, a history of movement passed down through muscle and instinct. They did not need reins to know the way. They needed patience. They needed gentleness. And above all, they needed humans to understand that the journey was shared. Not commanded, shared. The humans, too, began to change. Those who walked the road long enough learned to listen more than they spoke. A young handler, loud and eager at first, eventually grew quiet. Not because of hardship, but because the road itself taught silence. It taught stillness. Watching the camel chew slowly under a blue sky. Watching the donkey choose the smoother path without guidance. Watching the horse stop at the first scent of unfamiliar danger. These were lessons not taught in cities. They were learned step by step, mile by mile. And in learning them, the humans became softer, more patient, more aware. In some places, the road curved through deep gorges, the walls rising on either side like the ribs of a great stone creature. The animals did not falter. They walked as they always did, trusting their feet, trusting the air, trusting each other. In other places, the path opened into wide plains, where wind swept across golden grasses and birds circled high above. Here, too, the animals did not change. They walked on, neither awed nor alarmed. They were not walking through scenery. They were walking through life. At night, under the stars, the handlers sometimes spoke to the animals, not to command, but to connect. A quiet word to a camel who had limped that day. A whispered story to a horse that could not sleep. A soft song near a donkey that twitched with some half-remembered dream. These were not acts of ownership. They were gestures of respect, of companionship, of love born from long shared miles. The road had no end for the animals. When they reached a city, they waited for the next one. When goods were unloaded, they were loaded again. They did not crave destination. They understood that the road was not a means to an end. It was the end itself. And in this understanding, they taught something precious to the humans who walked beside them. That progress is not speed. That arrival is not everything. That peace is found not in the finish line, but in the motion. The Silk Road was not just a line connecting cities. It was a thread stitching together people, cultures, languages, and beliefs. And the needle that pulled that thread, slowly and faithfully, was the animal caravan. Silent, strong, enduring, without ceremony, without glory, without expectation of reward. A camel that died on the road left no monument. A donkey that collapsed under the weight of salt or cinnamon was buried in quiet. A horse that stumbled in snow was mourned in silence, but they were remembered, in gestures, in habits, in the soft way a handler brushed a new animal's coat, in the way someone carried water farther than needed, just in case, in the way a journey began, not with haste, but with calm preparation. The Silk Road belonged to them as much as to any empire or merchant. It was their path, their legacy, and every time a new caravan set out, another chapter was written in a story that began not with words, but with footsteps, quiet, steady, true. In the quiet rhythm of the Silk Road, even the smallest details carried meaning. The way a handler placed a blanket beneath a camel's saddle, the careful folding of ropes after each day's travel, the slow, deliberate brushing of dust from a horse's flank. These were not chores, they were rituals, acts of care, of patience, of understanding. For both human and animal, routine was not just survival, it was comfort. A reassurance that even in the middle of endless wilderness, some things remained steady. The caravan moved through landscapes that changed like pages in a book. One day the earth was flat and dry, the wind whispering across cracked clay. The next it was rocky and cold, the path climbing towards snow-dusted ridges. Then came valleys lush with sudden green, where streams twisted between stones and birds called out into the silence. The animals adjusted without question. They knew not only how to walk, but how to wait, how to rest, how to endure. Their strength was not in force, but in their refusal to give in to discomfort. A camel walking beneath a blistering sun would not complain. It would shift its weight, lower its long lashes, and keep moving. A donkey, faced with a steep climb, would pause, measure its steps, and begin without panic. A horse, ears flicking at distant echoes, would alert its rider long before danger approached. In every motion there was knowledge, ancient, silent, inherited. At the edge of each new region, the caravan would pass through subtle boundaries, not marked by fences or guards, but by changes in architecture, in language, in scent. A different style of saddle, a new word for bread, a scent of unfamiliar spices hanging in the air. And with each shift, the animals adapted. They did not need to understand politics or trade alliances. They understood tone. They understood gesture. A kind hand was the same in every language. A soft voice meant calm. A heavy hand meant fear. The animals knew which strangers could be trusted, and often they knew before the humans did. At stopping points, where caravans paused for trade or shelter, animals from many regions would meet. A tall Bactrian camel might stand beside a lean Arabian horse. A Tibetan yak might share shade with a Syrian mule. There was no hierarchy among them, no sense of pride, no fear of difference, only presence. They sniffed one another, stood quietly side by side, and rested. They did not compete, they coexisted. For the animals of the Silk Road, life was not about conquest. It was about movement, balance, and survival. Humans watched and learned. A trader might strike a deal by watching how a new companion treated their horse. A merchant might trust a stranger whose animals were well fed and calm. The way one treated an animal was often the truest measure of character. And so, even when words failed or tempers rose, animals became bridges, shared ground between people with different gods, different flags, different dreams. The goods carried by these animals were varied and wondrous. Bundles of silk wrapped tightly against sand and wind, bricks of tea stacked neatly, jars of precious oil packed in straw, satchels of peppercorns, sacks of saffron, bolts of cotton dyed with indigo. But the animals did not know the value of these things. They did not care whether they bore silk or salt, gold or grain. Their task was not made noble by what they carried. It was made noble by how they carried it, with steadiness, with quiet, with grace. A well-trained animal did not need to be forced. It responded to care, to familiarity. It followed because it trusted, and trust, once earned, became unshakable. Even in hardship, when storms came, and they always came, animals were the first to sense the shift. The sky darkened, the wind changed. A camel stopped chewing and turned its head. A horse pawed the earth. A donkey grew restless. Handlers read these signs and acted quickly. Tarps were tied down, packs were secured, fires were doused. And then the waiting began. The animals would kneel, press close, endure. Their bodies shielded smaller ones from wind, their warmth shared beneath the open sky. No complaints, no cries, just stillness, just presence. When the storm passed, they rose, shook dust from their coats, and continued, not because they were commanded, but because they knew it was time. The Silk Road was not a test of strength, it was a test of balance, between will and patience, burden and rest, solitude and companionship. The animals carried this balance within them. They had no need for maps, or glory, or reward. Their reward was the journey itself, the feel of earth beneath them, the sound of footsteps in unison, the trust of a handler's hand resting on their neck. And so they walked, across deserts that stretched to the horizon, through forests dark and deep, along riverbanks lined with wild reeds, past shrines tucked into mountainsides, their hooves pressing softly into the dust of history, leaving behind not monuments, but paths others would follow, quiet trails carved not by conquest, but by care. As weeks stretched into months along the Silk Road, the caravan became something more than a line of travelers. It became a living organism, shaped by habit, by rhythm, by a quiet trust among all who moved together. The animals were its pulse. Their hooves were the heartbeat. And with every mile walked, the road became less of a destination and more of a companion. Each animal knew its part without needing instruction. The lead camel set the pace, steady and certain, knowing the route not from maps, but from memories stored deep within bone and instinct. Behind it, others followed in a calm line, their breath visible in the morning chill, their heads swaying gently with each step. Their eyes blinked slowly beneath thick lashes, watching but never rushing. They walked not to arrive, but because walking was their way of being. The donkey, quiet and determined, carried its load without complaint. It did not demand attention, but it earned respect through its sheer reliability. Where the path narrowed or rocks crowded the trail, it stepped with care. Where the heat shimmered in waves or the wind blew grit into every fold of cloth, it simply lowered its head and pressed forward. A creature of few needs and endless patience, the horses, graceful and alert, brought a quiet sense of watchfulness to the group. They listened to what humans could not hear, the crack of distant branches, the change in footfall, the tone of approaching travelers. Their ears turned like weather vanes, always searching. A soft snort, a flick of the tail, a sudden pause. These were their ways of speaking. The handlers listened. They had learned long ago that to ignore such signs was to invite trouble. Trusting the animals meant staying alive. The road passed through many lands, and with each new region came different scents and sounds. The cry of a hawk over dry cliffs, the rustle of reeds along a winding river, the low whistle of wind funneled through high mountain passes. But the animals remained calm. They had heard it all before. In some places, the sky opened wide, and the stars appeared close enough to touch. At night, handlers wrapped themselves in wool and tucked close to the animals, using their bodies for warmth. A donkey might shift slightly to offer its side. A camel might groan softly but remain still. There was a language spoken between them that had no words. It lived in gesture, in silence, in shared breath, and in that silence, stories were remembered. Not the kind found in scrolls or etched into palace walls, but the quiet kind, passed from father to son, from traveler to apprentice. Stories of animals who refused to leave fallen companions behind, of long nights when only a horse's footsteps could be heard through blinding snow, of young traders who grew into wise men by watching how camels chose their footing. These were not fairy tales. They were truths told in the language of lived experience. Every journey added to this archive, and the animals, though they could not speak, became the keepers of that archive. Each scar on a leg, each worn patch of fur, each slow blink beneath a heavy sun, these were entries in a book written not with ink, but with endurance. When one caravan passed another on the road, there was rarely noise, a nod, a raised hand, a shared glance. Sometimes an exchange of food or medicine, often nothing at all. But always the animals acknowledged one another, a brief sniff, a quiet breath. They knew they were part of something larger, an unspoken brotherhood of movement. In some resting places, animals were painted on walls, not grand portraits, but simple outlines: a camel with its burden, a horse with its head lowered. No names, no titles, just presence. A reminder to those who came after that this place had been walked before, that they were not the first, that the road welcomed those who moved with care. Along the Silk Road, everything valuable moved on the backs of animals. But it wasn't only silk or spices. It was ideas, languages, songs, gestures, smiles, a method of weaving past from one region to another. A lullaby learned from a stranger and sung to a child under different stars. A way of tying a saddle, of boiling tea, of mending leather. And in the space between cities, in the long stretches of land where only the sound of walking could be heard, these small details grew. They became culture, carried not by kings, but by caravans, by animals who asked for nothing but rest and water, who gave everything in return. And when finally, after weeks of walking, a caravan reached its next city, whether a dusty village with stone walls or a shining metropolis carved from desert trade, the animals stopped, waited, and rested. They watched the people barter and sell, weigh silver and shake hands. They watched the goods being lifted from their backs and carried away, but they did not seek praise. They stood in shadow or sun, breathed slowly, and waited for the next road, because for them, the city was not the end. The journey was not finished. It merely paused. And when the packs were once again tied, and the fire was put out, and the handler touched the lead rope with familiar fingers, they rose and walked on. The road continued as it always had, beyond the city gates and into the openness of the world once more. The dust settled behind the departing caravan, rising in soft clouds beneath the hooves and paws and quiet footsteps of the ones who had come to know this life, not as a journey, but as home. There were no parades when they left, no farewells shouted across the stone streets. The animals, loaded once more with goods and supplies, resumed their patient rhythm, moving through the space between civilizations with the same steadiness that had carried stories and spices for generations. The Bactrian camels, tall and lumbering, were the first to find their pace. Their steps were deliberate, their bodies swaying like boats on a low tide. They did not need guidance to know where to place each foot. Their sense of balance had been honed over years of walking on terrain that shifted beneath them. Sand, gravel, dry clay, frozen dirt, each surface spoke a different language, and the camels understood them all. Their humps, once emptied, slowly filled again with the reserves that would carry them across days of thirst and heat. Their eyelids, thick and fringed, protected them from dust. Their padded feet left prints like quiet signatures along the trail. Behind them, the donkeys moved with quicker steps, weaving around stones, ducking under overhanging branches, their smaller loads tied securely in symmetrical bundles. These animals, humble and often unnoticed, were among the most dependable. In the stories shared by handlers, it was often the donkey who returned after a disaster, the donkey who stood still when others panicked, the donkey who found the safest path without being told. Their ears twitched constantly, reading the air for signs of change. Then came the horses, sleek, focused, attuned to every movement around them. They carried riders or messages, sometimes both. They were the ones who rushed ahead when needed, or stayed behind to alert others. They didn't always rest when the others did. They waited near the edge of the caravan circle, eyes fixed on the trail behind or the horizon ahead. They were never truly at ease, not because they feared, but because they watched. They were the eyes of the road. Days turned to weeks again. The animals did not count them. Their only measurement was the change in temperature, the weight of the packs, the way the stars shifted overhead. The humans might speak of reaching Persia, or India, or Byzantium, but the animals cared only for the slope of the land, the presence of water, the feel of the wind. And yet, without these animals, those distant names would remain disconnected dots on a map. It was the animals who made the map real, with every hoof pressed into the earth. They connected towns to cities, deserts to oceans, people to one another. They were the bridge, not made of stone or wood, but of breath and movement and trust. At night, when the fires burned low and the handlers wrapped themselves in worn blankets, the animals stood or lay nearby, watching over the silence. Their bodies radiated warmth. Their presence brought calm, even when the cold crept down from the mountains or the sand shifted outside the tent flaps. There was no fear, only the quiet certainty that tomorrow they would rise again and continue. In some camps, children who had never seen a city learned from watching the animals. They mimicked the way ropes were tied, the way saddlecloths were folded, the way a soft voice calmed a restless mule. They learned not from lectures, but from presence. They understood, without needing to be told, that these creatures were not just carriers of goods, but keepers of peace. No caravan succeeded without its animals, and those who forgot that truth often did not last long on the road. Ill treatment led to delays, impatience led to injury, greed led to exhaustion. But those who treated their animals with care, who fed them first, who rested them often, who walked beside them instead of behind them, those were the ones who reached their destinations again and again. Along the Silk Road, success was not measured by how quickly one traveled, but by how well one moved, slowly, steadily, with respect. The animals needed little to give much: a bucket of water, a quiet place to sleep, a soft hand when the load grew heavy. And in return, they gave everything: strength, direction, endurance, and connection. Their legacy was not carved in marble or celebrated in songs, but it lived in the way roads were worn into the earth, in the paths that would one day become borders and trade routes and stories told across continents. And it lived in the hearts of those who had walked beside them, who had ridden quietly through the night with nothing but the sound of hooves and the endless stars above. These were the true architects of the Silk Road. Not the kings, not the merchants, but the animals who never spoke, never asked, and never stopped walking. Somewhere along the road, time seemed to dissolve. The days no longer announced themselves with urgency. The sun rose, the animals stood, the path continued. There were no calendars here, only the shifting of seasons, the color of the sky, the length of shadows falling behind tired legs. For the animal caravans, this was not monotony, it was rhythm. A song without end, one that moved not with melody, but with footsteps, slow, deliberate, constant. Each creature, whether camel or donkey or horse or yak, moved not because they were forced, but because movement was their nature. Their journey was not about obedience. It was about cooperation, about understanding the land, the weight they carried, and the people who walked beside them. As the caravan entered more distant territories, the surroundings changed yet again. The earth reddened in some places, dust rising in clouds that clung to fur and cloth alike. In others, it turned silver with frost, cracking underfoot. But always the animals continued. They walked across salt flats where nothing grew, through forests where green light flickered between the trees, over bridges made from wood or stone, or even the packed backs of other animals. The road was not always kind, but it was always there. In distant market towns, when the caravan arrived, the animals were led to the quiet corners of the square. They did not rush to be seen, did not bask in attention. They waited. They were fed, watered, brushed clean of dust. They stood beside stalls of turmeric, cinnamon, silk, and porcelain, listening to the exchange of many languages. Sometimes they watched as their burdens were lifted, one bundle at a time, and handed to new traders. A crate of tea passed from hand to hand. A bolt of brocade unrolled like a ribbon of color. Coins clinked, hands shook. Still, the animals stood in silence, their work uncelebrated, their loyalty unspoken. But those who lived this life knew better. A good handler always approached their animal first, before a deal was struck. They ran a hand down its side, checked the pressure of its straps, looked into its eyes. This was not sentiment. This was respect, mutual understanding. A wordless bond formed not from power, but from shared time and terrain. Many of these animals, though never counted among the great builders of cities or makers of laws, were in truth among the most essential forces of the ancient world. Without them, silk would never have reached Rome. Spices would never have flavored distant soups. Medicine, music, paper, and poetry would have remained locked within their birthplaces. The animals carried more than goods. They carried possibility, peaceful connection between people who had never met. They were the first ambassadors, quiet, steady, without politics, without ambition. And in their presence, people found common ground. A merchant from Damascus might not understand the language of a Chinese trader, but both could recognize the health of a good horse. Both knew the meaning of a tired donkey's gait. Both would pause to let a camel drink before finishing a negotiation. And in that pause was something human, something older than words. Even among conflict, the caravan had its own kind of peace. Raiders and storms, illness and loss, these came and went, but still the animals walked. Still they bore the next shipment, the next hope, the next prayer wrapped in cotton and hidden in a pouch. Some handlers grew old on the road. Their backs curved like the mountains they crossed. Their voices softened like the wind. And when they could walk no farther, it was often their animals that carried them the last stretch. Not as beasts of burden, but as companions. The camels with their slow, groaning rise. The donkeys nudging gently with their heads. The horses lowering their bodies so that old legs could swing over one last time. In these moments, there was no command. There was only care. Generations passed this way. Children born along the road grew up among hooves and bells, among dust and dew. They learned to braid rope before they learned to write. They knew how to pack grain to last 10 days before they knew the price of it. And when they laughed, it was often in the company of animals. A baby goat tied to a saddle, a sleepy horse nosing its way into a cookpot, a donkey lying down in the wrong spot, blocking the entire line until someone coaxed it up with dried figs and a song. These moments stitched joy into the long cloth of the journey. They reminded the travelers that life was not only about arrival, it was about companionship, about noticing the way a camel turns its head toward the wind, the way a horse rests its chin on a shoulder, the way a donkey simply stands beside you without need, without question. In these quiet gestures, the soul of the Silk Road was written, not in ink, not in gold, but in the silent loyalty of those who walked it together, step by step, mile by mile, across kingdoms and centuries, with nothing but patience and presence. There comes a point far down the road when even the horizon seems to soften. The light changes, the heat fades, the voice is quiet. The animals walk not toward a destination, but into a kind of memory, where every step is both present and past, familiar and forgotten. The Silk Road never truly ends, not in a gate, not in a port, not in the bustle of a market square. It lingers like dust on worn hooves, like the creak of wood and rope that never leaves the ears of those who've traveled it. In the final stretch of the journey, where the cargo has been traded, the coins counted, the faces unfamiliar, there is a quiet recognition that the most important part of the road was not what was bought or sold, but what was carried within. The animals feel it too. Their bodies tire, but their rhythm remains. Even as the weight lightens, they move with the same slow grace, as if the journey itself is the purpose. And perhaps it always was. A camel that has walked for decades may not remember every stop, every storm, every stretch of sand, but it remembers the way the wind shifts before the mountains. It remembers the scent of water just beyond the hill. It remembers the shape of kindness in a human's hand. These are the things that last. Not the silk or spices or scrolls, but the shared understanding built across miles of silence. For the caravan animals, legacy is not something written, it is something walked. Along forgotten trails where grass has grown over the dust. Along riverbeds where hoof prints once left patterns like script. Along ridgelines where only the wind now knows the names of those who passed. And what a legacy it is. For centuries, these animals shaped the world. Not with speeches or battles, but with quiet strength. They moved knowledge, taste, and beauty across the known earth. They brought saffron from Persia to the stews of the East. They carried jade from China to the jewelry of Rome. They bore books filled with new ideas, musical instruments, precious dyes, incense wrapped in cloth, glassware cushioned in straw. None of it would have moved without them. And yet they asked for no monument. They needed no statue. Their legacy lives in the paths they carved, and in the hearts of those who knew them. A child who grew up leading a donkey beside his mother now remembers that donkey more clearly than the cities they visited. A merchant who once rode his favorite mare through a mountain pass speaks her name in dreams. A young handler who learned to care for camels now teaches his own son to speak softly, to tie the harness with respect, to walk beside, not behind. These are the monuments, built not from stone, but from memory, not from fame, but from repetition. The repeated act of care, of attention, of presence. Even now, long after the great caravans have faded into history books and ruins, there are places where the echoes remain, where an old trail curves around a dry well, where a carved stone shows the faint image of a laden mule, where someone finds a coin or a scrap of cloth or a bone and knows that others once passed this way, slowly, carefully, together. The story of the Silk Road's animal caravans is not one of glory, but of grace, not one of conquest, but of connection. It is the story of those who carried the weight of civilization without asking for recognition, those who listened more than they spoke, those who endured the cold, the heat, the hunger, and the distance, not because they were forced, but because it was their way. And in that way, they changed everything. The world we know was not built in palaces. It was stitched together on the backs of camels and donkeys and horses and yaks, each carrying a piece of a larger world, step by quiet step. If you listen closely, you can still hear them. In the wind across the dunes, in the silence of high mountain trails, in the deep creak of ancient gates opening to long-forgotten trade posts. Their story is not over. It lives on in every road, every bridge, every map that dares to connect what once seemed far. And tonight, as you rest, as your thoughts grow slow and your breath deepens, know that you've walked with them for a while, that you followed their path, not in miles, but in imagination. You've heard their steps, felt their presence, and understood something simple and profound, that the quietest among us often carry the most, and that even the smallest step, taken in patience, leaves a trail that can last forever. So let the journey end now, not with a conclusion, but with stillness. Let your thoughts settle as the caravan settles under the stars. Let your breathing match the slow rhythm of the road, and let sleep come gently like a trusted companion beside you, silent, steady, and kind. And that was the end of our last story. Before we move on, if you're still here with me, half awake and drifting, please consider giving this video a like and maybe a quiet little subscribe so you won't miss the next sleepy tale. Now, let us continue our journey through quiet history with the next story in the Boring History for Sleep series. This one is called The Evolution of European Medieval Universities. In the quiet corridors of time, far before modern classrooms filled with screens and schedules, before the hum of electric lights and the clatter of keyboards, there were halls of stone and wood, lit by flickering candles, filled with parchment, whispers, and the scent of old books and damp wool. This is where the story of European medieval universities begins, not as grand institutions, but as gatherings of minds under roofs borrowed from monasteries, cathedrals, and sometimes taverns. The idea of the university in Europe did not emerge from a single place, nor from a single decree. It grew slowly, almost accidentally, from the needs of those who sought to learn and those who needed to teach. In the early Middle Ages, education was mostly the work of monasteries. Monks read texts, copied them, preserved knowledge that had nearly vanished in the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. But by the 11th and 12th centuries, something began to change. Cities were growing, trade was reviving, and with it, a hunger for knowledge returned. Not just spiritual knowledge, but practical, legal, medical, and philosophical knowledge. In response to this need, the first universities began to form, not as buildings, but as communities. The Latin word universitas simply meant a guild, a collective. In this case, it meant a guild of teachers and students, a group bound not by walls, but by shared purpose. The University of Bologna, often considered the oldest university in continuous operation, began in the late 11th century, around the 1080s. It was a university of law, where students gathered to study the rediscovered texts of Roman jurisprudence. What made Bologna different was its structure. The students organized and hired the professors. They paid fees, set expectations, and protected their academic interests. This student-led model gave rise to many tensions, but also to a sense of shared responsibility between learner and teacher. Elsewhere in Paris, a different model took shape. Around the early 12th century, the schools clustered around the Notre Dame Cathedral and other parts of the city coalesced into what became the University of Paris. Here, the masters held more control. It was a faculty-centered university with theology at its core. Students came from all over Europe to study the words of Aristotle, filtered through Latin translations, interpreted through the lens of Christian doctrine. Philosophy, logic, and metaphysics were central. Paris would soon be known for its theological authority, a reputation it carried for centuries. At Oxford, a university began to form in the late 12th century, around 1096, though it grew more substantially in the early 13th century. It likely formed in part as an extension of the influence of Paris, and in part as an independent evolution. Its growth accelerated after tensions in Paris led English students and scholars to return home. Cambridge would follow later, in 1209. Reportedly founded by scholars fleeing trouble in Oxford, these early universities were not marked by grand libraries or ivy-covered towers. They existed in borrowed spaces, churches, rented rooms, shared halls. Students often lived poorly. They were young, mostly male, and came from all walks of life, though often with some church affiliation or sponsorship. Their clothing was simple, their books were few, but they carried in their minds the ambition to understand the world, its laws, its medicine, its structure, and its divine mystery. A typical course of study might begin with the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, followed by the quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. This was the foundation of a liberal arts education. After these, a student might continue into law, medicine, or theology. Teaching was done in Latin, lectures were read aloud from books, since books were rare and expensive. Students took notes on wax tablets or in margins. Disputation, a formalized style of debate, was central to learning. 2 sides, 1 question, arguments and rebuttals, logic tested aloud. Learning was not passive, it was rigorous, it was mental training. It was, in many ways, an echo of monastic discipline applied to secular knowledge. Universities also began to receive charters, grants of autonomy from the Pope or local monarchs. These charters gave them certain freedoms, the right to govern themselves, to set curriculum, to confer degrees. The degree itself, a licentia dicendi, was originally a license to teach, and it carried weight across borders. A scholar trained in Paris might find work in Cologne, or Bologna, or Oxford. In this way, universities became transnational long before the idea of modern nations. They were connected by language, Latin, and by a shared curriculum. The rise of universities did not happen in isolation. It was part of a larger movement, the 12th century Renaissance, a revival of classical texts, a rediscovery of Aristotle and Galen, a renewed interest in science, logic, and law. The translation of Arabic and Greek texts into Latin brought new perspectives into the West, and the university became the place where those perspectives were discussed, debated, and passed on. Not always peacefully, not always quickly, but persistently, quietly, step by step. As the medieval universities of Europe began to take shape and spread, their purpose deepened, slowly shifting from a loose gathering of curious minds to structured centers of academic life. Yet even as their reputations grew, the day-to-day reality for students and teachers remained humble, often harsh, and rooted in a simplicity that modern eyes might find surprising. A university was not a campus. There were no dormitories with numbered rooms, no scheduled tours or glossy handbooks. Most students lived in small rented rooms, often cold, often shared, always sparse. A wooden bed if one was fortunate, a stool, a chest, a candle, and sometimes not even these. The students came young, many no older than 14 or 15. They had already mastered Latin by the time they arrived, for Latin was the language not only of instruction, but of every conversation within academic walls. Even jokes and insults were flung in Latin. For these young men, and they were almost exclusively men, education was a pathway, not a guarantee. Some came from wealth, their tuition and living expenses paid by noble families. Others relied on scholarships or clerical sponsorship, or scraped together support by singing in choirs, copying manuscripts, or tutoring younger boys. The streets around the universities were loud and unpredictable. The townspeople did not always welcome the students, who were often loud, unruly, and exempt from local law under university protections. Fights between town and gown were not rare. Universities began to develop their own legal systems, judicial courts to try disputes among students and faculty. This autonomy, known as benefit of clergy, often placed universities in tension with the cities they inhabited. Inside the lecture halls, learning was not leisurely. Professors, called magistri, would stand or sit at the front of the room and read aloud from a central text, often a work by Aristotle, Boethius, or one of the church fathers. Since books were rare and copied by hand, students relied entirely on listening and writing. The classroom was silent except for the steady drone of the lecturer and the scratch of quills on parchment or wax tablets. Memorization was essential. So too was repetition. Disputations, or structured debates, trained students to argue both sides of a question, not for the sake of victory, but to sharpen logic and expose subtle flaws in reasoning. Theology was the queen of the sciences, but logic, rhetoric, and grammar, the tools of persuasion and understanding, were just as vital. In this world, learning was not about information. It was about formation, the slow, patient construction of a mind capable of discerning truth, defending it with reason, and anchoring it in tradition. Exams were rare, but rigorous. They took the form of public disputations, oral tests, and defenses before panels of faculty. To receive a degree was to receive not just a piece of parchment, but permission to teach others. The licencia docendi marked one as part of a growing brotherhood of scholars who moved from city to city, carrying ideas as surely as merchants carried goods. The structure of the university itself resembled a guild. The faculty, known as the masters, governed the curriculum, decided the rules, and sometimes even controlled admissions. At times, students held power, particularly in Bologna, where they paid the salaries of professors and could fine them for missing lectures or failing to meet expectations. In other places, such as Paris or Oxford, the masters held more sway. Over time, universities adopted formal seals, charters, and degrees. The three traditional faculties, arts, law, and medicine, stood below theology, which remained the highest calling. To become a doctor of theology might take 20 years or more, and even then, it was not a guarantee of wealth or status. It was a calling to serve truth, to engage deeply with faith, to teach others in turn. University life was deeply tied to the church. Most professors were clerics. Many students took minor orders. Academic robes resembled clerical dress, and the calendar followed the liturgical year. Holidays aligned with feasts. Fasting days shaped the rhythms of dining, and within the classroom, scripture and logic danced constantly, debating the mystery of the Trinity, the meaning of grace, the role of the soul. Yet even with its religious roots, the university allowed for exploration. The reintroduction of Aristotle's natural philosophy, largely through Arabic translations, opened new fields of inquiry. Medicine was studied through the works of Galen and Hippocrates, law through Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis. Astronomy, music, and arithmetic became more refined. Slowly, a broader world of thought began to emerge, and as students returned to their home countries, they carried with them not just facts, but habits of thought. The medieval university did not aim to change the world overnight, but in its quiet, structured way, it began to build the intellectual habits that would one day shape the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the scientific revolutions to come. In stone halls and under candlelight, with borrowed books and tired hands, it began with a simple premise: that the world could be understood, that truth could be pursued, and that minds, like roads, could stretch farther than the eye could see. As the medieval university model matured across Europe, its influence grew beyond the classroom and lecture hall, reaching into society, shaping professions, and subtly reshaping the way people thought about authority, knowledge, and tradition. By the late 13th and early 14th centuries, many major cities across the continent had their own institutions of learning, modeled after Bologna, Paris, or Oxford. Each university bore the stamp of its origins. Some were oriented toward law and civil administration, others rooted deeply in theology, while a few placed their emphasis on medicine or the liberal arts. Yet despite these regional differences, there remained a shared intellectual culture, tied together by Latin, a common curriculum, and a growing web of scholars who traveled from place to place in pursuit of teaching, learning, and sometimes simply survival. Professors, often referred to as masters, became recognized figures in their communities. Although the privileges that came with their titles varied, they often held clerical status and were expected to adhere to church rules, but their duties extended well beyond the pulpit or monastery. They were not only transmitters of old knowledge, but increasingly interpreters, critics, and even innovators. While it would be anachronistic to call them scientists in the modern sense, they laid important groundwork for systematic inquiry. They asked precise questions about nature, ethics, language, and logic. They returned again and again to the teachings of Aristotle, Boethius, Augustine, and Aquinas, not simply to memorize them, but to wrestle with them, to pull meaning from complexity, to question how the parts fit into the whole. Students, too, began to develop stronger identities, not merely as passive recipients of lectures, but as members of a scholarly body with rights, responsibilities, and ambitions. Student guilds, especially in universities like Bologna, helped secure better treatment from townspeople, negotiated housing terms, and ensured that instructors delivered quality education. These organizations sometimes clashed with local governments or church officials, but they also fostered a sense of community among scholars. Students could spend anywhere from 4 to 10 years pursuing their degrees, depending on their chosen faculty. A Bachelor of Arts might be earned in 4 years, followed by further studies to achieve a master's or doctor's title. In theology, the process was longer and more rigorous, requiring extensive disputations and deep knowledge of scripture and church doctrine. In medicine, students studied Galen, Hippocrates, and later Arabic commentators like Avicenna, using theory to guide practice in a world where anatomy was not yet explored directly due to religious restrictions. Despite these challenges, medieval universities became hubs of intellectual energy, drawing students from France, Italy, Germany, England, and beyond. Some became permanent residents in their university towns, while others wandered from one school to another, following a famous master or fleeing political unrest. This mobility created a network of scholarly exchange long before national borders were rigidly defined. And wherever they went, they brought with them not only ideas, but habits of questioning, of organizing arguments, of distinguishing appearance from essence, logic from rhetoric, faith from superstition. One of the most transformative aspects of the medieval university was the development of scholasticism, a method of learning rooted in dialectical reasoning. Rather than memorizing and repeating truths handed down by authority, scholastic thinkers trained themselves to analyze competing viewpoints, isolate contradictions, and seek harmonies between reason and revelation. This was not simply a method, it was a worldview. It assumed that truth could be found, even within complexity, and that human reason, when rightly ordered, was a reliable tool for exploring the mysteries of the universe. Scholasticism found its most iconic champion in Thomas Aquinas, a Dominican friar who taught in Paris and other major centers. His work, especially the Summa Theologiae, attempted to synthesize Christian doctrine with Aristotelian philosophy, presenting theological arguments with precision, clarity, and systematic depth. Aquinas did not reject faith, he refined it, giving it structure through logic and consistency. His approach became a model for generations of theologians and philosophers, deeply influencing Catholic thought and university instruction for centuries to come. But not all agreed with this synthesis. Some thinkers warned against relying too heavily on pagan philosophers. Others feared that rational inquiry might undermine spiritual devotion. These debates were not peripheral. They were central to the life of the university. For while these institutions were rooted in tradition, they were also places where tension lived, between old and new, faith and reason, authority and inquiry. It was in navigating these tensions that the medieval university found its enduring strength. It taught students not what to think, but how to think, how to question respectfully, how to build an argument, how to recognize contradiction and search for coherence. Over time, these skills filtered into broader society. Church councils, royal courts, and even merchant guilds began to adopt forms of debate and documentation that echoed university methods. Law codes grew more structured. Diplomacy became more articulate. Sermons became more refined. The world outside the university began to mirror the intellectual habits cultivated within its walls. And though many graduates entered the clergy or became teachers themselves, others found their way into royal service, into administration, into roles where their education allowed them to interpret laws, manage property, advise rulers, and organize complex systems. In this way, the medieval university did more than preserve knowledge. It planted seeds that would grow far beyond its stone walls and lecture halls, quietly, patiently, one student, one manuscript, one question at a time. As the centuries passed and the medieval university came more firmly embedded in the fabric of European society, its influence spread beyond the walls of lecture halls and the pages of worn manuscripts. It seeped into the way people thought, governed, prayed, and remembered. Education had once been the near-exclusive domain of the church, a privilege reserved for monks, clerics, and the occasional noble. But the university introduced something different, a slow, careful expansion of who had access to knowledge and what that knowledge meant. While it would be many centuries before education became truly widespread or democratic, the medieval university represented a significant shift. Learning became a recognized path not only to spiritual understanding, but to influence, mobility, and even power. In cities where universities took root, their presence was impossible to ignore. The rhythm of student life, its lectures, disputations, and feast days, became part of the city's own tempo. Taverns catered to scholars. Tailors stitched robes in faculty colors. Scribes and booksellers found customers among the ever-growing class of literate young men. In many places, the university became one of the largest and most stable institutions, rivaling the cathedral or the market in its permanence and prestige. Universities began to take pride in their alumni. They counted among their graduates future bishops, chancellors, abbots, physicians, and philosophers. These men carried the intellectual stamp of their alma mater into courtrooms, councils, and chancelleries. Their words bore authority not only because of their position, but because of the training behind it. A training built on rigorous argument, shared texts, and the discipline of methodical thought. At the same time, universities remained surprisingly fluid. There were no set buildings for centuries. Lectures might take place in rented halls or side chapels, and dining arrangements were often haphazard. The experience of studying in Bologna differed from that of Paris or Oxford, but the essential structure, the focus on logic, disputation, and a shared intellectual heritage, remained consistent. What bound them together was not infrastructure, but culture. A culture shaped by Latin grammar, by the preservation of texts, and by the sense that knowledge was something to be pursued not for its own sake alone, but as a path toward better understanding of the divine order, of human law, and of the self. The university also shaped the way time was experienced. Academic calendars were tied to religious feasts and seasons. Terms began after Easter or Christmas. Exams were often scheduled just before Lent. The rhythm of the liturgical year became the rhythm of intellectual life. There was something deeply contemplative about this structure, a slow unfolding of ideas, in harmony with the cycle of fasting and feasting, of darkness and light. This connection to time also influenced the way students saw themselves. They were not just learners, they were part of something larger and older, a tradition reaching back to the Church Fathers, to Aristotle and Cicero, to a chain of thinkers whose words had been preserved across centuries. Every lecture, every disputation, was a step along a path that began before them and would continue long after. And so identity was shaped not only by where one studied, but by the very act of study itself. To be a scholar was to join a lineage, to belong to a fellowship of minds scattered across space and time. But access to this fellowship remained limited. Women were largely excluded from formal university education. Though some learned in convents, and a few gained renown as writers or thinkers, the institutional structure of the university was closed to them. Likewise, those outside the Latin Christian world, Jews, Muslims, and members of Eastern Orthodox communities, were either entirely barred or severely restricted from participation. Still, even within these boundaries, the model of the university had begun to inspire. Schools sprang up elsewhere, sometimes in imitation, sometimes in parallel. In the Islamic world, institutions like Al-Qarawiyyin and Al-Azhar already had centuries-long traditions of scholarship. In Byzantium, monastic and imperial schools carried their own legacy. Yet the European medieval university had a distinctive feature, the conferral of degrees that carried recognition beyond local borders. A Master of Arts from Paris could teach in Padua. A Doctor of Theology from Oxford could find work in Cologne. This portability of credentials gave rise to an international academic class, wandering scholars who followed opportunity, reputation, and occasionally exile. These wandering scholars, known as clerici-vagantes, left their mark not only in the lecture halls, but in literature and legend. Some wrote biting poetry mocking university life. Others penned guides to help students survive on little money. A few turned their education into political careers. They carried more than books. They carried a culture, and this culture, slowly began to change how people thought about authority. The master was no longer simply a priest or elder to be obeyed. He was a man who had earned his place through demonstration of skill, through defensive argument, through mastery of texts. Authority became, at least in part, something that could be earned, not merely inherited. This subtle shift had far-reaching consequences. In time, it would underpin the logic of meritocracy, the belief in advancement through learning. It would influence how guilds structured apprenticeship, how courts recorded evidence, how churches trained preachers. The idea that one could rise through study, not only through birth, was seeded in these early classrooms, and it grew quietly, steadily, across generations. Thus, the university became not just a place of instruction, but a crucible for identity and aspiration, a symbol of the mind's capacity to transcend place, class, and even mortality. The parchment may fade, the candle may flicker, but the questions endure. By the later Middle Ages, roughly the 14th and 15th centuries, the medieval university had settled into a rhythm. It was no longer a new or uncertain experiment. It had become an institution, respected, protected, and sometimes even feared. The university's role in society had grown beyond education into the realm of political influence, cultural preservation, and, increasingly, as a quiet incubator of change. Still rooted in Latin, still structured around disputation and commentary, the university now found itself both sustaining tradition and wrestling with emerging pressures. One of the most significant developments during this time was the slow expansion of the curriculum. For centuries, theology had reigned as the queen of the sciences, with law and medicine following behind. But in the growing cities of Europe, new needs emerged. Commerce was expanding, state administration was growing more complex, and with the rise of urban wealth came a new class of citizens who were not clerics, not nobles, but who valued education nonetheless. Universities responded, slowly, by allowing new fields to develop. The study of civil law, already strong in Bologna, spread into other parts of Europe. Canon law remained vital for church officials, but secular law increasingly shaped how towns governed themselves and how kings ruled their courts. In medicine, study moved beyond text to include observation, diagnosis, and in some places, even the human body itself. Though dissection was rare and tightly regulated, it became slightly more accepted in some university cities. Anatomy lectures were often held during winter, when corpses decayed more slowly. These were carefully controlled events, watched by professors and students with both awe and caution. Natural philosophy, what we might now call science, also grew. The works of Aristotle, which had entered Europe earlier via Arabic translations, became central to the curriculum. But alongside Aristotle came new voices: Avicenna, Averroes, and other Islamic scholars whose commentaries shaped how Western thinkers interpreted logic, astronomy, and medicine. This cross-cultural borrowing, though often unacknowledged, enriched the intellectual landscape. Meanwhile, the arts faculty, which provided the foundational education for all students, became a place of growing exploration. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric remained essential. But increasingly, these were tools for more than theology. They became tools for understanding law, politics, and even poetry. A student might study the structure of a legal argument, then apply the same method to a philosophical problem or a literary analysis. This versatility of method gave the university its subtle power. It trained minds not in content alone, but in a way of thinking. Outside the classroom, the world was changing. The 14th century saw crisis after crisis: the Great Famine, the Black Death, and social unrest. Universities were not immune. Many lost students to plague. Some closed temporarily. Professors died. Entire faculties disappeared. But the institution endured. When cities rebuilt, universities often reappeared among the first signs of recovery. They were seen as essential, not for immediate survival, but for long-term continuity. They preserved law, trained administrators, offered medical advice, and above all, reminded communities that knowledge, like faith, could outlast suffering. It was during this time that the relationship between universities and secular rulers began to deepen. Kings and princes saw the value in educated advisors. They founded universities to train clerks and jurists loyal to the crown. In return, they granted privileges, tax exemptions, charters, and protections. Universities, which had once looked only to the church for support, now navigated a more complex political terrain. This brought advantages, resources, prestige, but also tensions. Who had the final say in curriculum? Who could appoint rectors? Who controlled the hiring of professors? These were not mere bureaucratic matters. They revealed the growing importance of the university as a site of influence. With that importance came critique. Some theologians feared that universities had become too worldly, too focused on law and rhetoric, and not enough on salvation. Others warned of pride among scholars, of intellectual arrogance and endless debate that led nowhere. Satirical literature from this period pokes fun at the professor who speaks endlessly but says little, the student who knows every argument but understands nothing. These critiques, though exaggerated, reflected real concerns about the purpose of education. Was it for wisdom or for advancement? For truth or for status? In many ways, the medieval university was both a sanctuary and a mirror. It reflected the hopes and anxieties of a changing world. And quietly, within its walls, new ideas continued to form. Humanism began to emerge in Italy, a movement that valued classical texts, moral philosophy, and the study of language for its beauty as well as its utility. Though it did not immediately replace scholasticism, it offered a new voice in the conversation, one that emphasized the dignity of man, the value of eloquence, and the possibility of learning not just to know, but to live well. This shift was gentle at first. It did not break the university, but it stretched it. Professors began to include Cicero and Virgil alongside Augustine. They studied Latin style, not only logic. They examined historical texts not only for theological meaning, but for insight into politics, ethics, and culture. The seeds of the Renaissance were being quietly sown, and the university, true to its nature, absorbed, debated, and slowly adapted. It would not abandon its roots, but it would grow new branches, patiently, quietly. In rooms lit by candlelight, as students copied lines by hand, listened to voices echoing off stone, and asked questions that had no easy answers. By the 15th century, the medieval university found itself at the crossroads of tradition and change. While it had begun as a structure rooted in theology and shaped by the rhythms of religious life, it now stood at the threshold of a world gradually reawakening to classical antiquity, humanist ideals, and new tools of communication. Within the quiet walls of the university, where for centuries knowledge had been passed down through memory and handwritten text, a silent revolution was beginning, one that would alter the pace and reach of learning forever. The invention of the printing press around 1440, credited to Johannes Gutenberg, marked a turning point not only for European society, but also for the very nature of education. Until that moment, all books had been copied by hand, a laborious and expensive process that limited access to knowledge and kept university libraries small and tightly controlled. A single book could take months or even years to produce. Students relied on personal notes, oral lectures, or the occasional loan from a wealthy patron or monastery. But with the press, books became faster to produce, cheaper to acquire, and easier to share. The immediate impact was modest. Early printed books, or incunabula, were often still styled to resemble manuscripts, complete with elaborate initials and marginal space for personal notes. But over time, the press accelerated the spread of ideas. University texts, once rare and guarded, could now be reproduced in dozens, even hundreds of copies. A professor's commentary on Aristotle or a student's disputation on natural law might reach readers in cities the author had never seen. The spread of books brought both opportunity and anxiety. On one hand, it promised a democratization of learning. More students could read more books more quickly and with fewer errors. On the other hand, it raised fears about control. Who would decide which texts were printed? Who would ensure their accuracy? Who would defend orthodoxy if falsehoods could be so easily multiplied? Universities responded cautiously. Some embraced the press, establishing relationships with local printers to produce standardized editions of core texts. Others resisted, worried about the flood of unregulated material and the potential dilution of traditional teaching. But the change was unstoppable. A student arriving at the University of Paris or Heidelberg in 1490 might now carry a printed textbook rather than a hand-copied manuscript. Lectures could follow a shared edition. Notes could reference specific page numbers. This subtle shift transformed the rhythm of learning, from a slow oral absorption of wisdom into a more visual, textual, and comparative process. It also made possible the rise of academic specialties. As books became more accessible, scholars could delve deeper into specific authors, topics, or techniques. The generalist scholar gave way, slowly, to the specialist. One professor might devote years to Cicero's rhetoric, another to Galen's anatomy, another to the canon law of Gratian. This narrowing of focus enriched the depth of knowledge, but it also changed the experience of the student. The university became a place not only to form the mind broadly, but to refine it sharply. Outside the university, political and religious tensions grew. The church, still a central force in intellectual life, began to face challenges, from reformers who questioned its practices, and from lay people who demanded a more personal connection to faith. Universities, once bastions of orthodoxy, became sites of debate. Some protected tradition, others nurtured dissent. By the early 1500s, professors and students alike would find themselves caught in the early winds of the Reformation, a movement that would shake Europe's foundations and forever alter the university's relationship with religion, authority, and the written word. Yet even amid these changes, the university continued its quiet work. It still trained clergy, doctors, lawyers, and scribes. It still conducted disputations in Latin, still honored the structure of degrees: bachelor, master, doctor. Robes were still worn, bells still rang, candles still flickered over parchment, even as the printed page began to glow with new potential. The great strength of the university was not its ability to resist change, but to absorb it, to carry the wisdom of the past forward, even as new paths opened. It adapted not through revolution, but through persistence. A student in the year 1500 might have looked very much like his counterpart from 1300, robes, books, a quiet hunger for knowledge, but the world he entered was shifting. Ideas moved faster now. Networks of scholars reached farther. The tools of learning had multiplied. And yet the questions remained much the same. What is the nature of justice? How should we live? What lies beyond the stars and within the soul? The medieval university, now aging into something more modern, still whispered the same invitation: to come and sit, to read and write, to listen and speak, to join the centuries-long conversation that gave shape to human thought. In a world on the edge of transformation, it remained a place of reflection, a place where time slowed, minds opened, and the long arc of inquiry bent gently toward understanding. No trumpets announced its legacy, no monuments marked its silent triumphs, but in stone rooms and under vaulted ceilings, the medieval university continued its work, quietly, persistently, and with a faith in reason that would outlast even the printing press itself. As the 16th century unfolded, the medieval university, now an institution with centuries of history behind it, entered a period of quiet transformation. No longer simply the preserve of monks and clerics, the university increasingly became a tool of the emerging nation-state. Monarchs and princes, conscious of the importance of administrative expertise, legal coherence, and intellectual prestige, began to take a more active role in shaping academic life. In this period, universities were not simply centers of learning, they became reflections of national priorities, political ideologies, and religious alignments. Some universities thrived under royal patronage, their professors appointed directly by the crown, their lectures shaped by courtly expectations. Others struggled, caught between shifting allegiances during the Age of Reformation and Counter-Reformation. The Protestant Reformation, in particular, created new intellectual fault lines. Universities in Protestant regions often revised their curricula, removing or downplaying scholastic theology in favor of humanist studies, classical languages, and biblical interpretation rooted in the original Hebrew and Greek. In Catholic territories, universities remained bastions of orthodoxy, reinforced by the newly formed Jesuit colleges, which emphasized rigorous training, moral discipline, and loyalty to church teaching. Across both spheres, one could feel the university adapting, quietly but deliberately, to a world of changing authorities. Even the languages of instruction began to shift. Latin remained the standard of scholarship, but vernacular languages gained ground in public lectures and printed materials. French, German, English, Spanish, and Italian became tools of both scholarship and identity. A French student reading Erasmus or Montaigne might feel not only intellectually inspired, but culturally affirmed. Slowly, a sense of national academic identity began to take root. Yet even amid these changes, the essential structure of the university held firm. Students still followed a rhythm of lectures, disputations, and examinations. Professors still wore robes, conducted classes at set hours, and taught within a curriculum that honored Aristotle, Cicero, and Augustine. But beneath this continuity, deeper shifts were taking place. The idea of knowledge itself was evolving. Where the medieval university had largely seen knowledge as the recovery and harmonization of eternal truths, the early modern period introduced a more dynamic view, one that saw knowledge as expanding, discoverable, and provisional. This change was subtle at first, but it marked the beginning of the modern scientific outlook. In the 17th century, figures like Francis Bacon and René Descartes began to challenge older methods. They argued that true understanding came not from commentary on ancient texts, but from observation, experiment, and rational method. Their ideas circulated through books, letters, and informal academies, but they also began to influence university instruction. In some places, professors of natural philosophy cautiously included the works of Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler. In others, they resisted, wary of the theological implications. Still, the direction was clear. The university, once oriented almost entirely toward authority and tradition, now faced a new horizon: discovery. This did not mean that universities became laboratories overnight. Most still lacked the infrastructure, funding, and conceptual openness required for scientific research. But the groundwork was being laid. The very idea of the university as a place not only to transmit knowledge but to generate it, this idea, quietly revolutionary, began to take root. Alongside these intellectual developments came changes in student life. The student body became more diverse, not in terms of gender or class, those boundaries remained stubbornly in place, but in terms of purpose. Some students came to prepare for careers in the church or civil service. Others came for prestige, for social connection, or simply to fulfill family expectations. Some stayed for years, while others drifted in and out. The university town remained a unique space, part scholarly retreat, part urban microcosm. Inns, printers, cafes, and bookstores grew alongside lecture halls. Professors became not just educators, but public intellectuals, offering commentary on matters of law, faith, and governance. Some universities began to publish their own journals and proceedings, and in a few places, students organized societies, gathering after hours to read poetry, debate politics, or discuss recent discoveries. The rhythms of university life began to extend beyond the classroom. And yet, for all these developments, the essential quietness of the university remained. It was not a place of spectacle. It did not seek attention. Its greatest changes unfolded slowly, through conversations, through footnotes, through marginalia in old books. It shaped the world not by shouting, but by thinking. As Europe edged toward the Enlightenment, the university stood both as a relic of the past and a seedbed of the future. It carried within its walls the voices of 1,000 years, the chants of monks, the logic of scholastics, the dreams of humanists, the doubts of reformers, and the visions of scientists, all of it layered, intertwined, and gently evolving. It is easy to forget that much of what we now call progress, reason, experiment, skepticism, debate, grew first in these old stone buildings, beneath candlelight, among scholars in robes, speaking Latin to one another as the world outside shifted and turned. They were not chasing fame. They were not seeking wealth. They were, in their own quiet way, listening to the world, asking it questions, and waiting patiently for it to answer. By the dawn of the 18th century, European universities stood at the threshold of a new age. Though still bearing the marks of their medieval origins, Latin mottos, robed faculty, and candlelit halls, they had begun to quietly reshape themselves in the image of modernity. The Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, empiricism, and systematic thinking, did not crash into the university like a storm. Instead, it filtered in gently, through books, through correspondence, and through the slow expansion of the university library. For centuries, the university had depended on a limited selection of texts, those approved by church or tradition, those copied painstakingly by hand, or acquired with great effort. But by the 18th century, printing had matured. Libraries grew steadily, not just in size but in organization. Catalogs were created. Systems of classification began to emerge. Scholars no longer memorized every book in a collection. Instead, they learned how to find them, how to reference them, how to navigate an expanding sea of knowledge. The library transformed from a treasure vault into a tool. Shelves no longer held only theology and classical texts, but also treatises on chemistry, volumes on history, compendiums of foreign travel, and philosophical debates about human rights, government, and the nature of the cosmos. This silent accumulation of knowledge reshaped what it meant to study. A student might still begin with logic and rhetoric, but soon they would encounter Newton's laws, Locke's political theories, or Buffon's natural histories. These were not just facts to be absorbed, they were systems to be explored. The university's role evolved from that of a guardian of old truths to a cultivator of inquiry. Professors began to publish more regularly, and some universities even encouraged original research, particularly in the natural sciences. Laboratories were rare but growing. Dissection rooms became more common in medical faculties. In some places, telescopes were added to observatories built atop university towers. There remained resistance, of course. Not every scholar welcomed these changes. Many preferred the comfort of long-established curricula, the clarity of Aristotle, the moral certainty of Augustine. But others, especially the younger faculty and the more inquisitive students, leaned forward. They saw in these changes not a threat, but an invitation to see the world anew. Still, even amid this quiet shift, the university remained deeply methodical. Progress came not through sudden upheaval, but through structure. Courses were still bound to term calendars. Degrees still required years of study, careful examination, and formal approval. The concept of academic rank solidified. Professors were distinguished from lecturers, assistants from full chairs. Salaries, once haphazard, became formalized. Teaching hours were recorded. Student behavior was regulated. The university was becoming a profession. This professionalization affected how knowledge was transmitted. Professors began to craft lectures with more precision. Some published their notes as textbooks, shaping generations of thought through careful phrase and argument. Pedagogy, once an oral tradition passed from master to student, became a written legacy. In the larger cities, new universities were founded, not always on the medieval model, but with state support and modern infrastructure. Their architecture reflected Enlightenment ideals: clean lines, open halls, spaces for public lectures and demonstrations. These were places meant not only for study, but for visibility. Knowledge was no longer confined to cloisters. It was something to be shown, debated, and displayed. Public lectures became more common, often advertised in city papers. Audiences included not just students, but merchants, artisans, even visiting nobles. Education had begun to stretch beyond the university walls, and with this widening audience came a change in tone. Scholars who once wrote only for their peers now considered clarity, accessibility, even persuasion. They sought not just to know, but to explain. This shift in audience also changed the subjects of inquiry. Where theology and logic had once dominated, now subjects like economics, botany, political philosophy, and comparative languages found space in the curriculum. The university was no longer just a path to the pulpit or the chancery. It had become a mirror of the world, reflecting its complexity, its challenges, and its hopes. Slowly, new disciplines were born. Psychology began to emerge from philosophy. Sociology took root in moral sciences. Engineering separated from mathematics. The great branching of modern knowledge had begun, and the university stood quietly at its root, organizing, refining, and supporting. Still, for all this growth, the essence of university life remained contemplative. A student walking across a cobbled courtyard in 1760 might still hear the distant murmur of Latin disputation. A professor might still light a candle at dawn, mark a parchment with careful ink, and step slowly into his lecture chamber. The world outside was changing, revolutions brewing, empires expanding, sciences unfolding. But within the walls of the university, time moved gently. Here, ideas were shaped not by urgency, but by patience. Not by noise, but by thought. The Enlightenment had opened the university to new light, but the foundation remained the same: a quiet faith in reason, in reading, in dialogue, and in the steady, unhurried work of the mind. As Europe entered the 19th century, its universities stood at a new intersection, no longer only guardians of inherited knowledge or quiet sanctuaries for contemplation. They now found themselves woven into the expanding machinery of modern states. The world outside their gates had changed dramatically. The Industrial Revolution had redrawn the map of human labor, economy, and ambition. Empires sprawled, cities thickened with factories and smoke, and the pace of life quickened. Yet inside university halls, the rhythm of thought still pulsed slowly, deliberately, preserved in the cadence of lectures, the rustle of books, and the quiet resolve of inquiry. But the universities, even in their quiet, could not remain untouched. The 19th century brought with it an age of reform, national, intellectual, and structural. Across Europe, governments began to reevaluate the role of universities. In Germany, the ideas of Wilhelm von Humboldt reshaped the model entirely. His vision, realized most clearly in the University of Berlin in 1810, emphasized the unity of research and teaching. No longer would universities serve only to transmit knowledge. They would now also create it. Professors were expected to contribute original scholarship. Students were encouraged to explore, to question, and even to experiment. This was a subtle revolution. For centuries, universities had been places where the past was preserved and interpreted. Now, they became places where the future could be imagined. Laboratories were no longer rare. By the mid-19th century, they were essential. Natural sciences, once peripheral to the traditional curriculum, became central. Chemistry, biology, geology, all found institutional homes. Research funding, though modest at first, began to flow from ministries, private donors, and industrial patrons. The idea that scientific knowledge could benefit the nation, improve health, industry, and technology gained momentum. In this environment, disciplines began to solidify into departments. Chairs were created in new fields: botany, physics, history, even political economy. Where once a scholar might have roamed broadly across philosophy and law, now they honed their expertise. Specialization became a marker of seriousness. To be a professor was not only to teach, but to publish, to attend conferences, to peer review others, and to take part in the steady, measured construction of a global intellectual network. The structure of student life also evolved. Entry requirements were standardized. Degrees were regulated across national lines. In some countries, state examinations determined not just academic success, but civil service placement. Universities became pipelines, not just for clergy or nobles, but for doctors, engineers, teachers, and bureaucrats. The rising middle class saw education as a ladder and the university as its first rung. Access widened, but slowly. Women were, in many places, still excluded. So were the poor. Reforms came in waves, each one debated, resisted, and finally absorbed. The first women to earn degrees faced ridicule, skepticism, and institutional inertia. But they persisted, and their presence quietly reshaped the academic world. Libraries expanded again, now with the help of classification systems like the Dewey Decimal or Library of Congress codes. The rise of academic journals allowed scholars to communicate across borders. A paper published in Oxford might be read in Vienna. An experiment in Paris might be replicated in Prague. The university had grown into a node within a vast intellectual web, stretching across continents. National identity played a stronger role as well. In Germany, the research university was seen as a pillar of cultural prestige. In France, universities served the centralized goals of the state. In Britain, ancient universities like Oxford and Cambridge evolved alongside newer civic institutions like Manchester or Birmingham, which focused on science and technical education. In the United States, the model shifted again, drawing inspiration from both European traditions and the demands of a rapidly industrializing society. American universities blended liberal arts with research, teaching with extension programs, aiming to educate citizens and serve the public good. Philanthropic endowments helped build campuses, libraries, and laboratories at an unprecedented scale. Land-grant universities, supported by state legislatures, opened doors to agricultural and mechanical education, reflecting the practical needs of the time. And yet, through all this structural change, the heart of the university remained the same. it was still a place where people gathered to ask questions, to test ideas, and to listen to one another across time. The shape of the buildings might have changed, brick replacing stone, gaslight yielding to electricity, but the work inside those walls still relied on silence, on thought, on pages turned slowly, and voices lowered in respectful debate. The 19th century had made the university more visible, more useful, more professional, but it had not made it loud. It remained a place apart, bound not by urgency, but by a long view. A student entering university in 1890 might study thermodynamics or Greek tragedy, might listen to lectures on economics or Darwin, might walk to class past ivy-covered halls or through crowded city streets. But what they were really joining was a tradition of inquiry that stretched back through centuries. And in that quiet lineage, there was a kind of peace, a reminder that even in a world of industry, war, and change, there remained spaces where thinking slowly, deeply, and together was still honored. As the 20th century unfolded, the university, once a narrow medieval institution born in cathedral towns and monastic cloisters, became one of the most recognizable features of modern life. Its presence expanded across continents, its architecture multiplied in concrete and steel, and its reach extended to millions. From ancient European institutions like Bologna, Oxford, and Salamanca, to the sprawling new campuses in North America, Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the idea of the university traveled farther and faster than ever before. Yet with that expansion came new pressures, new identities, and a quiet tension between what the university had always been and what it was quickly becoming. In the decades following the Second World War, a vast transformation took place. Higher education was no longer the privilege of a narrow elite. Governments, recognizing the need for educated citizens and competitive economies, poured funding into public universities. Student numbers rose dramatically, lecture halls filled, dormitories were built, entire generations entered institutions their parents could never have imagined. This massification changed everything. The university, once slow and intimate, had to scale. Syllabi were standardized, departments grew larger, bureaucracies expanded. The personal mentorship model, where a single professor guided a few pupils, gave way to mass lectures, course catalogs, and modular degrees. Efficiency, accessibility, and administration became part of the academic vocabulary. And yet, beneath all this growth, something ancient remained. A student opening a book on philosophy in 1975 or 1995 was still, in some small way, entering into conversation with Plato, with Aquinas, with Descartes. A biology student learning about cell division or genetic coding was building on centuries of observation, correction, and rediscovery. Even as the disciplines grew more technical and specialized, the structure of the university remained anchored to its deepest roots. The pursuit of knowledge, the slow unfolding of understanding, and the belief that the human mind, given time and space, could make sense of its world. The 20th century also brought the university into new forms of conflict. Student movements emerged, demanding reform, access, diversity, and relevance. In Paris, in Berkeley, in Prague, students protested not only political regimes, but also educational systems they saw as outdated or elitist. These moments were loud, visible, and sometimes chaotic, but they reminded the world that the university was not immune to change. It had always changed, quietly, persistently. These new demands were simply another chapter in its long history of adaptation. Technology brought another layer of transformation. By the end of the century, computers had become essential tools of research and instruction. Libraries digitized, email replaced memos, online journals made knowledge more accessible, but also more fragmented. The pace of learning quickened. The classroom was no longer bounded by walls, it stretched into cyberspace, into living rooms, into handheld screens. Some feared that the university would dissolve into a loose collection of online services. Others believed that digital tools would free the university from its physical constraints, opening doors to students who had once been excluded. Either way, the essence of the university, its mission to gather, to question, and to understand, remained, even as its methods evolved. In the early 21st century, the university finds itself again at a point of reflection. Questions linger. What is the role of higher education in an age of automation? Should universities focus on vocational training or critical thinking? How can they balance research, teaching, public service, and institutional survival? Can they remain havens of slow thought in a world that prizes speed? In all these debates, one hears the echoes of older questions. For the university has always existed at the intersection of the eternal and the immediate. It must preserve while progressing. It must welcome the present without abandoning the past. And it must, above all, remain a place where the mind can dwell in uncertainty, in dialogue, and in disciplined wonder. The medieval university, for all its distance from the modern world, bequeathed us more than just gowns and Latin mottos. It gave us the idea that knowledge matters, not because it is profitable or practical or even always useful, but because it is part of what makes us human, to sit quietly with a book, to speak carefully with a peer, to question, to revise, to try again. These are not relics. They are still the heartbeat of the university. Even now, in a world humming with data and disruption, there are rooms where silence holds, where professors still pace before chalkboards, where students still scribble in notebooks, where libraries still shelter dreams. The university is not perfect. It never was. But it endures, not as a monument, but as a practice. A slow, thoughtful practice of learning, passed from one generation to the next, like candlelight, quietly, steadily, faithfully, and perhaps that is enough. And that was the end of our last story. If you're still here with me, drifting between thoughts and dreams, I'd be truly grateful if you could give this video a gentle like and maybe a quiet subscribe to keep these sleepy journeys going. Now, let's continue down the quiet path of forgotten history and slowly make our way to the next story in this calming series. Tonight, we arrive at the hidden waterways of Venice, expanded. When most people think of Venice, their minds drift immediately to the Grand Canal, to the gondolas gliding silently beneath arched stone bridges, and to the sun reflecting softly off the facades of centuries-old palazzi. But beneath the surface of this well-documented beauty lies a quieter, more secret network of veins, hidden canals, winding alleyways of water that never appear in postcards, never get mentioned in hurried tourist guides, and never echo with the voices of crowds. These are the forgotten waterways of Venice. They are narrow and still, shaded and often overgrown with moss. They pass quietly behind ancient convents, beneath crumbling brick archways, beside gardens walled off since the 15th century. Boats rarely travel them anymore. Some are now so narrow that only the slimmest vessels can pass, and others are so shallow that time has slowly filled them with sediment and silence. But each of these canals once had a name, a function, a story. In the earliest days of Venice, when the lagoon was still being tamed by settlers, escaping the mainland invasions, these tiny waterways were lifelines. They connected neighborhoods that were not yet paved. They served as routes for small trade, for messages passed between cloistered nuns, for barrels of salted fish carried to market, for children leaning from windows to dip a cloth in the water below. One such canal is the Rio de San Boldo, so narrow that if you stood on one side and whispered, your voice could carry to the other without effort. It was once lined with rope makers' workshops, where hemp fibers were spun slowly by hand, then laid out along the canal edge to dry. Today, few remember this. Even fewer notice the iron hooks still embedded in the walls, long rusted, that once held ropes stretched taut in the sun. The canal still flows, though barely. It moves like a breath through lungs that no longer expand fully. Or take the Rio delle Convertite, which snakes behind the now quiet church of Santa Maria degli Angeli. This canal once served a women's penitentiary convent, an enclosed world where former courtesans were sent to begin a new life. From behind tall grills, they would look down upon the water, watching as the tide ebbed and returned, whispering to them of the city they could see but never touch again. Today, the canal is shaded by trees that lean over from private gardens. A lone bird might land on the wooden piling, a curtain might flutter in a forgotten window, but mostly it sleeps. Venice itself was built on hundreds of small islands, and in the early centuries, the canals were not simply quaint features. They were roads. They were dug, expanded, maintained by hand, with long wooden poles driven deep into the muddy lagoon to hold the banks in place. Each minor canal was a deliberate construction, not a natural occurrence, but an act of survival and determination. Some followed ancient fishing paths, others were carved to provide quicker access between trade points, and some simply followed the path of least resistance, winding because the city itself had no plan, only necessity. In the sestiere of Cannaregio, there exists a hidden stretch of water called the Rio dei Muti. It is not found on most maps. Its name, roughly meaning Canal of the Mutes, is a mystery. Some say it was named for a nearby institution for the deaf. Others say it refers to the quietude of the place itself. It is a place where sound seems to disappear. Even today, if you walk there late in the evening, the water is undisturbed. No lapping waves, no distant engines, only the muffled echo of your own footsteps. The walls along this canal are high and worn. Some still show the faint outlines of painted frescoes, long eroded by salt air and time. The windows are few, and those that remain are shuttered. You might pass this canal without ever noticing it. And perhaps that is its nature, to remain hidden, to carry its history in silence. Venice has always been a city shaped by water, but more than that, it has been shaped by the management of forgetting. Each generation remembers what it needs to and lets the rest sink. These hidden canals are not dead. They are simply quiet, waiting. And perhaps in that stillness, they preserve the truest character of Venice. Not the theatrical stage set of gondolas and masked balls, but the slow, deliberate life of a city built on mud, invention, and endurance. As evening falls, the last light touches the water of these forgotten canals, and the stone walls glow faintly golden. A cat might stretch on a windowsill, a bell might toll softly in the distance, and the water, unchanged for centuries, keeps flowing, unnoticed, beneath a city that owes it everything. As we drift deeper into the quiet maze of Venice's lesser-known canals, the mood becomes increasingly hushed. The tourist chatter and camera flashes fade into memory. Here, in these narrow, still corridors of water, time folds gently inward. The air smells faintly of salt and wet stone. The buildings lean slightly, not out of disorder, but because they've grown used to the embrace of centuries. Many of these forgotten canals owe their very existence to practical needs long vanished. They were not built for beauty or ceremony, but for hauling sacks of flour to bakers, delivering firewood to convents, or carrying physicians to plague houses in small, fast boats. One such waterway, the Rio di San Trovaso, once provided discreet passage for apothecaries and healers. This canal, modest in width and shaded by the backs of unadorned buildings, snakes past the Square di San Trovaso, one of the few traditional gondola workshops still in use. But further along, past the tourist view, the canal narrows into a near-forgotten branch that once led to a hospice. Here, aged gondoliers were taken when they could no longer work. The hospice has closed. The boats no longer moor there, but the water still remembers. Its gentle ripples brush against moss-covered steps, worn smooth by 1,000 patient feet. These hidden corners were essential to Venetian life. In a city without horses or carts, where movement depended on water and walking, narrow canals were lifelines. But they also offered something more: privacy. In a culture where appearances mattered deeply, discretion had its value. Many of these tiny waterways passed behind merchant homes, allowing goods and guests to arrive unseen. Even now, if you glide slowly through the Rio dei Meloni, you can see where old side doors open directly onto the canal, some sealed now with brick, others still faintly visible. This canal, whose name curiously translates to the Canal of the Melons, has no grand palace, no famous bridge. It winds between plain buildings of soft ochre and faded rose. Yet, once upon a time, it served as a back channel for spice traders, whose ships arrived with saffron, nutmeg, and cinnamon packed in tight barrels. These men did not enter through the grand doors of the Rialto. They slipped quietly through the city's veins, their goods unloaded in shadow, their profits carefully recorded in ledgers hidden beneath beds. In the Castello district, the easternmost of Venice's 6 sestieri, lies the Rio di Sant'Anna. Unlike the more central canals, this one has never been considered photogenic. It runs straight and silent, lined by walls that seem to retreat into themselves. Yet it once marked the edge of the city's military quarter. Soldiers marched near here, cannons were rolled through muddy alleys, Powder kegs were stored in damp cellars just beyond the waterline. Now, the only sound is the wind rustling laundry lines and the occasional echo of footsteps from a distant bridge. Venice has a way of letting its history rest quietly in place. It does not scrub or repaint unless it must. It allows its decay to speak in soft tones. And so, along these minor canals, you can still see the outlines of doors that once led to workshops, the iron rings where boats were tied, the stone posts that guided vessels in darkness. These are not ruins, they are remnants, threads of memory that refuse to fade. Occasionally, a hidden garden reveals itself. Between two anonymous buildings, a vine-draped wall may part slightly, offering a glimpse of green. These gardens, once nourished by rainwater collected from tiled roofs, are part of Venice's secret topography. Some belong to long-departed noble families. Others now serve as cloistered spaces for quiet nuns, aging professors, or curious cats. Often, their only witness is a forgotten canal, which flows by patiently, unnoticed. It is tempting to think of these hidden waterways as lesser, as side notes to the grand narrative of Venice. But in truth, they are its heartbeat. The Grand Canal may be its face, but the narrow rios are its breath. They are where Venetians once lived, worked, argued, fell in love, and grieved. They were routes for midwives, fishermen, letter carriers, and monks. They carried the daily burdens of a city built improbably on water and sustained only by balance and trust. As dusk settles, these small canals begin to disappear into shadow. Their waters take on the deep green of old glass. Lamps flicker to life above doorways. A soft splash might be heard, a fish, a falling leaf, the memory of a boat that once passed. And through it all, the city continues to dream. Not loudly, not in the way of empires or engines, but in the gentle, persistent rhythm of tides meeting stone, of water remembering every path it has ever taken. In the earliest hours of morning, when the sky is still painted with the softest shade of indigo, and the bells of Venice lie silent in anticipation of the day, there are places within the city where the water seems to hold its breath. These are the quiet hours along the hidden canals, the forgotten lanes of liquid stone that meander through centuries-old districts like soft-spoken storytellers, whispering tales only the truly attentive can hear. Long before the Grand Canal knew its fame, these minor waterways served as the true lifeblood of Venice. Some were hand-dug by early settlers who carved paths through the lagoon's mud to reach freshwater wells, while others were natural offshoots from brackish inlets slowly domesticated by wooden pilings and stubborn human will. In the neighborhood of Santa Croce, removed from the tourist flow, there lies the Rio Marine, once known among locals as the Lover's Canal. It earned this quiet title not for any romantic grandeur, but because its curved banks, shaded by high walls and trailing ivy, provided a rare place of privacy in a city built on exposure. During the Renaissance, it's said that young couples would meet here by small boats at dusk, exchanging quiet promises while the water below mirrored the shifting stars above. Today, the canal remains largely untouched by the 21st century. Occasionally, the sound of an old wooden shutter being opened drifts down, or a faint creak of oar against rowlock breaks the silence. But for the most part, the Rio Marin continues to serve its ancient function, a vessel for secrets. In Dorsoduro, Venice's arts district, where academies and galleries now occupy buildings once belonging to guilds and monasteries, we find the Rio di San Vio, a slender passageway of water hemmed in by garden walls and the occasional sculpted face embedded in stone. This canal leads not to any grand basilica or palazzo, but to a cul-de-sac where time seems to have stopped. Here, in the 16th century, there stood a small apothecary known for its midnight remedies. The woman who owned it, known only as La Signora Bianca, was rumored to walk the banks of the canal each evening, speaking to no one, carrying a basket filled with herbs and handwritten prescriptions. Locals believed she could read the water, predict floods, outbreaks, and even political unrest by the shape of the tide and the behavior of stray cats who frequented the canal walls. Whether myth or memory, the place retains a certain quiet gravity, as if the air itself remembers her steps. Further east, near the edge of the Giudecca Canal, lies the hidden waterway of Rio della Palada, whose name comes from the Venetian word for the wooden stakes driven into the lagoon to support buildings. This canal is flanked by ancient boatyards, where old fishing vessels were once repaired under linen canopies. Even now, the smell of pine tar and salt lingers faintly in the air, and one can spot rusted hooks, forgotten coils of rope, and decaying wooden oars tucked beside waterlogged steps. The workers who once labored here rarely saw the churches or theaters of central Venice. Their world was made of timber, mods, and tools passed down from fathers to sons. Their homes opened not onto the street, but directly to the canal, where mothers might wait for the tide to rise before scrubbing clothes or sending a child off in a rowboat with a basket of bread. These are the canals that never made it into paintings, that never inspired operas or masquerade balls. But they were the ones that carried the sounds of lullabies, of whispered prayers, of laughter muffled behind half-closed shutters. Each stone, each brick, each ripple tells of a Venice both more intimate and more enduring than any postcard could ever capture. As we continue to drift deeper into this watery labyrinth, one begins to understand that these hidden canals are not simply side passages. They are memory lanes, soaked with stories too quiet for the grand halls. They were shaped not by architects, but by daily need, erosion, and adaptation. And their persistence is a quiet defiance against time. Unlike the showy canals where tourists gather and gondoliers sing, these lesser-known waterways change slowly, if at all. A coat of algae might deepen, a window might crack a little more. But the essential rhythm of these places, the slow, echoing stillness of water brushing against old stone, remains unchanged, century after century. And so, as the early morning brightens, casting pale reflections onto the brick facades, the hidden canals of Venice stir, ever so gently. A lone boatman rows past, his oars barely disturbing the surface. Somewhere, a kettle whistles, a curtain is drawn, and in these first moments of waking, the city breathes softly through its smallest veins, asking nothing, promising nothing, simply offering a quiet passage through the ruins of time. As we move toward the heart of the Cannaregio district, our journey along the forgotten canals of Venice brings us to a neighborhood that pulses quietly with layers of memory, layers formed not only by architecture or trade, but by people, exiled and embraced, remembered and overlooked. The Jewish ghetto of Venice, established officially in 1516, was both a place of forced containment and remarkable cultural endurance. Within its enclosed world, the canals formed internal arteries of survival, not for show or spectacle, but for necessity. One such canal is the Rio del Ghetto, which gently curves through what was once the confined home of thousands of Jewish residents. Unlike the polished waterways near San Marco, this canal is humble, bordered by tall buildings with high windows and aged brickwork stained by centuries of lagoon tides. It bears no ornament, no grand steps, but it carried within it the soft clatter of boats delivering kosher food, Hebrew manuscripts, pressed fabric, and whispered songs of Sabbath evenings. On its surface, there once floated the reflections of children playing in upper floors, of elders watching from narrow balconies, and of lanterns lit softly behind thick glass on winter nights. Here, the water was not silent. It was patient, enduring. Just beyond, down a seldom-used footpath, and over a nearly forgotten bridge, Ponte dei Tre Archi, one of the few remaining bridges in Venice with 3 arches, there exists a side canal known only to locals as the Rio delle Monache. Its name means Canal of the Nuns, though the convent it once served has long disappeared. The canal itself winds slowly past buildings now used as quiet residences, but in the 14th century, it was a passage for cloistered women, many of them from wealthy families, whose presence was erased from the city's streets but kept alive through letters, dowries, and sacred songs. This hidden waterway was their only glimpse of movement beyond the walls. Visitors, when permitted, arrived by boat, voices hushed and faces half-shrouded by veils. Today, the only travelers on this canal are the occasional delivery boats and the gentle drift of time itself. Moss covers the steps that once welcomed visitors. The water laps softly at worn stone. Ivy clings to the crumbling plaster, as if it too remembers being watched. Along these lesser canals, the walls of Venice begin to reveal their age, not through ruin, but through quiet perseverance. Cracks run down the facades like veins. Stone lion heads, emblems of the old Venetian Republic, peer out, half eroded, from the tops of doorways no longer used. Rusted metal rings, once used to tether small boats, remain in place, untouched, like jewelry left on a long, silent body. In the sestiere of San Polo, nestled between markets and winding alleys, lies the Rio de la Madoneta, a canal so short and secluded that even locals forget its name. Its banks once held shops of parchment makers and tiny bookbinders. Some of the earliest printed works in Venice came from presses near this canal, where narrow boats carried wooden type blocks, fresh ink, and scrolls of vellum. At night, candlelight from these workshops flickered onto the water, as if the words themselves were being whispered into the current. Most of these shops are gone now. But on rare mornings, if the fog is thick and sound is muted, one might still imagine the creak of a press, the rustle of paper, the low murmur of voices debating fonts and margins and meaning. These minor waterways do not seek attention. They do not call out. They simply persist, and in doing so, they carry a dignity that outlasts grand monuments. Even the bridges here are quieter. Many are nameless, missing the ornate iron railings of their more famous counterparts. Some are little more than steps in stone, worn smooth by generations of passing feet. At night, when the city is still, these bridges hum faintly under the weight of memory, as if every crossing has left an echo behind. Venice, for all its spectacle, has always been a city of marginal spaces. Its survival has depended not only on its palaces or basilicas, but on its courtyards, its back alleys, its smallest docks, and narrowest canals. These are the places where laundry dries, where gossip flows, where cats sleep beneath market crates, and where water continues to flow unseen. The hidden waterways are more than just routes. They are lungs. They breathe slowly. They carry away rain, memory, and time. They do not seek recognition, and perhaps that is why they endure so gracefully. As evening begins its descent, the light in these hidden canals grows blue and silver. The echoes grow long. A single window glows with the soft warmth of a lamp. Somewhere, a small boat glides home without urgency, and the water, as always, watches, carries, and continues. There is something profoundly human about the way Venice has aged, not with the bright polish of restored glory, but with a kind of quiet humility. Walls that lean gently toward the water, doors that creak but still hold, and canals that continue to flow even when no one is watching. In this part of the journey, we pause not only to observe the stone and the water, but to remember the people who once built their lives along these hidden canals: craftsmen, vendors, caretakers, and quiet visionaries whose legacies never made it into the guidebooks. In the San Giobbe area, tucked away in the northern fringe of the Cannaregio district, lies a nearly forgotten canal that once belonged to a guild of weavers. The Rio della Crea, named for the Venetian word for clay, once served as a boundary between work and worship. Along its path stood modest workshops where men and women spun thread on narrow looms, windows always cracked open so the river air could help keep the fibers dry and clean. These rooms were dim, the light carefully controlled to prevent damage to delicate silks and wool. Every morning, small wooden boats would bring bales of unprocessed material from the outer islands, and every evening, completed fabrics would be quietly ferried to the larger trade canals. Even today, the faint scent of damp linen seems to cling to the stones here. Most of the buildings have changed hands many times, some now empty, others filled with students or retirees. But occasionally, through an open shutter, you might glimpse an old spinning wheel resting near a wall, or see a hook on the ceiling where skeins of yarn once hung. This is how Venice tells its stories. Without explanation, without spectacle, just traces of use left behind in the rhythm of space. Moving west, past the crowded footpaths of Santa Croce, we enter a quieter corner where the Rio di Catron flows. Once a minor canal flanking one of the lesser-known noble homes, this waterway held a unique role in Venetian life. It was here that glassmakers would sometimes deliver pieces for noble patrons who lived far from the bustling shops of Murano. Though glass was mostly made on the islands to protect the city from fire, the delicate objects were still brought by boat through these canals, wrapped in straw, nestled in crates, carried by trusted hands. The glass arrived not with fanfare, but in silence, often after dark. There were chandeliers, beads, and even mirrors, each one precious, fragile, and often commissioned with intricate, handwritten instructions. Today, if you glide through the Rio di Catron, you might see nothing but quiet water and weathered walls. Yet beneath one archway, there is still an old stone ledge, curved inward from centuries of crates being passed gently from boat to hand, from boat to home. The canal itself seems to slow down here, as if remembering the caution required of every delivery. Across the city, in the more industrial stretches of Giudecca, lies a less romantic, more functional set of waterways. Among them, the Rio della Croce stands out, not for beauty, but for its history of service. This canal ran behind a hospital and a series of charitable houses. In times of plague, its waters were filled with small transport boats carrying medicine, food, and at times, bodies. The residents of these institutions saw no pageantry, only duty. Their windows rarely looked outward. Their prayers were whispered. Their labor was constant. Today, the canal remains unusually straight, as if still in service. It runs firm and focused, bordered by tall, plain walls. There are no bridges here with ornate carvings, no shutters painted bright green. It is a working canal in a city that no longer works the same way. And yet, that silence holds weight. It reminds us that Venice was never just spectacle. It was effort. All of these lesser waterways, each Rio, each forgotten dock, carried more than goods. They carried lives, quietly. Midwives traveling at midnight, fishmongers rowing before dawn, booksellers whose shelves faced the water rather than the street, artists who washed their brushes in the canal, and singers whose songs never reached the piazza, but floated softly between buildings where only 2 or 3 souls could hear. These are the moments Venice never advertised but always remembered. As twilight spreads across the lagoon and shadows begin to stretch their long fingers across the stone, these hidden canals deepen in color. They become darker, yes, but not cold. They become velvet, reflective, quiet. A cat crosses a low rooftop, its paws soundless. A door creaks, then closes, and the water, still breathing, still watching, carries the weight of the day into night, into memory, into dreams. As we continue floating gently through Venice's hushed labyrinth, it becomes clearer that the city's most enduring stories were never meant to be grand. They do not announce themselves with trumpets or marble statues. Instead, they linger in the quiet gestures. An open window, a worn doorstep, the soft trail of light spilling from a lamp onto the water. These stories are tucked away in the side canals, in the lanes where gondolas no longer pass for tourists, where time seeps like rising tide into every crevice of stone. The Rio de San Francesco della Vigna, in the eastern Castello district, curves quietly behind one of the city's oldest churches. But its real legacy lies not in religion, but in the tiny rituals of ordinary Venetians. It is here, centuries ago, that a small community of herbalists and street medics once lived. People who were neither physicians nor charlatans, but something in between. They grew sage, lavender, and fennel in rooftop gardens, drying herbs by the window and whispering recipes handed down from silent ancestors. Each morning, small boats floated down this canal, delivering bundles of mint, wrapped in linen, to distant parts of the city. The canal carried not only plants, but quiet trust. Today, the walls along this waterway wear a faded softness, touched by sea breeze and memory. Ivy still climbs between bricks. A few of the iron grates below street level, once used for hauling baskets, remain intact, their metal cool to the touch, their edges rounded by age. Every evening, a warm, golden light rests against the surface of the canal, as if time itself pauses to exhale. Further south, near the Arsenale, lies the lesser-known Rio della Tana. The name comes from the Venetian word for rope, tana, and this was once the canal where the city's famed rope makers worked. Long before synthetic fibers or modern pulleys, the strength of Venice's ships depended on these cords. Ropes were coiled, soaked, beaten, dried, and stored in narrow stone rooms that opened onto this canal. The process was endless and rhythmic, a kind of laborious music that echoed off the stone walls. Boats filled with hemp or flax would arrive at dawn, and by twilight, the finished lines would be sent onward to shipyards and sailmakers. Nothing remains of the rope shops now except fragments: a rusted hook, a ceiling beam, a doorway permanently sealed. But the canal, with its slow-moving water and utilitarian form, still feels industrious. The surface often reflects the clouds as long brushstrokes of gray, as if remembering the fibers that once crossed above. These places, these modest stretches of water, are where the city's breath settles, not where it sings, but where it rests. And then there is the Rio de la Munaguete, a minor waterway just behind a now empty convent. Once filled with the voices of cloistered women, it now listens to silence. The nuns are gone, but the habits of quiet remain. Even the birds seem to chirp more softly here. The canal is shaded for much of the day, its greenish surface dappled with reflections of potted plants, laundry lines, and empty chairs. An old wooden ladder descends into the water, no longer used, but not removed. This is how Venice handles time. It doesn't erase, it simply allows. One of the most striking features of these canals is the absence of urgency. Nothing rushes. Boats move slowly or not at all. Water levels rise and fall with the moon, without concern. Even decay happens patiently. Stucco peels like aging skin. Wood darkens, cracks, surrenders, yet nothing collapses fully. Even in its wear, the city remains whole. There's a dignity in this endurance, a beauty not in being untouched, but in being touched repeatedly, gently, and still remaining. Sometimes, as you pass through these hidden waterways, you catch glimpses of daily life suspended in stillness. A blue curtain sways, a child's toy sits at the edge of a window box. A lone light bulb glows above a doorway that hasn't opened in hours. These scenes are not staged, not curated, they simply exist. In a world increasingly defined by spectacle, this kind of simplicity feels profound. In these canals, there is no applause, no performance, only continuity. The water passes, the walls listen, and the city, in its own slow language, continues to tell its story, one ripple at a time. As night begins to fall and the soft hum of electric lights replaces the color of day, these forgotten canals begin to disappear, not physically, but visually, fading into darkness until they seem to become part of the dream itself. And perhaps that's what they are. Not just paths through a city, but corridors through memory, inviting us to float not toward a destination, but into a stillness deeper than water itself. As we glide deeper into the city's forgotten labyrinth, something subtle begins to shift, not in the stone, or the water, or even the wind, but in the way light behaves. Venice has always been a city of reflection, not just in metaphor, but in the literal dance of sunlight and shadow across its surfaces. Nowhere is this more evident than in the narrow, lesser-known canals that lie between the sestiere boundaries, places where daylight arrives late and departs early, filtered through alleyways and brick corridors like a whispered secret. In these places, the water doesn't shine, it glows faintly, as if remembering light rather than receiving it. The Rio delle Beccari, near the market of Rialto, but removed from the noise, is one such canal. Once used by butchers to discard scraps and by housewives to wash produce, it now flows in near silence, lined by crumbling doorways and thick patches of green algae that blur the boundary between architecture and river. Here, the sun filters down in fractured shafts, slicing through wooden beams overhead and catching flecks of dust that seem suspended midair. The canal becomes less a waterway and more a corridor of drifting shadows and echoes. Along its path, doors open directly to the waterline, where stone steps lead to nowhere, submerged, broken, or simply obsolete. Yet they remain, and they carry the weight of decades, perhaps centuries, of barefoot children sitting, dangling legs above the tide, or elderly hands rinsing cloth in silence. The rhythm of these places is dictated not by schedules or traffic, but by the way light moves and the way water answers. In the San Polo district, the Rio del Magazine curves behind an old granary, a structure that once held the city's reserve of wheat. Though its importance faded, the canal still holds onto a quiet purpose. Morning light touches its surface gently, brushing against broken shutters and rusted lantern hooks. In the past, workers would arrive before sunrise, guiding narrow skiffs loaded with flour or grain. The air would hang thick with the scent of yeast and wood smoke, and men with rolled sleeves and strong hands would stack sacks with quiet efficiency, their boots soaked through from early fog. Now the granary is quiet, perhaps converted, perhaps empty, yet the canal remains unchanged in its shape, its mood, and its devotion to the simple act of carrying. Light touches it differently now, no longer glinting off labor, but off stillness. It reflects iron rings and sagging laundry lines and windows half covered with peeling lace. There is no sound here but the soft groan of an old boat, tied to a pole that has warped over time, yet still holds. These moments, these places where shadow and water mingle without fanfare, are what give Venice its quiet heart. The city is not just a place of history, but a stage for natural poetry. Every ripple that touches a brick wall leaves behind a trace of story. Every boarded-up shop, every balcony covered in vines, every creak of wood beneath the slow push of water holds meaning. In the Santa Marta area, long removed from the grandeur of palaces, the Rio de la Venere drifts between old warehouses and modest homes. Generations ago, this canal carried charcoal and soap, necessities for daily life. The women here, known for their discipline and efficiency, would gather before sunrise and speak in low voices while preparing to wash clothes. They used ash mixed with lye and river water, rubbing garments against stone slabs, rinsing them with care, never in haste. Their children played beside them, making paper boats that floated downstream, carrying dreams past corners and through tunnels. Even today, the stones of the canal wall seem smoothed by those same rituals. The slope of the banks, the iron mooring loops, the water's deliberate movement. Everything speaks of repeated use, quiet endurance. And now, even without voices or movement, the canal listens. The sun here behaves with restraint, appearing briefly then withdrawing, as if reluctant to disturb the memories floating in the water. In these narrow, intimate canals, Venice's connection with time becomes more fluid. The past is not a story told from a distance, but a constant presence, alive in the bricks, the moisture, the scent of mildew mixed with jasmine, the sound of a single pigeon wing cutting the still air. There are no tourists here, no signs in multiple languages, no menus with pictures. Only the city and its memory of how light once fell on the hands of workers, on the faces of mothers, on the bowed heads of elders returning home. As twilight sets in, the glow from inside these buildings spills downward, not outward, illuminating the canals from within. Lamps behind dusty glass cast golden stripes across the rippling surface. A chair creaks somewhere, a page turns, a sigh floats out a half-open window. Venice, in this quiet hour, feels less like a city and more like a candlelit diary left open beside a sleeping bed. The canals write on, line after line, word after gentle word, in a language of water, shadow, and time. As the water continues its slow passage beneath faded bridges and behind shuttered balconies, we reach the quieter spine of the Dorsoduro district. This is a part of Venice that breathes in slower rhythms, where students gather in ancient libraries and painters wash brushes in kitchens, overlooking narrow canals. Among the many hidden streams winding through this quarter lies the Rio de San Vio, a narrow, unassuming waterway that once served as the backroad for artisans. In its heyday, the surrounding workshops buzzed softly with the trades of gilders, papermakers, and framers, those who gave structure to the art that now adorns Venice's grand museums. The canal was never crowded, never noisy. Its pace was set by the rhythm of steady hands, hands that glued, scraped, carved, and stitched under the golden flicker of oil lamps. Today, those shops are mostly silent, their facades worn by the salt air, their doorways closed. Yet the walls remember. One can still trace the outline of a wooden pulley system, once used to lift fragile works onto boats. Rusted brackets remain anchored in stone, once supporting shelves where freshly made paper dried in rows. The canal itself remains narrow and respectful, curving like a ribbon between homes whose windows open just above the waterline. Each ripple that passes seems to carry a sigh. Venice is not a city that brags, it listens. And in places like this, the city listens especially well. Continuing westward, the Rio de Ognissanti gently slips behind the shadows of forgotten bell towers, named for the nearby Church of All Saints, long since deconsecrated. This canal was once a favored passage for delivering floral offerings and candles to neighborhood shrines. In the spring, it smelled faintly of lilac and beeswax. Florists would tie bunches of violets to tiny wooden crates and float them toward the church steps, where young girls would gather the petals into silver bowls. During Holy Week, quiet processions would pass above, while the canal beneath echoed with the subtle splash of oars and the rustle of robes. Though these traditions have faded, their presence remains, not in ceremony, but in atmosphere. The water here carries a hush, like the inside of a chapel. The light filters through lace curtains and reflects off brass doorknobs gone dull with age. Even the pigeons seem quieter here, as if flying through sacred space. But Venice's memory does not belong solely to spring. In winter, the canals change character entirely. Along the Rio de la Torreselle, near the Accademia Bridge, the fog descends early. The buildings, though modest, appear taller in the damp air, their outlines softened. Gondola poles, unused during these months, stand like silent sentinels. Occasionally, a shutter will open, revealing a pair of hands lighting a stove or pouring tea. The scent of burning wood blends with the moisture, coating the canal in a blanket of warmth and cold all at once. The winter silence is not empty. It is full of restraint, of deep breath, of waiting. Time slows further. The ripples become softer. A lone boat glides by, its wake hardly a whisper. It is during these months that the hidden waterways seem to fold in on themselves, drawing their secrets close. And yet, for the careful traveler, the city still offers its stories. In one window, a child's painting of a boat hangs askew. In another, a cat watches from behind a plant. The canals become mirrors, not just for sky and stone, but for the lives that persist quietly behind closed doors. Some of the city's most delicate truths lie not in history books or museums, but in these glimpses: the half-drained bucket, the soft scrape of a broom, a line of laundry frozen stiff in the cold air. In these moments, Venice becomes both timeless and entirely present. It is not just a place of memory, but a vessel of continuity. The Rio de la Vaguardia, near the Old Theatre District, provides one more example. This tiny canal, seldom mentioned, was used by actors and stagehands to transport costumes, scripts, and props. Long before spotlights and microphones, performances were built by hand, carted through narrow streets, and carried on humble boats. This canal saw laughter, drama, fatigue, and applause. None of it grand, all of it true. And now, though the theater is gone and the barge doors are sealed, the water remains. At twilight, it reflects the deep blue of the sky and the faded gold of lanterns. It remembers every note sung softly across its surface. Venice, in its hidden waterways, reminds us that beauty does not always announce itself. Sometimes it lingers patiently, waiting to be noticed by those willing to move slowly, to listen carefully, to observe without expectation. In the stillness of night, when even the seagulls have quieted and the last footstep has echoed off the stone, these canals continue to tell their story, not in words, but in presence. The water moves, the city breathes, and the dream drifts on. There is something about the bridges of Venice that tells stories without speaking. Though much of the world celebrates the grandeur of the Rialto or the elegance of the Bridge of Sighs, it is the smaller, forgotten crossings, the stone arches so narrow you could miss them, that reveal the city's most intimate truths. Along the narrow canals hidden deep within San Croce and Cannaregio, there are bridges without names, without plaques, sometimes without even steps, just gentle inclines of worn stone leading from one quiet moment to the next. The Ponte dei Preti, for example, is barely wide enough for two people to pass. It connects two narrow alleys where few tourists wander, its balustrade rubbed smooth by centuries of hands resting there in passing. From its center, you can look down at the Rio della Frescata, a canal that rarely sees movement now, where the water seems to idle in contemplation. Locals sometimes pause here at dusk, leaning silently as the evening tide flows beneath. In this softness of transition, from day to night, from stone to water, Venice whispers most clearly. The bridges do more than connect, they frame. They offer brief stages for observation, for memory, for stillness. Some arch boldly, others slope almost imperceptibly, covered in creeping moss that flourishes in the moisture of shaded corners. Iron railings bend slightly from age. Wood planks creak beneath occasional feet. Nothing in these hidden paths is ever pristine, and that is what gives them soul. Between bridges we find doorways, dozens of them, at the very edge of water. Some are elevated, accessible only by a short flight of uneven steps, while others lie directly at the canal's lip, their wooden thresholds half submerged during high tide. These doors are not entrances in the modern sense, but but traces of a time when boats were extensions of the home, when water was not a barrier but a front porch. The Rio di San Giovanni Laterano, winding behind what was once a convent, is lined with such doors. Some are sealed with rusted grates, others remain ajar, revealing storage rooms filled with rope, oars, and forgotten baskets. The paint is always chipped. The hinges are always slow, yet nothing feels abandoned, only paused, as if waiting for someone to return. These quiet scenes echo a domesticity unique to Venice, where daily life has always depended on balance, between water and stone, between salt and sun, between permanence and erosion. It is in these places that the human pulse of the city becomes most visible, not in crowds or commerce, but in remnants. A child's drawing taped to a window, a towel draped over a windowsill to dry, a potted basil plant growing crooked toward light. In one such canal, the Rio del Pestrin, there is a particular balcony that leans slightly outward, its base supported by an old iron brace shaped like a lion's head. The balcony holds nothing extravagant, only a chair and a plastic watering can. But at sunrise, light hits the stone just so, and the reflection paints the canal's surface in warm amber. It is a painting that exists only briefly, and only if you're still enough to see it. Not far from here, beneath the Ponte della Colonne, the canal narrows so tightly that gondolas must slow to a crawl to pass. Centuries ago, the canal was a shortcut used by spice merchants and fishermen who needed to move quickly between docks. Today, the rush is gone, but the rhythm remains. Water sloshes gently against the walls. The distant hum of footsteps echoes through the high alleyways. A curtain flutters, a boat creaks in its mooring. Life continues, not loudly, but faithfully. Even the graffiti found along some walls seems soft, faded not by cleaning, but by time itself. Words become whispers, colors become memories. The city doesn't reject imperfection, it folds it into its character. On one particularly quiet stretch of canal, unnamed on most maps, there stands a small shrine embedded into a corner wall. Inside is a candle, always recently replaced, and a porcelain Madonna veiled in dust. Locals say someone still comes every week just before dawn to tend it. The offering is not public, it's not for show, it's just part of the city's quiet heartbeat. As the part draws to a close, the bridges darken in silhouette. Lamps flicker on, one by one, their soft glow reflecting across the water like scattered gold. And somewhere, a single gondola glides beneath a forgotten arch, carrying no passengers, making no sound, moving as if guided by memory alone. As the final light of evening disappears behind the distant rooftops, the hidden waterways of Venice settle into a deeper kind of silence. The stillness becomes more than absence of noise. It is a presence, soft and encompassing, like a velvet curtain drawn over the entire city. The water, so often stirred by tides or wind or the turning of oars, now rests almost completely still, like glass stretched between stone. Reflections sharpen. Lights from windows and lanterns double themselves on the surface. The city above and the city below blend. Along the Rio del Trapoline, near the quieter edges of Castello, the world slows into this hush. Cats slink along ledges. Shadows stretch thin and disappear into corners. A fisherman in a small boat adjusts his net with practiced fingers, not speaking, not rushing, simply existing. The wood of his boat creaks gently as it rocks against the moss-covered wall. The canal here is narrow, but deep, and the buildings that line it have their backs to the world, their windows small and close together. In one, a single lamp glows behind lace curtains. A figure moves quietly inside, perhaps reading, perhaps pouring a cup of tea. In that moment, they could be from any century. Time is no longer linear here. It is circular, rhythmic, tidal. Everything that ever was seems to be returning. The Rio della Panada, which winds beneath one of the city's oldest bakeries, holds a different kind of quiet. Centuries ago, the scent of rising dough would drift across the canal each morning, waking nearby homes before the church bells rang. Now the bakery is gone, but the bricks remember. Their warmth remains even in winter, soaked in years of rising sun. And if you close your eyes here, you might still smell flour in the air, or hear the laughter of a baker's apprentice hurrying to deliver fresh loaves before the tide rose too high. The air hangs thick with nostalgia, not sadness, but a kind of peaceful longing. In the dark, Venice becomes soft-edged. The sharp lines of balconies and chimneys blur. Lanterns sway gently, casting gold halos onto rippling water. The Rio del Remedio, a canal so narrow that boats barely fit through, seems to hold its breath in the night. It passes beneath arches that lean too close, nearly touching. Once used by monks traveling between cloisters, it now carries only silence. Here, the sound of footsteps fades faster than anywhere else. Even voices seem to hesitate before speaking. Along one wall, ivy grows unchecked, reaching toward the water as if trying to remember the last time a hand passed through its leaves. A bench, tucked just beside a half-sunken dock, sits empty but worn. You can feel the shape of 1,000 quiet conversations there. Lovers in the early morning, children resting after play, old friends watching the tide without needing to speak. Everything speaks here, but softly. Even the wind moves differently. It does not rush, it caresses. It weaves through alleys, curls over bridges, rustles the edges of forgotten posters, and old laundry still clinging to hope of sun. Above, in an open window, an elderly woman waters a plant, humming a melody that may be remembered or made up entirely. Below, the canal listens. It always listens. Venice's hidden waterways, so often overlooked in favor of grander sights, hold the soul of the city in their narrow passages. They carry not just water, but weight, of memory, of routine, of quiet devotion to a way of life that does not need spectacle. These canals are lullabies in stone and tide. They sing not to impress, but to soothe, and in their stillness, you find your own. As the night deepens, and even the smallest boats tie up for rest, the final sounds of the city become echoes, distant bells, soft splashes, the breath of air between buildings. The world beyond these canals fades. There is only this: stone, water, light, memory, and in this quiet, something ancient stirs. Not loudly, not urgently, but patiently, like the tide returning to shore. Venice waits, not to be seen, but to be felt. And in its hidden waterways, she gives her truest self, gently, silently, completely. And that brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we move on to the next quiet journey, I'd be grateful if you could give this video a like. And consider subscribing for more slow, sleepy stories like this. Now let's continue with the next chapter in our series of boring history for sleep, as we drift into the lost techniques of ancient metallurgy. In the earliest moments of human curiosity, long before written words or numbered time, there was fire, and beside it, stone. Through repetition, through patient observation, someone, perhaps no different from you or me, noticed that certain stones changed when placed in the flames. They didn't just crack or darken. They softened, shimmered, changed color, and in some rare cases, dripped like wax. This was not magic. It was something else, something we would later call metallurgy. But in those earliest hours, when hands were rough and nights were long, it was simply a quiet discovery born from listening to the earth. The first metals to reveal themselves were those most generous in their natural form. Gold and copper, for example, could be found as nuggets, lying near riverbeds or embedded in rock. They didn't require melting to be noticed. They gleamed in sunlight. They resisted corrosion. They invited touch. Early peoples began shaping these metals not by melting, but by hammering, softening the surface with stones, flattening or curving them into simple shapes. These were not tools of conquest. They were adornments, symbols, perhaps tokens of memory or trade. This process, known today as cold working, allowed ancient craftsmen to shape metals without understanding heat, and for a time, that was enough. But eventually, as fires grew hotter and minds grew more curious, the metal began to melt. Somewhere in the dry highlands or the windswept desert valleys, historians are still uncertain, a fire built too high or too long caused a copper ore to liquefy. And in that flicker of molten light, metallurgy was born not as a theory, but as an accident. The moment when stone gave way to liquid metal would later be known as smelting. But in its earliest form, it was a mystery. Those who performed it may not have understood it, but they remembered the conditions. They remembered which stones produced this glow. They learned to build furnaces, simple at first, pits in the ground, lined with clay, heated by charcoal. Later, with the discovery of bellows, they reached higher temperatures, hot enough to separate metal from slag. And from this heat came something new: bronze. Bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, did not occur naturally. It was not found in riverbeds or cracked hillsides. It had to be made, which means that somewhere a human not only understood how to melt copper, but also how to mix it with another element, and observed that this mixture produced something harder, more durable, and more beautiful. This may sound simple now, but it was revolutionary. The creation of bronze marked the beginning of the Bronze Age, not just in material, but in mentality. Cultures that mastered bronze gained advantages in agriculture, warfare, and art. Swords were stronger, chisels sharper, statues grander. The knowledge of how to find ores, how to build kilns, how to control heat, and how to blend metals spread along trade routes like whispered secrets. And yet, much of this knowledge is now lost. Not entirely. We can recreate alloys, we can analyze ancient furnaces. But what we lack is the intuition, the unspoken language between craftsman and flame. Ancient metallurgists didn't just follow recipes, they listened. They watched the color of smoke, the tone of a heated bar when tapped, the shimmer of slag on the surface. These were not scientists in the modern sense. They were artists of fire. In Mesopotamia, metal workers carved delicate copper bowls with scenes of harvest and prayer. In the Indus Valley, metallurgists created dancing figurines out of bronze, detailed and poised. In Anatolia and Egypt, copper chisels were used to carve limestone, building structures that still stand. And yet we do not know the names of these artisans. We know their work, but not their voices. We find their molds, their crucibles, their slag heaps, but their techniques were not written down. They were taught by demonstration, by feel, by ritual. And as empires rose and fell, as new methods replaced the old, much of that early wisdom faded. Some of it was considered too ordinary to document. Some was held in guilds and workshops, passed down like family stories. Some was simply forgotten when cities were abandoned and furnaces cooled for the last time. Today, we search for these methods in ruins. We examine corrosion patterns, cast shapes, and impurities in ancient metals. We speculate on lost recipes and forgotten ratios. But there remains a gap between what we know and what they knew, between knowledge and experience. And in that quiet gap, the mystery of ancient metallurgy still glows, like embers waiting to be understood once more. As the Bronze Age matured and expanded, another metal slowly began to emerge, less glamorous perhaps, but far more transformative. That metal was iron. Unlike copper or gold, iron was rarely found in its pure form. It hid inside tough ores, hematite, magnetite, goethite, embedded deep within rock, stubborn and unyielding. It demanded higher heat, more patience, and a greater understanding of fire's behavior. But once mastered, iron would change everything. It would rewrite the tools of agriculture, redraw the weapons of war, and silently usher in the Iron Age. Early ironworkers didn't yet have blast furnaces or precise thermometers. What they had were clay hearths, charcoal, and intuition. Smelting iron was different from copper. Instead of producing liquid metal, the process yielded a spongy mass known as a bloom, a porous chunk of semi-solid iron laced with slag. This bloom had to be repeatedly reheated and hammered, not just to shape it, but to drive out the impurities. This process was known as bloomery forging, and it required a deep connection between eye, hand, and fire. The resulting metal, wrought iron, was tough yet malleable, perfect for plows, chisels, and nails. But it still wasn't steel. Steel, as we understand it today, is iron with just the right amount of carbon. Too little, and it's too soft. Too much, and it becomes brittle. Striking this delicate balance was a feat of mastery, and somehow, in scattered corners of the ancient world, blacksmiths discovered it. One of the earliest known producers of steel was in ancient India, where a unique method called the Woots process emerged. In this technique, small amounts of iron and plant materials were sealed in crucibles and heated for hours. The result was a high-carbon steel, rich in patterns, strong yet flexible. When polished, it showed swirling lines, water-like patterns that would later be admired across empires. This steel was exported to the Middle East and became the basis for the legendary Damascus blades. These swords were not just sharp, they were resilient. They could slice through lesser weapons, hold an edge longer, and, just as important, carry a beauty that made them coveted. Today, metallurgists have tried to replicate Damascus steel using modern tools, but many still believe that the exact blend of ore, carbon, heat, and time used by ancient smiths remains elusive. It wasn't just the material, it was the method. It was the timing, the cooling rate, the impurities allowed or removed, the unwritten rhythms passed down through generations. In Japan, the forging of steel took on a near-spiritual form. The creation of a katana was more than engineering, it was ritual. Steel was folded, hammered, and cooled dozens of times, creating layers within layers. This repetitive folding wasn't just about strength, it was about harmony. The smith didn't merely make a weapon. He aligned himself with the metal, the fire, and tradition. Every step had a breath to it, a silence before action, a respect for the transformation taking place. Across the ancient world, from the iron pillars of India that resist rusting to this day, to the bronze to iron transitions in Greece and Mesopotamia, metallurgy was evolving quietly but profoundly. But with every evolution came loss. As new techniques emerged, old ones were left behind, forgotten not because they were inferior, but because they belonged to another rhythm. The blacksmith who once listened for the note of a bar, struck just right, was replaced by one who followed charts and gauges. The furnace that once glowed with careful intuition became industrial. And somewhere along the way, the feel of the work, its heartbeat, was softened. In Europe, during the early medieval period, smiths often worked in isolated forges, serving both village needs and noble demands. Their knowledge was sacred. Apprentices watched more than they read. There were few books, few measurements. Instead, they learned from watching the color of heated metal, listening to the way it sang under the hammer, judging the weight and spring of a blade by feel. It was a tradition of quiet observation and cumulative wisdom. Some techniques became regional secrets. In northern Africa, the use of iron sand and specific charcoal types led to blades with unique properties. In Scandinavia, pattern welding was used to bond iron and steel into composite blades, stronger and more beautiful. These methods were not always documented. Many were simply lost when the masters passed on or when trade routes shifted. What remains today are fragments, metal samples, corroded tools, forge remains, and the longing of modern blacksmiths trying to rediscover the invisible steps that turned ordinary iron into works of living art. In every hammer strike, in every quiet forge today, there is a faint echo of that ancient rhythm, a rhythm not found in textbooks, but in time, heat, and the steady trust between a person and the metal they hope to shape. In the dry stillness of the Nile Valley, beneath golden sands and stone tombs that whisper secrets to the wind, ancient Egypt quietly refined its own metallurgical path. While much attention is drawn to their architecture, their rituals, and their sacred writings, the metalwork of the Egyptians tells another, subtler story, one of resourcefulness, elegance, and techniques that even today prompt gentle wonder. Copper was the first metal they mastered, as early as 4000 BCE. Mined in the Sinai Peninsula and transported across difficult terrain, it was smelted using simple open-pit furnaces fed with charcoal. These furnaces, often built into the earth and lined with clay, reached high enough temperatures to extract the red metal from malachite and azurite ores. The process was delicate. Too much heat, and the copper became brittle. Too little, and the ore remained stubborn, unyielded. Ancient Egyptian metallurgists developed a patient rhythm. They would watch the fire's color, the way the ore cracked, the shape of the slag, all without words or formulas. Theirs was a tactile knowledge. One of the more remarkable achievements of Egyptian metallurgy was not simply the production of copper, but their use of arsenical copper, an alloy created, intentionally or by accident, by smelting copper ores that contained small amounts of arsenic. This added strength and made the metal more suitable for tools and weaponry. The knowledge of how to select such ores or how to replicate the effect was never written down in any surviving record. Yet the result was consistent across centuries, across dynasties. Later, tin was introduced, possibly via trade with the Levant, and the Egyptians began producing bronze. But unlike their Mesopotamian counterparts, Egyptian bronze often contained unusual compositions, suggesting a more experimental or adaptive approach to alloying. In tombs, bronze tools and mirrors, finely cast statues, and temple fittings have been uncovered, each bearing signs of precise and deliberate craftsmanship. What makes Egyptian metallurgy even more intriguing is the purity and uniformity of many of their metal artifacts. Thin sheets of gold, beaten with uniform thickness and used to cover wood or stone, show evidence of remarkable control. Gold was associated with divinity, immortality, and the sun. It was not only decorative but spiritual. The process of gold extraction and purification is still not fully understood. While ancient texts reference washing the gold and fire cleansing, the exact temperature control and chemical processes remain partly speculative. Some objects display nearly flawless gold plating, achieved without electroplating or modern chemistry. These techniques, whether by mercury gilding or by direct application of gold foil, were performed with tools so refined they've left behind almost no trace. Among the most captivating discoveries is the iron dagger of Tutankhamun, found in his tomb and dated to the 14th century BCE. This dagger, made not of copper or bronze but of iron, predates widespread iron production in Egypt by several centuries. It has been confirmed through analysis that the iron used in the dagger likely came from a meteorite. In ancient Egyptian, the term for iron translated to metal from the sky. The blade was carefully shaped, polished, and fitted with a handle of gold and crystal. It is not just a relic. It is a symbol of the Egyptians' awe of the cosmos and their ability to work even the rarest of metals. Their use of iron, while limited, suggests a reverence for its origin and possibly an understanding that it came from something beyond the earth. Whether the metal was cold-forged, as some believe, or subjected to heat treatment is still debated. What is clear is that this dagger was not ornamental alone. It was made with skill, with precision, and with a knowledge of iron that should not have existed at the time. Beyond the artifacts themselves, the organization of metalworking in ancient Egypt was remarkably advanced. Large workshops operated under temple supervision or royal command. Metalworkers were ranked, trained, and likely apprenticed under master artisans. Their forges were structured not only for efficiency but also for spiritual harmony. Smiths often worked near sanctuaries, perhaps believing their work to be a form of offering, an act of transformation that mirrored the sacred rebirth of the soul. Tools found in these workshops include tongs, crucibles, molds, and chisels, many remarkably similar in shape and function to those used thousands of years later. Yet nowhere do we find detailed instruction manuals, equations, or diagrams. Instead, everything points to a tradition of practical wisdom, passed hand to hand, gesture to gesture. In the silence of these workshops, surrounded by glowing embers and ringing hammers, knowledge moved without noise. The metals spoke, the fire answered, and the smith listened. And even today, when we gaze upon a polished bronze figurine or a delicately etched gold amulet, we see not only a product of technical skill, but a whisper of that quiet exchange between nature and human hand, between heat and will, between metal and meaning. In Egypt's deserts and tombs, among its towering monuments, the memory of these techniques remains, not as formulae, but as presence. To truly appreciate the sophistication of ancient metallurgy, one must drift further east, toward the sweeping plains and highlands of ancient China, where metallurgy was not only a practical craft, but a deeply symbolic art. Here, the manipulation of metal was guided by more than utility. It was governed by philosophy, by harmony with the natural world, and by a sense of cosmological balance that reached far beyond the forge. Chinese metallurgists, working as early as 2000 BCE, began with bronze, an alloy of copper and tin. But their approach to it was unlike that of their contemporaries in Mesopotamia or Egypt. Chinese bronze was more than a functional material. It was ritualistic, it was sacred. Elaborate vessels were created not for war or agriculture, but for ancestral offerings and ceremonial rites. These bronzes were often cast, not hammered, using a method now known as piece mold casting, a technique largely unique to ancient China. Instead of carving into wax or relying on lost wax molds, craftsmen sculpted clay models of the desired vessel, coated them with fine clay to make the inner mold, and then broke the outer shell into sections to form a detailed negative. The mold sections were reassembled, molten bronze was poured in, and once cooled, the mold was broken away, leaving behind an object of remarkable intricacy and precision. Some of these vessels displayed delicate geometric motifs, animal faces, or mythological beasts, each etched with meaning, each reflecting the beliefs of a society where the spiritual and the material were closely intertwined. The mastery required for piece mold casting was immense. Temperature control, metal flow, and precise timing were crucial. Yet these early metallurgists had no thermometers, no written formulas. Instead, they relied on sensory cues: the color of the molten bronze, the smell of the clay, the vibrations in the ground beneath the furnace. They worked through intuition, developed over lifetimes, and passed down through silent mentorship. As Chinese bronzeworking reached its zenith during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the complexity of metal objects increased. Bells were cast in matched sets, each tuned to specific pitches, requiring absolute precision in thickness, shape, and alloy composition. These were not musical toys, they were instruments of state ritual, played in temples, courts, and ceremonies. Their sound was believed to connect the human world with the heavens. To craft them without error, metallurgists had to not only shape metal, they had to shape sound itself. Later, during the Warring States period, Chinese metallurgists began to explore the use of iron. But unlike the bloomery techniques seen elsewhere, there is evidence that Chinese smelters developed a method of producing cast iron far earlier than many civilizations. By increasing furnace temperatures beyond what was considered necessary elsewhere, they created molten iron that could be poured into molds. This cast iron was brittle in its raw state, but through a process of decarburization, it could be refined into malleable wrought iron. This process, though described here in modern terms, was not developed through scientific experimentation, but through generations of observation and refinement. Chinese iron tools, agricultural implements, and weapons became widespread, and by the Han Dynasty, iron production had grown into an industry of significant scale. Blast furnaces were constructed with bellows powered by human or water energy, reaching temperatures of over 1,200 degrees Celsius. Slag from these sites, analyzed today, shows remarkable consistency, hinting at an advanced control over ore input and airflow. But just like in other regions, much of the specific knowledge remains unwritten. Ancient Chinese texts speak of metal as part of a cosmic cycle, interacting with wood, fire, earth, and water. The five elements, or wuxing, weren't just philosophical ideas. They influenced how materials were seen, used, and respected. Iron, for example, was seen as potent but dangerous, its use in warfare balanced against its value in farming and labor. Metallurgy was not just chemistry, it was a form of alignment with the universe. In this worldview, a blacksmith was not simply a technician. He was a mediator between the raw, untamed forces of the earth and the shaped harmony of human society. His workshop was a sacred space, his tools extensions of his will, and his work a quiet offering to both ancestor and sky. The metallurgical techniques of ancient China are echoed in artifacts now held in museums. The mirror-polished bronze discs with mythic engravings, the iron plowshares that changed agriculture, the bells that still ring with perfect clarity after millennia of silence. But the spirit of the craft, the way fire was coaxed, how molds were handled, how knowledge was remembered in hands rather than books. These parts are harder to recover. They live not in texts but in echoes. Echoes of footsteps in clay courtyards, of furnaces breathing under the stars, of molten metal whispering through ceramic channels. And in every ancient blade or vessel, quiet beneath glass, that memory remains. A trace of the flame, a hint of the touch. A stillness that once moved with heat and purpose and silent skill. As we drift quietly westward from the great civilizations of Asia, we arrive in a region often overlooked in discussions of early metallurgy. The misty hills, forested valleys, and windswept coasts of ancient Europe, where the Celtic tribes and their predecessors practiced their own mysterious forms of metalwork. Unlike the centralized states of Egypt or China, the cultures of prehistoric and Iron Age Europe were more fragmented, more local, yet no less sophisticated in their approach to shaping metal. In these quieter lands, far from the empires of the East, metallurgy developed with a character all its own, practical, mystical, and deeply rooted in place. The earliest metalworkers in Europe, long before the Celts, began with copper and gold. The Varna culture on the shores of the Black Sea produced some of the oldest known gold artifacts in the world, as early as 4500 BCE. These objects, delicate necklaces, bracelets, and scepters, suggest not only technical skill, but an appreciation for aesthetic harmony. The gold was mined, most likely, from rivers and shallow veins, panned and hammered into sheets, and sometimes cast in open molds. No written records survive, yet the artifacts speak of a people who valued beauty, ceremony, and the silent transformation of earth into treasure. As the Bronze Age took hold in Europe, new techniques emerged. The people of the Inédit culture, in what is now Central Europe, developed standardized molds and began to cast axes, daggers, and jewelry with increasing precision. These were not mass-produced items in the modern sense, but they show a level of repeatability and consistency that hints at shared knowledge across regions. Metallurgy was spreading, not just as a skill, but as a culture. In the forests of what is now Austria and southern Germany, bronze smiths worked in small workshops, likely near sources of tin and copper, forging not just tools but status symbols, swords with elegant hilts, fibulae with spiraled arms, and ornate helmets that blended function with form. As iron gradually replaced bronze in the first millennium BCE, the Celtic peoples emerged as some of the most skilled metalworkers of the Iron Age. Their approach was not merely technical, it was artistic, symbolic, and filled with a sense of flow and motion. Celtic iron swords were not only strong, they were beautiful. Curved lines, inlaid decorations, and balanced forms made them prized objects, often buried with their owners or offered in rivers as sacred gifts. The Celts practiced forge welding, a technique that required heating and hammering multiple pieces of iron together until they fused into a single, stronger whole. This allowed them to combine hard steel edges with softer, more flexible cores, a technique similar to the pattern welding seen in other ancient cultures. But Celtic metalwork was not limited to weapons. Their torques, neck rings made of twisted gold or bronze, are among the most iconic artifacts of European prehistory. These were symbols of nobility, often worn by warriors, priests, or chieftains. The twisting technique, while seemingly simple, required an even hand and a deep familiarity with the metal's behavior under pressure. Some torques are made from thick bars, others from fine strands twisted into rope-like cords. All speak of patience, of control, of a rhythm learned through years at the anvil. The Celts also worked with enameling, a process that involved heating colored glass powder until it fused to the surface of metal. This technique, used to decorate brooches, horse gear, and ceremonial items, added a splash of vivid red or blue to otherwise muted metal tones. It required precise control of heat and timing. Too hot, and the enamel burned; too cold, and it failed to bond. Such methods were never explained in writing, only passed from smith to apprentice in dark workshops filled with the scent of ash and the faint hum of bellows. There was also a spiritual dimension to Celtic metalwork. Many items were deliberately bent or broken before being offered to rivers, bogs, or sacred groves. These acts were not accidents. They were ritual decommissionings, symbolic returns of metal to the earth or the gods. The crafting of an object and its destruction were both sacred acts, part of a cycle of transformation. The blacksmith, in this worldview, was more than a tradesman. He was a liminal figure, standing between the elements, able to reshape what nature had hidden. In later centuries, as Rome expanded and absorbed Celtic lands, many of these traditions faded. Roman metallurgy was efficient, standardized, bureaucratic. It valued output and order, but traces of Celtic techniques lived on in rural smithies and hidden valleys, where memory lingered longer than conquest. Today, archaeologists uncover Celtic forges in the hills of Wales, Ireland, and Gaul, remnants of an era where fire and iron danced together in quiet mastery. Though the names of the smiths are lost, their creations remain, silent, spiraled, and strong. And as we observe them under glass, or imagine them glowing in the dark of a stone forge, we are reminded that great skill can arise not only in empires, but in the hush of forests, in the breath of bellows, in the steady hand of someone listening to metal, long before books, and long after memory. As we slowly turn our gaze to the Indian subcontinent, we find ourselves among rivers that curl through fertile plains, forests that breathe with monsoon rhythms, and mountains that watch in stillness. In this ancient land, metallurgy was not only a craft, but a spiritual act. Here, fire was sacred. The forge was not a place of brute labor, but of quiet devotion. In the Vedic traditions that shaped early Indian thought, Barak was the mouth of the gods, Agni, the divine messenger, who carried offerings from earth to heaven. To shape metal with fire was to engage directly with the divine, and so metal workers were seen not merely as artisans, but as intermediaries between the physical and spiritual worlds. As early as the 3rd millennium BCE, in the Indus Valley Civilization, metallurgy had already taken root. At sites like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, archaeologists have uncovered copper tools, bronze figurines, and standardized weights made of dense metal alloys. These items reflect not just technical know-how, but a cultural emphasis on precision and order. The famous dancing girl statue, cast in bronze using the lost wax method, reveals a high level of metallurgical skill. Lost wax casting involves sculpting an object in wax, encasing it in clay, heating it until the wax melts away, and then pouring molten metal into the hollow. It is an exacting process, and the fact that it was used over 4,000 years ago in India suggests that artisans possessed an intimate knowledge of temperature, timing, and material behavior. Yet no written manuals describe this. It was preserved instead through generations of apprenticeship, memory, and shared ritual. As centuries passed and the Iron Age arrived, India became a quiet leader in iron production. While many ancient cultures struggled to control the high temperatures needed to smelt iron, Indian metallurgists found ways to do so consistently. By the 1st millennium BCE, iron tools and weapons were common, and some scholars believe that early Indian furnaces achieved higher temperatures than their contemporaries elsewhere. One of the most remarkable legacies of this period is the Iron Pillar of Delhi, standing over 23 feet tall and weighing more than 6 tons. It dates to around the 4th century CE, and despite standing in open air for over 1,600 years, it has not rusted. This resistance to corrosion has puzzled scientists for decades. The pillar was forged from nearly pure iron, shaped by hammer welding multiple iron blooms into a single structure. It is thought that its resistance is due to a thin, protective layer of crystalline iron hydrogen phosphate that formed naturally over time. But while modern chemistry can offer theories, it cannot replicate the exact conditions under which the pillar was made. The techniques used, the forging, the purification, the slow folding of metal, remain partly lost. There are no blueprints. Only the pillar itself stands, silent and untouched, like a relic of forgotten mastery. In southern India, another metallurgical tradition took root, one that would echo across continents and centuries: wootz steel. This crucible steel, made from iron and carbon-rich materials, produced a metal of incredible sharpness and durability. Wootz steel blades were known not only for their strength, but for the distinctive watered patterns that shimmered across their surfaces. These blades became the legendary Damascus steel when exported to the Middle East, prized by warriors and nobles alike. The process of making wootz involved sealing iron and carbon together in a small crucible, heating it until it melted, and then cooling it slowly. The key was in the balance: too much carbon, and the metal became brittle; too little, and it lost its edge. The right conditions required a kind of sixth sense, a feel for the rhythm of fire and metal. Indian blacksmiths often used organic materials, leaves, bark, even rice husks, to introduce carbon. They monitored the glow of the furnace, the sound of the cooling metal, the color of the slag. No formulas, no written charts, only patience, only tradition. What's more, the making of such steel was often conducted in quiet rural settings, under the supervision of families who had passed down the craft for centuries. Smiths were respected, some were even revered. In some regions, their furnaces were kept separate from village homes, not because they were feared, but because the act of forging was considered sacred. The bellows, the anvil, the hammer, these were not just tools, but instruments of balance, harmonizing earth, fire, and breath. Over time, however, the knowledge began to fade. As colonial powers disrupted local industries, as oral traditions were broken and passed over, the delicate balance required to make true wootz was lost. Today, metallurgists attempt to recreate it in labs, but the results are not always the same. Something, the atmosphere of the village forge, the intuition of the elder smith, the quiet confidence in generations of practice, is missing, but the legacy endures. In the blades preserved in museums, in the rustless pillar that still watches over Delhi, and in the stories whispered through the furnaces of the South, we find a metallurgy not of conquest or industry, but of reverence, fire, metal, and hand moving together, not loudly, but with certainty. And in the dark glow of the forge, in the hush of coals and the hush of memory, something ancient remains, unwritten but not forgotten. As we turn our quiet gaze toward the vast and ancient landscapes of sub-Saharan Africa, we enter a metallurgical tradition that has long been overlooked, yet pulses with innovation, independence, and an enduring harmony with the land. Unlike the more centralized empires of Eurasia, the ironworking cultures of Africa were not built upon texts, palaces, or monuments, but on memory, rhythm, and fire. Here, metallurgy was deeply local and remarkably advanced. One of the most compelling discoveries in African metallurgical history came not from a bustling city, but from a remote area in modern-day Nigeria. The knot culture, active from around 1500 BCE to 300 CE, produced some of the oldest known terracotta sculptures in Africa, and likely some of the earliest iron tools as well. Archaeological evidence from central Nigeria suggests that iron smelting may have begun here independently, not borrowed from Egypt, Carthage, or Rome, but born of its own internal ingenuity. The iron furnaces of this region were not massive. They were modest structures, cylindrical or beehive-shaped, dug into hillsides or built from clay and stone and fueled by charcoal. Bellows, often operated by hand or foot, supplied air in rhythmic bursts, allowing temperatures to climb above 1100 degrees Celsius. This was hot enough to reduce iron ore into a bloom, a spongy mass of metal and slag that could then be hammered into shape. But what made these forges so special was their efficiency, their variation, and their resilience over time. Each community developed its own subtle methods. In some areas, furnaces were operated only at night, when cooler ambient temperatures helped conserve heat. In others, the clay was mixed with termite mound soil, whose fine grain and moisture balance improved insulation. There were no standard blueprints. Each forge was a fingerprint. The iron produced was used for farming tools, spearheads, axes, and ceremonial items. In regions where stone had once been the dominant tool, iron revolutionized agriculture, allowing for deeper plowing and more efficient harvesting. But the transformation was not just material, it was social. Smiths became respected figures, sometimes feared, sometimes revered. In the societies of the Dogon, the Bantu, and the Shona, the blacksmith was not merely a technician. He was a keeper of secrets, a guardian of fire. The knowledge of smelting was passed from father to son, often within certain families or clans, and was wrapped in layers of taboo and ritual. It was believed that the forge was a place of transformation, not just of metal, but of the soul. Certain communities prohibited women from entering the forge. Others required purification rites before a smelting session could begin. Fire was not taken lightly. It was negotiated with, respected, and never wasted. Among the Haya people of Tanzania, archaeologists discovered furnaces that astonished the modern world. Dating back over 2,000 years, these furnaces used preheated forced draft systems that reached temperatures higher than those in Europe during the same period. Using underground channels and carefully controlled airflows, the Haya smelters could consistently produce high-quality carbon steel, a feat once thought impossible without modern tools. Yet there were no thermometers, no written instructions, only tradition, only song. In many African metallurgical traditions, smelting was accompanied by music, drums, chants, or rhythmic bellows. It helped keep time, ensured coordination among workers, and may even have served a spiritual function, inviting harmony into the volatile space between flame and ore. And when the bloom was finally hammered into usable iron, the resulting tools were not just practical, they were valued, passed down through generations, repaired instead of discarded, imbued with a sense of continuity. But as with so many quiet technologies, this knowledge began to fade. The arrival of European colonizers in the 19th century brought new materials, new machines, and a deep disruption of local industries. Indigenous ironworking was dismissed as primitive, even though it had sustained societies for centuries and operated with a level of precision that rivaled contemporaries in Asia and Europe. Today, some traditional iron forges still exist, in remote villages, in cultural festivals, or as reconstructed sites, but much of the old knowledge is gone. The secrets of termite clay, the precise rhythm of bellows, the alignment of moon and fire, these linger only in fragments. Still, the artifacts remain: simple hoes, weathered spear points, ornate knives with spiral handles, each a testament to a craft not born in grand libraries, but in the red dust of the earth, in the patient hands of artisans whose names were never carved in stone. And as we imagine them working in the cool dawn, shadows flickering on clay walls, the forge glowing softly in the dark, we are reminded that true mastery often needs no monument, only fire, only silence, only time. As we drift now across the ocean, far from the forges of Africa and Asia, we arrive in a world where metallurgy followed a different path, one shaped not by the demands of war or agriculture, but by symbols, stars, and spirit. In the ancient civilizations of Mesoamerica and the Andes, metallurgy emerged late, yet flourished with an elegance that defied expectations. Here, among temples carved into cliffs and cities perched atop mountains, metal was not just shaped, it was honored. The earliest evidence of metalworking in the Americas dates to around 1500 BCE in the coastal regions of modern-day Peru. These early metallurgists, likely part of the Chavin culture, began working with native gold, soft, malleable, and easily obtained from rivers or shallow deposits. Unlike iron or bronze, gold required no smelting, only washing, hammering, and heating to shape. The results were simple at first: thin sheets, small beads, flattened discs. But even these early forms suggest a reverence for shine and shape. Gold was seen not as currency or mere decoration, but as a divine material associated with the sun, the heavens, and royal blood. As metallurgy advanced through centuries, the people of the Moche, Nazca, and later the Inca civilizations developed sophisticated techniques to enhance both beauty and meaning. One of the most fascinating processes was tumbaga production, an alloy of gold and copper. Tumbaga had a reddish tone and could be polished to a bright luster. After shaping an object from tumbaga, artisans would use a process called depletion gilding to remove copper from the surface, leaving behind a thin layer of nearly pure gold. The result? A radiant object that looked solid gold, but was lighter, more workable, and more practical to produce. No written texts explain this process. It was passed down silently, through workshops, apprentices, and ceremony. These gilded objects, nose ornaments, chest plates, ceremonial knives called tumi, were often buried with the dead, never meant to be used in battle, but to accompany the soul in the afterlife. In the high Andes, the Inca Empire brought metallurgy to its greatest scale. Incan metallurgists were state-supported, often working in workshops connected to temples or royal estates. They produced intricate items not just in gold and copper, but in platinum, a notoriously difficult metal to work. With no modern tools to melt it, Incan smiths used powder metallurgy, compressing platinum dust with gold under high heat to create solid forms. The process was slow, delicate, and demanding, yet the results were stunning: seamless figurines, jewelry, and ritual items that glimmered like starlight. The symbolic purpose of metal in the Andes was never secondary. Gold was associated with the sun god Inti. Silver, softer and cooler in color, represented Mama Killa, the moon goddess. To wear these metals was to embody cosmic harmony. In the city of Cusco, the Temple of the Sun was once lined with golden plates, and a golden disc representing Inti rose behind the main altar, catching the morning light, sending it cascading into the sacred plaza. These were not defensive structures, they were mirrors for the heavens. Meanwhile, in Mesoamerica, metallurgy arrived much later, around 800 CE, likely through maritime contact with South America. The Zapotec, Mixtec, and Aztec peoples quickly adapted and innovated. Gold and copper were used primarily for ritual and prestige. Aztec codices describe warriors wearing copper bells, earrings, and pectorals into ceremonies, not into battle. Copper was also cast into tools, such as small axes, though rarely on an industrial scale. The Mixtec were perhaps the finest jewelers of Mesoamerica, creating complex inlays, mosaics, and tiny cast figures. They used lost wax casting, a method already ancient in other parts of the world, but given new life here with local materials and motifs. Feathered serpents, jaguars, priests in trance. Their works were small but exquisite. It is striking to note how spiritualized metallurgy was in these cultures. Smiths were often considered part of the priestly class. Their tools were sacred. Their furnaces were altars. Fire, here too, was divine, not tamed, but invited. And when the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, drawn by rumors of gold, they found cities glittering with metal, but they misunderstood. They saw currency, wealth, bullion. The native peoples had seen light, story, and soul. Tragically, much of this metal was melted down, ritual items destroyed, gold stripped from temples, sacred discs hammered into coins. The knowledge of those workshops faded, silenced by conquest and fire. Today, what remains lies in fragments, in tombs, museums, and memories. Yet even these fragments shimmer with the quiet legacy of a world that once saw gold, not as a possession, but as a passage. A link between sky and soil, between the breath of the gods and the hands of man. And in these silent relics, we still glimpse what the Spaniards could not. That metal, shaped slowly and reverently, can carry not just history, but holiness. Now, as our quiet journey continues, we drift eastward, past deserts and mountain ranges, beyond crowded cities and ancient capitals, into the humid air and thick forests of Southeast Asia and the far-flung islands of Oceania. Here, amid slow rivers and volcanic soils, ancient metallurgists worked not in grand temples or massive foundries, but in small huts shaded by banana trees, on coastlines shaped by monsoon winds, and in islands where time moved at the rhythm of the tides. In these regions, metallurgy developed along a different trajectory, less visible to textbook history, but no less remarkable. In what is now Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and parts of Indonesia, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of iron smelting that dates as far back as 500 BCE. At sites like Ban Chiang in northeast Thailand, the discovery of iron tools, slag deposits, and crucible remains suggest that metallurgy had become a settled practice by the first millennium BCE. What makes these discoveries intriguing is the apparent local innovation. These societies did not simply borrow iron technology from India or China. They developed smelting techniques suited to their own environment, using low-shaft furnaces, charcoal fuel, and finely crushed ore. The furnaces were often constructed from clay mixed with rice husks or straw, creating a porous material that withstood repeated heating and cooling. Airflow was regulated not with bellows, but with clever venting and simple yet effective tools. Unlike the monumental traditions of China or India, Southeast Asian metallurgists often worked close to home, and the knowledge was passed orally through apprenticeships, songs, and daily repetition. The tools they produced, hoes, knives, arrowheads, were sturdy, functional, and well-suited to the demands of wet rice agriculture and forest life. But metal also carried ritual meaning. Among the Khmer of ancient Cambodia, whose empire would later produce the grandeur of Angkor Wat, metal was associated with sacred architecture and divine order. Bronze was used in temple statuary, gongs, and ceremonial vessels. Bronze drums, such as the famed Dong Son drums from northern Vietnam, remain one of the most striking artifacts of the region. These drums, dating as far back as 600 BCE, were cast in one piece using the lost wax method. Their surfaces are decorated with intricate starbursts, geometric patterns, warriors, animals, and boats, each image telling a story, each groove hammered by hand. It is believed that these drums were used in rituals connected to rain, fertility, and war. Their deep, resonant sound was not just music, but a summoning, an echo meant to stir the spirits and call balance into the world. The crafting of a Dongsun drum required exceptional precision, especially given the large size and thin walls. The alloy mixture had to be just right. The mold must be flawless, and the cooling process controlled. Yet there are no surviving texts to explain how they did this. Only the drums remain, silent, waiting, perfectly formed. As we drift farther across the sea into Oceania, the metallurgical story changes. On many islands, such as those in Polynesia, metallurgy never developed in the traditional sense. These societies relied on stone, bone, and shell, crafting tools and weapons from materials gifted by the sea and the earth. But on islands like Sulawesi, Timor, and the Philippines, where contact with mainland Asia brought metal in, local smiths began to adapt these foreign technologies into their own cultural forms. In the Philippines, especially on the island of Mindanao, blacksmiths developed a long tradition of blade making that survives to this day. The most iconic product of this tradition is the kris, a dagger with a wavy blade, often asymmetrical and rich with symbolism. Each kris is unique. Its waves, or look, represent different spiritual meanings. The forging of a kris was more than a technical act, it was spiritual. The blade was often forged with a mixture of iron, nickel, and sometimes meteorite metal, believed to hold cosmic energy. The smith, called a pandey, was not just a craftsman, but a ritual leader. Before forging began, he might fast, pray, or consult with a spiritual guide. The finished blade was then blessed, wrapped in cloth, and offered to ancestors. It was said that a kris could choose its owner or bring misfortune if disrespected. The methods used in kris making were closely guarded, passed down only within families or chosen lineages. Patterns on the blade were created through folding and etching, a process not unlike the Damascus steel of the Middle East. Yet each blade bore local flavor, materials gathered by hand, hammers forged in family fires, quenching done in coconut oil or river water during moonlit nights. As colonial powers reached these islands, many of these traditions were pushed to the edges. Factories replaced family forges. Uniform tools replaced sacred ones. But in quiet villages, in corners of forests, and in the memories of old pandays, the fire still glows. Even now, some kris blades are forged by hand, each with a story, each with a heartbeat. Across Southeast Asia and Oceania, metallurgy was never simply a tool for power. It was about connection, to land, to spirit, to ancestry. And though much of this technique has faded into the shadows, the artifacts remain, not as relics of war or conquest, but as testaments to a quieter kind of mastery, one shaped by hands, whispered through generations, and carried forward in the hush of glowing embers. As we come to the closing chapter of the slow journey through ancient metallurgy, we pause not to marvel at explosions of progress or the noise of innovation, but to listen to the echoes, the faint residue of hammer strikes, the quiet hum of bellows, the soft hiss of water meeting metal. For thousands of years, metallurgy was one of the most intimate human arts, born not in libraries or factories, but in mud brick huts, on riverbanks, in forests, and in caves. It was forged not only through heat and ore, but through patience, observation, and tradition. And now, much of that knowledge is gone. Across continents and cultures, the ancient techniques that once shaped the world have fallen silent, not because they were failures, but because they were too quiet to survive the thunder of industrialization. In Europe, as iron gave way to steel and steel gave way to mechanization, the old smiths folded their forges. The blacksmith, once at the heart of every village, became a romantic figure of folklore. In Asia, where swordsmiths once aligned their breathing with the rhythm of hammer blows, factory presses now produce endless uniform blades, sharp, functional, but absent of soul. In Africa, where termite clay and night smelting created iron with stunning efficiency, the last furnaces cool in overgrown clearings, their secrets buried not in soil, but in memory. In the Americas, the sacred meanings once embedded in gold and copper were melted down for coins, shipped across oceans, lost to silence. The furnaces of the Andes no longer burn for gods. The drums of Dongson no longer sound for rain. The kris, once whispered to in the night, now sits behind museum glass. And yet something remains, a kind of residue, not of ash or soot, but of reverence. For metallurgy, at its heart, was never just about tools, it was about transformation, about taking something raw, inert, seemingly lifeless, and through fire, breath, and rhythm, shaping it into something that endures. It was a collaboration between man and nature, between heat and hand, between the visible and the invisible. What is most astonishing is how much was done without theory, without text, without even a written name. Techniques passed down through practice, through demonstration, through touch. A boy watching his father control a flame. An apprentice learning to listen to the tone of the metal. A daughter memorizing the rhythm of a bellows. These were not schools, these were lineages. And when those lineages were broken by conquest, by machinery, by the forgetting that comes with modern speed, the knowledge didn't vanish immediately. It simply faded, quietly, like smoke. Today, some of that knowledge is being rediscovered. Archaeologists reconstruct ancient furnaces, experimenting with ore, with airflow, with charcoal ratios. Metallurgists test old blades under microscopes, puzzled by strength that exceeds explanation. In workshops and revival projects, a handful of smiths still attempt to relearn the old ways, not out of nostalgia, but out of respect, because within those lost techniques lies something modern metallurgy cannot replicate: meaning. Not mass production, not efficiency, but relationship. A relationship with materials, with ancestors, with mystery. In a world rushing forward, there is something grounding about imagining a solitary figure at dawn, coaxing fire from embers, listening to the rise of heat, watching as ore begins to bloom. There is no hurry, no automation, only breath, only flame, only the promise that, if tended properly, something strong can emerge, something useful, something sacred. And so as we end this story, we don't look back with regret, but with stillness. We remember the quiet places, the hidden forges, the calloused hands that shaped the bones of civilizations, often without recognition. And we remember that behind every ancient blade, bell, coin, or sculpture was a moment, a flicker of heat, a whisper of intention, a spark caught in silence. That moment is gone, but its warmth lingers, and that brings our quiet story to a close. Before we drift into the next sleepy tale, I'd be so grateful if you could leave a like and maybe tap that gentle subscribe button to help keep this peaceful series going. Now, let's continue our slow journey through forgotten corners of the past and quietly arrive at our next story in this series of boring history for sleep. The quiet life of the samurai peasantry. In the minds of most, the word samurai conjures images of armored warriors with polished blades, poised in rigid discipline beneath the cherry blossoms. We picture duels at dawn, stern codes of honor, and the glint of steel under moonlight. But in truth, beyond the battlefields and beyond the palaces of lords, there was a quieter, less dramatic world. One where many samurai lived not as warriors of constant conflict, but as peasants, land tenders, scribes, and caretakers of seasonal rhythms. In this story, we turn down the volume on history's dramatics and lean into the slow, overlooked hum of daily life in rural Japan, where samurai were more often sowing rice than swinging swords. The feudal system that defined much of medieval Japan was complex and layered, but at its core stood the bushi class, the warrior elite known as samurai. While some served powerful lords and engaged in political intrigue or warfare, the majority were low-ranking retainers, living in modest homes, working the land, and existing on stipends that were rarely extravagant. Especially during the long peace of the Edo period, from the early 17th century to the mid-19th, the samurai class found itself without battle, without war, and without glory. Many turned their attention to agriculture, not out of choice, but out of quiet necessity. In the countryside, far from Edo's bustle or Kyoto's elegance, a typical samurai household was small and disciplined. The home was wooden, with tatami floors and sliding paper screens. In the corner, a sword might rest in a rack, more symbolic than functional. The walls were bare, the shelves sparse. The air carried the scent of boiled rice, of tatami straw, of ink from morning calligraphy. Life began before sunrise. The samurai father, perhaps once trained in martial forms, now dressed in a faded kimono and straw sandals, stepping outside to check irrigation ditches or mend a fence. His wife swept the yard, tended the vegetable plot, stirred rice in the pot. Their children learned not just the Confucian values of filial piety and respect, but also the Buddhist rhythm of acceptance and impermanence. For many of these rural samurai, literacy was their quiet weapon. They taught in local schools, transcribed texts for the domain office, or kept meticulous records of rice yields and tax collections. While they held rank above farmers in the official hierarchy, in practice, their duties blurred. A samurai might spend hours in the fields alongside villagers, planting seedlings by hand, bent low under the sun. In these villages, violence was rare, and ritual far more common than rebellion. Festivals marked the seasons: planting, harvest, solstice. The local shrine was the heart of the community, its steps worn smooth by generations of barefoot prayers. The samurai peasantry participated not as rulers, but as custodians, overseers of both soil and spirit. They officiated rites, kept the peace, resolved disputes over boundary stones or shared wells. At night, by lantern light, a samurai might copy passages from Confucius or compose short poems, waka, to soothe the mind. Not all were poor, of course. Some had a small retinue of servants, a plot of land, a modest stipend from their daimyo. But the ideal of frugality, wabi-sabi, the beauty of simplicity, was deeply embedded. To live richly without excess, to eat well without gluttony, to wear a robe patched but clean. These were the quiet virtues of the countryside. And within these rhythms, martial training did not vanish. In backyards and temple courtyards, Boys practiced kata, formal sequences of movement, under the watchful eye of retired soldiers turned teachers. Wooden swords clacked softly in the morning mist, not for war, but for discipline, for inner harmony, for remembering. The samurai peasantry lived by the code of Bushido, though their days were not filled with duels or sacrifice. Instead, loyalty meant caring for one's family, tending to village harmony, and fulfilling duties without complaint. Honor was not a matter of fame, but of quiet perseverance, of showing up each day to do what must be done. Even as Japan began to modernize in the late Edo years, and as Western ideas crept into the ports, these rural samurai remained anchored. They heard of gunboats and railways, of changing tides and broken treaties, but their own days remained shaped by sun, soil, and silence. In time, their role would fade. With the Meiji Restoration, the samurai class was officially dissolved. Their stipends vanished, their swords forbidden in public, their names absorbed into modern titles. But the spirit remained, not in city towers or battle monuments, but in villages where fields still bloom and old scrolls still whisper of a life both noble and humble. And in that stillness, we begin to understand something modern life often forgets. That duty, in its truest form, is not loud. It is patient, repetitive, rooted. A life of quiet service, unnoticed by history's headlines, yet indispensable to the fabric of a people. The samurai peasantry did not leave behind empires or conquests, but they left behind a way of being, one that still lingers like mist on a rice field, just before the sun breaks through. The seasons were the true rulers of the samurai peasantry. More than any daimyo or edict from the shogunate, it was the slow turn of the year that dictated each action, each task, each moment of rest or motion. Spring arrived quietly, as it often does in the Japanese countryside, not with loud celebration, but with subtle signs. The first buds on the plum trees, the thawing of narrow irrigation channels, the scent of damp earth rising gently into the morning air. For the samurai living among the fields, it marked the return of work. Bundled in simple robes, they would step out before dawn, watching their breath cloud in the cold, turning over the soil with care. There was a reverence in this act, not as farmers striving for profit, but as stewards participating in a sacred rhythm. Rice planting was not just labor, it was ceremony. The fields, flat and flooded, mirrored the sky, creating the illusion of walking through the clouds. With each seedling placed into the mud, the samurai acknowledged the fragility and promise of life. Children watched, sometimes joined in, their laughter mixing with birdsong, while elders supervised from the edges, recalling how their fathers and grandfathers had once done the same. During this season, meals were light and humble. Miso soup with wild herbs, pickled vegetables, a bowl of plain rice. The family gathered on tatami mats in silence or quiet conversation, giving thanks not in elaborate words, but in gestures, a respectful bow, a shared glance, a slow breath taken together. In these households, ritual order brought peace. Objects had their place, actions followed patterns. Shoes were removed at the same spot, the floor swept at the same hour, the well water drawn with the same care every morning. These repetitive motions, seen by outsiders as mundane, were, to the samurai, a form of training, a way to maintain clarity of mind and precision of body, even when the battlefield was a garden. As spring warmed into summer, the days grew long and heavy. The heat was dense, pressing down upon rooftops and fields alike. Cicadas droned endlessly, their chorus a constant reminder that time marched on. The samurai peasant adjusted accordingly, rising even earlier to complete tasks before the sun reached its peak. Sleeves were rolled up, heads covered with cloth, skin darkened with sun, hands hardened with work, but still, the pace remained unhurried. There was no rush, no race, only the understanding that the task, once begun, would be completed with care, even if it took the whole day. Summer was also the time of festivals, not grand or ostentatious, but rooted in community. Lanterns were hung along dirt roads, and the sound of wooden clogs echoed into the warm evening. The samurai families participated with modesty. Fathers might help arrange offerings at the shrine. Mothers prepared seasonal sweets from sweet potatoes and chestnuts. Children carried paper fans, their faces lit by soft candlelight. Drums beat slowly, and chants rose into the darkness, not for show, but for remembrance. The ancestors were near during these times. Offerings of rice, tea, and incense were left at household altars. A photograph, a name on parchment, a memory shared before sleep. These were the threads connecting generations. Autumn brought the harvest, and with it, a sense of closure. The rice, golden and heavy, bowed in the fields like monks at prayer. Harvesting was done methodically, the same way a swordsman practiced his kata. Each motion intentional, each cut clean. The grains were collected, dried, stored. A portion was set aside for the daimyo as tax, another for the family, another for neighbors in need. No one hoarded. Sharing was part of the code. With the crops secure, attention turned inward. Scrolls were unrolled. Calligraphy was practiced. The sword, too, was not forgotten. Polishing a blade was itself a meditation. The samurai would sit, cloth in hand, moving slowly along the steel, not to prepare for war, but to preserve discipline. Winter descended as a hush. Snow blanketed the thatched roofs, muffled footsteps, stilled the air. Fires were lit sparingly, and meals became even simpler. Gruel, stewed radish, a single fish shared among many. But in the cold came closeness. Families sat together longer. Stories were told, not of glory, but of kindness. A neighbor who lent tools. A traveler offered shelter. A teacher remembered with gratitude. And always, there was writing. The samurai peasantry wrote haiku to capture fleeting thoughts, letters to friends in distant domains, small journals recording weather, dreams, and household needs. The written word was a companion in solitude. These samurai were rarely remembered in textbooks. Their names were not etched into monuments. Their swords, if they had any, never drew blood. But in their quiet, steady lives, they cultivated something as rare as victory, equanimity, a life in balance, a soul unshaken. They proved that samurai's strength was not in conquest, but in consistency, not in triumph, but in temperance. And in that stillness, they left behind more than silence. They left behind a way of life that, if listened to closely, still whispers through the bamboo, still lingers in the mist, and still teaches us how to live, gently, honorably, and without haste. Though the outward routines of the samurai peasantry appeared simple, their inner lives were anything but dull. Beneath the worn robes and beside the plowed fields, a quiet depth of learning and reflection thrived. While the upper elite boasted palatial schools and official tutors, in rural villages the education of a samurai child began at home, slowly, humbly, and with reverence. The father taught by example more than by instruction. Morning began not with idle chatter, but with ritual cleaning. The house was swept not merely to clear dust, but to prepare the mind. As he folded away his bedding and washed his hands at the wooden basin, the child observed the deliberate pace of life, how even pouring water could be done with dignity. If there was a small library, it held only a few volumes, perhaps the Analects of Confucius, a Buddhist sutra, or a manual of etiquette. These were not read for entertainment. They were read to shape the soul. Even a single passage could be read many times, aloud and in silence, until its meaning entered the bones. Writing was taught with a brush, not a pen. The child sat kneeling before a low table, dipping the brush into ink and pulling each stroke across the paper with care. The character for heart, the character for truth, the character for endure. Each formed with full attention, each a meditation. There was no rush, no test, only the slow growth of clarity. The mother, too, was a teacher, of gentleness, of order, of economy. She showed how to fold clothes so they rested flat and calm, how to rinse rice until the water ran clear, how to move through the day without waste, without complaint, and without unnecessary noise. These quiet lessons were as vital as any sword form. For the samurai peasantry, moral discipline was more important than physical prowess. They studied the code of Bushido, not to prepare for duels, but to understand how to live. Loyalty meant serving the family well. Courage meant facing hardship without bitterness. Honor meant telling the truth even when no one was watching. Compassion meant helping a neighbor without being asked. Benevolence did not require wealth, only a willing hand. These values were not spoken of in grand speeches but lived out in daily choices, whether to speak or remain silent, whether to take more or to share, whether to dwell in anger or let go. Even among those who had once trained with weapons, there was no celebration of violence. The sword was kept clean, but unused. It was an heirloom, not a tool. Stories of battle were told rarely, and when they were, they focused not on victory, but on restraint, on the warrior who chose peace when he could have chosen blood. Many samurai became teachers, monks, or administrators. They used their discipline to maintain records, guide rituals, and resolve disputes with fairness. A samurai might settle a land disagreement not with threats, but with quiet logic, patient listening, and handwritten notes. In this way, they upheld their dignity without force. They became the steady hand in a world that often trembled. Art, too, had its place in this life. Poetry was not a luxury, but a necessity. To write a haiku at the end of the day, perhaps about the wind through the cedar trees or the feel of old sandals on a worn path, was a way to stay present, a way to notice, a way to remain human. Many samurai painted in the Sumi-e style, using only ink and water to create gentle landscapes. A mountain, a bridge, a single tree under snowfall. The brush moved slowly. The image was never perfect. That was not the goal. The goal was to capture a mood, stillness, longing, humility. Music was rare but meaningful. A bamboo flute played at dusk. A drum sounded at festivals. Sometimes a single-stringed shamisen filled the room with sorrow or joy. These sounds did not entertain. They reminded. They returned the listener to the present. And always there was silence, between tasks, between seasons, between words. The samurai peasantry did not fill every moment. They allowed for stillness, for walking without talking, for sitting without doing, for waiting without fidgeting. In that quiet, they observed the world, how dew gathered on the grass, how smoke curled from the neighbor's chimney, how a crow paused on the gatepost before flying away. In these moments, they learned what no school could teach: to be content without excess, to endure without complaint, and to live without needing applause. The samurai peasant lived close to the earth, but their heart was shaped by the sky. Their code was unwritten but unshakable. Their strength was not loud, but lasting. In the next part of our story, we will follow how these quiet warriors responded to the winds of change, when Japan's long peace came to an end, and the modern world knocked gently, then urgently, on their wooden doors. In the quiet valleys of Edo period Japan, where mist curled along the hills and thatched rooftops nestled among cedar trees, life for the samurai peasantry moved with the rhythm of the seasons. But in the distant cities, places like Nagasaki, Osaka, and later Yokohama, a different rhythm had begun to stir. Foreign ships appeared on the horizon. Letters arrived bearing strange names and foreign symbols. The winds of the world were shifting, though softly at first, like a breeze that rustles the edge of a scroll before turning the page. For the samurai peasant, these changes did not announce themselves in dramatic moments. They appeared as quiet inconveniences at first. A new official decree read aloud by a village clerk. A merchant offering a cloth dyed with Western patterns. A rumor that a neighboring town was building roads with stone rather than dirt. Still, in the rice fields and mountain paths, daily life held steady. The peasants bowed to the rising sun, swept the thresholds of their homes, and lit incense for their ancestors with the same patience their fathers and grandfathers had known. But beneath this calm surface, questions began to form. What did it mean to be a samurai when battles were gone, when swords were no longer drawn, when the greatest virtue became the ability to endure change without complaint? Some clung to old routines more tightly, polishing armor that would never be worn again, reciting verses from the Book of Five Rings, not as preparation, but as comfort. Others quietly adapted. A few younger samurai began learning to read Dutch or English, copying characters with care, even if they did not yet understand their meaning. They sensed that knowledge itself had become a new kind of weapon, not for war, but for navigation, to move through a changing world without losing one's soul. The elders, meanwhile, offered caution, not resistance. The water that stays still, one would say, becomes stale. Let it move slowly, and it remains clear. And so the villages adjusted, but gradually, respectfully, without haste. Roads were widened not to speed life up, but to better serve the ox carts during the harvest. Schools taught arithmetic alongside calligraphy, and maps of distant countries hung beside old scrolls of family trees. A traveling official might bring with him a strange new object, a pocket watch, ticking steadily. Children would gather, eyes wide, but the old men would nod politely and return to their tea. Time had always passed by the light of the sun, by the sound of the rooster, by the blooming of plum trees and the falling of leaves. What could a watch tell them that the body did not already know? At night, the stars still guided those who looked upward. In one village, a retired samurai began teaching astronomy, not from books, but by walking with children through the fields, pointing to the constellations, telling stories of Orion as a hunter, and the Pleiades as a flock of sisters. These tales were not foreign. They had always been there, woven into the silence of the night sky. The samurai found comfort in continuity. And yet the outside world pressed closer. Telegraph poles appeared along the trade routes, silent and tall like ghostly trees. Foreign missionaries arrived, not always to convert, but sometimes just to observe. Artists came to paint landscapes. Scholars came to learn from the past. Some samurai were skeptical. Others served tea to these guests, not as hosts bowing to invaders, but as people grounded enough in their identity to welcome without fear. They asked questions, but did not surrender their values. A cup of green tea offered in silence was still a conversation, and in that ritual, they remained samurai. One day, an old man who had once trained in the martial arts invited a young foreign traveler to his home. The traveler asked, through broken Japanese, why the sword on the wall was not sharpened. The old man smiled, touched the wooden scabbard, and said only, "Because I no longer need to cut to understand." That moment, like many, passed without fame, but it reflected a deeper truth: the strength of restraint, the clarity of choosing peace when one has the skill for war. The samurai peasantry did not protest the arrival of modernity. They absorbed it slowly, filtered it through their values, adopted what was useful, and left behind what was noisy. They trimmed their gardens the same way, removing only what was excessive, keeping what was balanced. In doing so, they preserved more than their customs. They preserved their center. As the Meiji era approached and reforms swept across the country like a rising tide, the samurai peasant did not fight the current. But neither did they forget the path they had walked. They carried their past with them, not as a burden, but as a quiet map etched into the palms of their hands. In the next chapter, we will follow these villagers as the samurai class is formally dissolved, and yet their spirit lingers, subtly, stubbornly, like the smell of incense on an old kimono, long after the smoke has vanished. When the Meiji Restoration unfolded in the mid-19th century, the great transformation of Japan did not arrive with a crash or a roar in most villages. It crept in like morning fog, soft and inevitable. The samurai class, long revered as both warrior and steward of moral order, was officially dissolved. But for the samurai peasants, those who had already lived on the margins of battlefields and courts, the real shift was not in title, it was in what was expected of them now. They were no longer samurai, they were simply citizens. The decree came in the form of quiet papers, carried by low-ranking officials from town to town, informing communities that stipends were ending, swords were no longer to be worn, and new national uniforms would replace the old ranks. In some places, people wept. In others, they bowed and said nothing. A few buried their swords beneath the floorboards, not out of rebellion, but out of memory. The sword had not been used in years, but it had lived in the corner like a sleeping ancestor. To take it down felt like removing a part of the house itself. Yet the samurai peasants, already used to a life of labor and humility, adapted not with resistance, but with the same discipline they had always shown. They turned their focus more deeply inward. Instead of training sons to fight, they trained them to calculate, to measure, to write in new bureaucratic styles. Paperwork replaced patrol. The ink brush became a new kind of weapon, used to fill ledgers, sign receipts, draft applications. Where once the weight of armor had shaped the back, now the weight of scrolls and books filled shelves once reserved for heirlooms. For those who had prided themselves on the clarity of moral vision, this new world felt unclear. There were no longer clear lines between honor and obligation. Now there were taxes, laws, permits, and economic competition. But in the quiet villages, many samurai peasants continued to act with the old codes, even when they no longer had names. They bowed before speaking. They asked forgiveness before correction. They fixed roofs together without being asked, not because it was law, but because it was right. In a way, this was their truest form of resistance. Not protest, not rebellion, but consistency. In gardens and workshops, they preserved what the city discarded. Even as railroads pushed across the countryside, even as factories smoked in the distance, there remained corners of Japan where a man still washed his hands before entering a room, still poured tea with both hands, still greeted the morning with silence. The women, too, held to the rhythm of old ways. They spun thread not just for clothing, but to teach patience. They tended to grandparents with reverence, not because of law, but because they believed continuity mattered. They passed down recipes with exactitude, as if flavors were a form of language. The taste of miso made in a cedar barrel was different from the taste bought from a store. And they knew the difference mattered, not because it changed the world, but because it anchored the self. Some younger samurai children did question. Why cling to rules that no longer bound them? Why bow when no one expected it? But the elders replied gently. We do not bow because we are told to, they said. We bow because it makes us soft. Softness, in this time of noise and speed, was no longer weakness. It was resistance by stillness. Poetry did not vanish. If anything, it became more vital. Haiku written on the backs of receipts, short reflections carved into wood, hidden beneath drawers, slipped into the spines of notebooks. These were not meant to be published. They were private anchors in a shifting sea. One man wrote, "Spring fields now fenced in. Still I hear the frog's first song, rising from the dark." That was how they lived now. Knowing that change would come, but also knowing the frog would still sing. The moon would still rise. The pot would still warm on the fire. Swords were melted down to make tools. Armor pieces became garden decorations or wall hangings. But they were not discarded in grief. They were transformed, just as the samurai peasant himself was transformed. Not erased, reformed, reapplied. In a Japan rushing toward modernity, factories and foreign treaties, steamships and school reforms, the samurai peasant quietly remained present. They did not race forward. They stepped forward, with deliberation, with awareness, with the memory of a time when life was measured not by clocks, but by seasons, not by profit, but by presence. In the next chapter, we will explore how this quiet class endured into the 20th century, through war, through rebuilding, and into a new age that had little room for their name, but much to learn from their way of being. As Japan stepped further into the 20th century, the quiet legacy of the samurai peasantry did not vanish. It simply receded into subtler forms. In cities swelling with movement, in factories lit by electric lamps, and in classrooms filled with Western textbooks, the descendants of those once called samurai now wore uniforms of clerks, teachers, and soldiers. The title was gone, the sword was gone, but the way remained, unspoken, yet alive in posture, in silence, in the deliberate way a man folded his coat before sitting down. The world had changed drastically. The Meiji period had turned to Taisho, then to Showa. Telephones hummed in offices. Trains connected mountain towns to seaports. Radios whispered foreign songs through paper walls. But in small farming villages and quiet coastal towns, where samurai peasants had once balanced the dual burdens of sword and soil, a certain stillness lingered. There, boys were still taught to bow when entering a room. Girls were still taught to pour tea, not as servants, but as signs of grace. These gestures no longer signified class. They signified care. And care, in a world speeding towards steel and smoke, became a form of quiet resilience. During the wars of the early 20th century, many descendants of the samurai were drafted, not as nobles or leaders, but as infantrymen. Some carried with them small items passed down from ancestors: a silk sash, a family crest sewn into a handkerchief, a poem etched into the inside of a cigarette case. These were not talismans of power. They were reminders to walk with dignity, even through dust and mud, even when unseen. On the home front, the women kept the old ways alive, not in defiance, but in rhythm. They continued to sweep the earth paths with brooms made of twigs, to hang persimmons from rafters, to kneel before small home altars each morning with incense and water. These were not nostalgic acts. They were rituals of return, ways to keep the world familiar, even as buildings rose taller and foreign words crept into daily speech. After the war, as Japan rebuilt itself with astonishing speed, many former villages were paved over, turned into suburbs, factories, and towns bustling with modern commerce. But even there, in the most unassuming homes, you could still find traces of the samurai peasant spirit. A grandmother who refused to eat before offering thanks to the rice bowl. A grandfather who, though retired from a shipping company, still sharpened his gardening shears with the same slow focus his grandfather had used on a sword. Children were now named after Western celebrities or sports heroes. But every so often, a name like Haruki or Tomoe would appear. Quiet nods to the past, carried forward like folded paper cranes in a flood. The values of the samurai peasant could not be legislated. They could not be taught through slogans or billboards. They were passed hand to hand, breath to breath, glance to glance. A father who stayed calm during crisis. A mother who stitched a button back on with perfect evenness. A child who sat still beside an elder without being told. These were the new expressions of Bushido, not in armor or combat, but in restraint, presence, and grace. In a society where status had become tied to economic productivity, some descendants of samurai peasants found themselves working long hours in offices, filing papers late into the night. Others ran small shops, cleaned train stations, or taught literature in rural schools. From the outside, there was nothing noble about their labor, but inside, there remained a quiet discipline. Papers were stacked neatly, floors were swept clean, lessons were given with exacting gentleness, no ceremony, no applause. Just the steady act of doing one's work with honor, even when no one noticed. Even in death, the old ways held. Some families still folded the body with care, placing a piece of white cloth over the face, surrounding it with salt and paper cranes, not out of obligation but out of love, because the quiet dignity of the samurai peasant was never about legacy or pride. It was about doing what was right, simply because it was right. As Japan entered its modern age of neon lights, bullet trains, and towering cities, there were fewer and fewer who remembered the days of swords and fields. But sometimes, in a crowded Tokyo alley or on a peaceful island in the inland sea, you might find a man sweeping his storefront with perfect posture, or a woman bowing slightly before placing tea on a tray. And you would know, without words, that the way had not vanished. It had simply grown quieter. In the next chapter, we will reflect on how these fading traditions still find quiet homes in today's Japan, hidden in temples, in festivals, in quiet gestures, and in the soft space between generations. In the quiet hum of modern Japan, where vending machines glow in the night and bullet trains pass like whispers across the countryside, the old ways of the samurai peasantry are easy to overlook. They do not announce themselves. They do not appear on tourist maps or in museum brochures. Instead, they live quietly, like moss on a stone path, growing where no one has swept too often. In a Kyoto tea house nestled between tall buildings, a man in his 70s bows slowly before opening the shutters each morning. He moves with the grace of someone who once studied calligraphy, not for art, but for posture. His back remains straight, not out of pride, but out of habit. His father taught him how to make tea without waste, never letting a single drop spill. As he stirs the leaves, he remembers stories of his grandfather, a rice farmer who once trained with a bamboo sword at dusk, before tending to the fields at dawn. That grandfather never fought in war. He never held rank. But he taught that every movement should be purposeful. Even today, that lesson lingers in the way the old man folds napkins. Not far away, a school teacher in her 40s pauses before entering her classroom. She places her bag down gently, bows to the empty room, and erases the chalkboard even though it is already clean. Her grandmother once told her that respect begins before others can see it. In this gesture, small, invisible to most, the spirit of the samurai peasant breathes again. It is not the sword or the armor that continues. It is the discipline of quiet care. In villages tucked between mountain ranges, shrines still hold festivals that were once overseen by local samurai. The young boys who carry lanterns do not know the full history, but their steps, trained by elders to be slow and even, reflect a rhythm older than the songs they sing. In these ceremonies, precision matters more than pageantry. Even the dust swept from the shrine path is collected with quiet intent. There is no applause, only presence. In homes passed down through generations, some families still maintain a butsudan, a small altar where incense is lit and water is offered to ancestors. Children are not told to kneel, they are shown. A father lights the incense in silence. A mother straightens the cushion before anyone sits. The act becomes memory, not explained but absorbed. These altars may sit beside refrigerators or under modern lights, but they still anchor the family to something beyond the now. They are not religious displays, they are rituals of continuity. The language of the samurai peasant continues not in words, but in gestures. A neighbor bringing rice during illness, a clerk wrapping a purchase with perfect corners, a child bowing to the bus driver, who bows back with quiet sincerity. None of these acts require explanation. They are understood like wind brushing through bamboo, felt but not examined. In city parks, elderly men gather to practice martial arts at dawn. They wear simple tracksuits, not armor, but their movements, slow and exact, reflect decades of study. They do not spar, they remember. The wooden swords they carry are polished not for battle, but for memory. Watching them, one does not see warriors. One sees guardians of form, men who believe that how one moves in quiet speaks louder than how one stands in noise. The workplace too holds echoes. In a small printing shop in Osaka, the owner insists on hand inspecting every order. He tells his staff to begin the day with 10 minutes of silence, not for meditation, but to calm the mind before labor. His approach is not about productivity, it is about respect for the task. A poster on his wall says simply, "The work sees you, even if no one else does." In these quiet places, the samurai peasant spirit endures, not in title or recognition, but in repetition, in modesty, and in the decision to care, even when unnoticed. The beauty of this legacy is that it does not demand remembrance. It continues without needing thanks. Like a tree that blooms every spring without audience, it gives quietly. In the next part, we will follow these lingering echoes into the spaces where memory begins to fade, the cities where youth forget the names of ancestors, the offices where rituals are lost to speed, and ask, what remains when tradition no longer has a name, but still leaves behind its shape? In the blinking neon of modern cities, the past does not disappear. It merely tucks itself behind glass doors and quiet gestures. The young rush past it daily, earbuds in, screens aglow, unaware that the way they step out of their shoes before entering a friend's apartment, or the way they hand over money with both hands, is not convenience or custom. It is inheritance. Yet this inheritance no longer has a name. In Tokyo office towers, cubicles replace tatami rooms, and digital calendars replace the slow chime of temple bells. Deadlines do not bow. Elevators do not wait. Many workers eat standing or scrolling. Few pause before a meal. Fewer still know why it once mattered to say thank you aloud. But even so, traces remain. A receptionist who aligns her pens perfectly before leaving. A train conductor who adjusts his white gloves, not for show, but because precision was once a form of dignity. A shopkeeper who wraps a package twice, even when speed is expected. These are not habits of efficiency. They are echoes of a world where intention shaped identity, where every movement revealed a person's inner stillness. In crowded high schools, students recite modern pledges and take global exams. They memorize formulas and theories, but some still bow before entering the classroom. Not all, just a few, often the ones whose grandparents still light incense in the morning. They do not always understand why they do it, but they feel better when they do. In this way, the soul of the samurai peasant, once bold, later humble, now survives as something in between, quiet intuition. In suburban homes built of steel and glass, family altars are rare. Ceremonial swords, once displayed proudly, now lie in closets or antique shops. The photos on the wall are of vacations, not ancestors. The kitchens hum with microwave beeps, not the slow simmer of miso. But even so, when a child is born, a grandmother might still whisper an old proverb. When someone dies, a cousin may still fold a paper crane, unsure why it brings comfort, only knowing it does. This is how traditions fade, not in rejection, but in quiet forgetting. Yet forgetting is never full. It leaves outlines, and outlines leave room to return. In small towns where populations shrink and rice fields turn to silence, a few elders still tend to practices long thought extinct. They sweep the shrine path even if no one visits. They water the garden even when the vegetables are few. They wear cotton kimono not for ceremony, but because the fabric breathes better. They speak in slow dialects that the young cannot always follow. But their eyes do not ask to be understood. They simply continue. And in that act of continuation, without audience, without praise, they sustain something ancient. Some of them write poems that no one reads. Some carve wooden toys that no one plays with. But in doing so, they embody a resistance not of rebellion, but of memory lived through hands. Even in cities, small communities hold on. There are cafes that serve tea in cups passed down from great-grandmothers. There are art teachers who insist students bow before beginning a brushstroke. There are workers who nod to each other before turning off the lights at night, not because it is policy, but because it feels right. These small, almost invisible actions form the last bridge between what was and what is. And for a culture shaped by the samurai peasant's silent endurance, even the smallest bridge matters. There is no grand monument for the samurai peasants, no single museum exhibit, no national holiday. But there are the hands of an old man placing his shoes neatly by the door, the eyes of a clerk who catches your gaze before speaking, the slow, careful fold of a napkin at a roadside inn. These are not nostalgic performances. They are unconscious devotion, passed down not by voice, but by posture. As we look further into the lives of modern descendants, those who never heard the term samurai peasant, who work in IT or design or delivery, we will see in the next part how even without knowing, they carry forward the quiet code, not because they are taught, but because somewhere, deep in the pace of their movements, the rhythm of the old way still beats. There is something curious about how the past lingers in the present, not as memory, but as instinct. In the heart of modern Japan, where crosswalks blink in rhythm with LED screens and commuter trains glide on polished steel, one would not expect to find traces of an age when peasants bowed to the wind before harvesting rice, or paused to listen to the river before sharpening a blade. And yet, if you watch closely, if you move slowly through the noise, you begin to see it. Not in grand gestures, but in the most ordinary of places. In a Tokyo design studio, a young woman sits before a digital tablet, sketching packaging labels for a tea company. Her fingers move with steady rhythm, not rushed, not hesitant. Her desk is clean. Her pens are arranged in quiet alignment. She speaks little, not because she is shy, but because she was raised in a home where silence was not awkward. It was useful. Her grandfather, a retired fisherman, taught her how to tie knots with focus, how to mend nets without complaint. She no longer ties nets, but her lines on the screen, though digital, carry the same intention. In a tiny ramen shop in Yokohama, a cook arrives before dawn. He unlocks the door without a sound, boils water with the same pot his father used, and sharpens his knife even though it still slices well. When asked why, he shrugs. "It's how I was taught." He says nothing more, but you can feel it in the way he ladles broth, steady, even, precise. He does not rush, he does not boast. His shop is not famous, but his presence turns every bowl into a quiet ceremony. In a hospital in Nagoya, a nurse places a blanket over an elderly patient's feet, smoothing the corners even though the patient is asleep. She checks the curtain to ensure light does not fall too sharply across the face. Her badge reads a modern name, her uniform is crisp, her tools are high-tech. But in the way she walks without sound, the way she bows her head when leaving the room, you sense something older. Her mother once kept a garden. Her grandmother once bowed to a stone altar. She carries those things, not as beliefs, but as movements learned without question. Even in playgrounds and schoolyards, where plastic slides and digital watches define the moment, there are still glimpses. A boy helps a younger student tie a shoelace. A girl quietly collects trash from under a bench without being asked. No adult sees, no reward is given. And yet these small acts mirror what generations before called honor, not the kind fought for in battles, but the kind practiced in silence, again and again. The spirit of the samurai peasant no longer wears robes or armor. It wears delivery uniforms, office badges, kitchen aprons. It moves through boardrooms, libraries, rice fields, and subway tunnels. It does not speak loudly. It does not name itself. But in those who still pause before starting their work, in those who fold laundry with care, in those who show respect even when unseen, it survives, not out of nostalgia, but out of rhythm, a rhythm passed down like breath, a quiet way of being. And even in the digital age, especially in the digital age, this rhythm has a place. Artists who draw by hand before digitizing, craftsmen who sand wood before sealing it, teachers who still use chalk to write a single kanji with precision. They do not call it tradition, but something in their bones remembers. Not the history, but the weight of it. And in remembering that weight, they walk a little slower, speak a little softer, work a little longer, not to be noticed, but to be aligned with something that still matters. In the next and final part, we will reflect on what it means to live in a world where tradition no longer needs names, only hands to carry it. A world where silence is not absence, but presence. And where the legacy of the samurai peasant may be fading, but still, gently, quietly remains. As this quiet journey draws to a close, we return to the central question, not of titles or ranks or battles won, but of presence. What remains when history is no longer recited, when names are no longer remembered, and when rituals are no longer explained? The answer, in the case of the samurai peasantry, is not loud. It is not sharp or clear or lit by spotlight. It is soft. It is tucked into gestures and folded into habits. It lives in the margins of daily life, in the slow way a hand moves to smooth a wrinkle, or the way someone exhales before opening a door. The legacy of the samurai peasant is not a story of heroism. It is a story of endurance without recognition. It is about those who never ruled, but still carried themselves with discipline. Those who never wrote books, but lived with quiet philosophy. Those who never led armies, but practiced a code of honor that needed no applause. In a world obsessed with speed, performance, and visibility, it is easy to overlook the value of small things done well. A dish washed with care. A thank you whispered even when no one hears. A room entered with reverence. These are not signs of ancient training, but they are remnants, and remnants matter. They tell us that what was once practiced under the cherry blossoms in silence still breathes under fluorescent lights and concrete skies. The essence of the samurai peasant is not locked in the past. It is portable. It has crossed into the now, not through textbooks or ceremonies, but through people. People who still believe that how you do something matters, even when it goes unnoticed. People who still pause before acting, still listen before responding. People who hold back, not out of fear, but out of strength. This restraint, this discipline wrapped in stillness, is the final teaching of the forgotten class. And it is not for a museum. It is for life. A woman at a checkout counter who smiles without demand. A janitor who whistles softly while sweeping. A child who lines up their toys, not for show, but because it feels right. These are the new samurai peasants, not by blood, not by name, but by rhythm. Rhythm that says, be gentle, be clear, be consistent. Not because the world watches, but because the act itself is worth doing well. There is no need to return to the past to find honor. The past has already shaped the hands that type emails, hold train straps, serve soup, and pick up fallen leaves. Even if the words are gone, the form remains, the legacy remains. And though the old fields may be paved, though the swords may be rusted, though the scrolls may be unread, the posture, the care, the silence, these remain, and they are enough. So as we close this story, we do not need to mourn what is lost. We can simply notice what still lives. We can notice the bow before the tea is poured, the two hands offered when receiving a gift, the nod of acknowledgement between strangers, the pauses, the stillness, the choice to do something properly, even when no one sees. That is where the samurai peasant still exists, not in armor, not in epic tales, but in the way someone chooses to live with intention, humility, and quiet strength. Perhaps, then, the most powerful legacy is not the one that is told, but the one that is practiced softly and passed on without a word. And that brings us to the end of our previous quiet tale. Before we move on, I'd be grateful if you could gently tap the like button. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing to help keep these sleepy stories flowing. Now, let's continue our slow journey through forgotten chapters of the past, as we drift into the next story in our series of Boring History for Sleep. The history of early Islamic scholarship. In the vast golden hush of the early Islamic world, knowledge was not a luxury. It was a form of worship. Long before the printing press or modern universities, before standardized curricula and global rankings, there emerged a quiet, deliberate movement dedicated to understanding the world and the self through study, contemplation, and transmission. This movement began not in marble halls or grand courts, but in simple gatherings, under palm trees, and in shaded corners of mosques, where scholars would sit cross-legged on woven mats, scrolls in hand, voices low and rhythmic. The 7th century marked more than the rise of a faith. It marked the beginning of an intellectual revolution that would ripple far beyond the Arabian Peninsula. At the heart of this revolution was the Quran, a text that did not merely call for belief, but for reflection. It urged listeners to observe the stars, to ponder the birth of camels, to measure the night and the day. It did not separate reason from faith. Instead, it saw knowledge as light, and to seek it was not optional. It was sacred. As Islam spread through trade, diplomacy, and modest conquest, its message carried not only spiritual guidance, but also an invitation to think. In places like Medina and Mecca, learning first took the form of oral transmission. Elders and companions of the Prophet Muhammad would recite what they had heard carefully and repeatedly to attentive students who memorized with painstaking precision. This was not done for performance. It was done with reverence. To misquote a hadith or to recite inaccurately was seen not as a small error, but as a breach of trust. In this oral world, memory was not passive. It was trained, cultivated, and refined like a skill. Soon, however, as generations passed and the original companions aged, the fear of forgetting grew. Scholars began writing down what they had memorized, carefully collecting, comparing, and documenting with scrutiny and care. In places like Kufa and Basra, written compilations of hadith emerged, not simply as texts, but as scholarly projects that involved chains of narration, known as isnad. Every statement was traced through a line of transmitters, each one evaluated for reliability. Was the narrator truthful? Was he known to have a strong memory? Did he live at the same time as the person he quoted? These questions were not just academic. They were ethical. Because knowledge, to early Muslim scholars, was not neutral, it had to be trustworthy. By the 8th century, the intellectual culture of the Islamic world had blossomed into something deeper, broader, and surprisingly inclusive. Scholars began to study not only Islamic law and theology, but also medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and philosophy. And they did not limit their sources to what was already familiar. Instead, they reached outward. In cities like Baghdad and Damascus, translators worked tirelessly to convert Greek, Persian, and Indian texts into Arabic. Works by Plato, Aristotle, Galen, and Ptolemy were brought into the fold, not to replace Islamic thought, but to enrich it. This translation movement, centered in the famed Beit al-Hikmah, or House of Wisdom, became a quiet symbol of intellectual humility. It reflected the belief that wisdom was a gift, wherever it came from. And in translating the world's knowledge, early Islamic scholars were not just preserving it, they were expanding it. They refined Greek medical theory with clinical observation. They corrected Ptolemaic astronomy with more accurate instruments. They questioned Aristotelian logic and explored alternatives. And yet, despite their advances, many of these scholars remained anonymous to history. They were not celebrity scientists. They were quiet seekers, scribes, teachers, physicians, jurists, whose names lived not on monuments, but in footnotes, margins, and oral traditions. In this soft, scholarly world, the ink of a pen was seen as more sacred than the blood of a martyr. To study was not just to know, it was to draw nearer to the divine. In the next part, we'll explore the everyday rhythm of this intellectual life, how books were copied by candlelight, how study circles formed in mosque courtyards, and how a vast network of knowledge was built not by kings, but by students walking from city to city, notebook in hand, seeking the next teacher, the next insight, the next piece of light. To understand how early Islamic scholarship flourished across such vast and varied regions, one must picture not a centralized institution or single city of learning, but rather a sprawling, decentralized network of curious minds. Unlike the modern university system, with its fixed campuses and ranked departments, knowledge in the early Islamic world moved with the people. It was carried in ink-stained satchels, folded within worn manuscripts, and most often tucked inside memory. Scholars traveled from one city to another, not for degrees, but for teachers. The reputation of a single scholar in Nishapur, or Fustat, could draw students from as far as Andalusia or Khorasan. And these journeys were not brief. Often they took months or even years, as students paused in each town to learn a little more, gather a few more hadiths, copy a few more commentaries, and commit to heart a few more lines of law or poetry. These itinerant seekers formed what was known as the Rihla, the journey in pursuit of knowledge, and it was seen not merely as an academic endeavor, but a spiritual one. They walked through deserts, rode with caravans, and slept under stars, not as wanderers, but as pilgrims of the intellect. The mosques played a crucial role in this ecosystem. Far more than places of worship, they were the first universities in the Islamic world, open to all who sought understanding. There were no tuition fees, no enrollment processes. A person simply sat in the circle of a scholar and listened. These study circles, or halkas, formed organically in the courtyards and shaded porticos of mosques, where the sound of birds and sandals mixed with the soft recitation of texts. One scholar might be explaining a legal ruling from the Hanafi school, while another, just a few meters away, could be teaching the delicate grammar rules of classical Arabic. In another corner, a student might be reading aloud a medical treatise on fevers, pausing every few lines as the teacher offered quiet commentary. Learning was rarely competitive. It was collaborative, built on trust and repetition, where the act of listening was as sacred as the act of speaking. Students often took notes with reed pens on parchment or palm leaves, later transcribing these onto bound notebooks or scrolls, carefully organized by subject and source. The notebooks were not just academic tools, they were intellectual diaries filled with personal reflections, side comments from teachers, and even poetic verses or sketches added in moments of pause. These hand-copied volumes often became heirlooms, passed from generation to generation, marked with smudges, annotations, and loving wear. Some students eventually became teachers themselves, and so the circles grew, branching out like vines from Baghdad to Cairo, from Damascus to Fez, forming an invisible garden of knowledge that spanned continents. What made this system so resilient was not only its mobility, but its intimacy. Students often lived with or near their teachers, observing not just what they said, but how they lived. A scholar's character was as important as their content. If one was impatient, boastful, or careless in matters of honesty, their teachings were quietly avoided. Ethical behavior was not an accessory, it was foundational. Because to teach was not simply to inform, it was to embody a way of being. In this world, trustworthiness mattered as much as brilliance, and a modest, disciplined scholar with clear-as-nod chains and a gentle temperament was more respected than a flashy thinker with questionable sources. In the next part, we will explore how this vast network began to organize itself into named disciplines, how grammar, logic, jurisprudence, theology, and medicine began to take shape as formal fields, each with its own methodology and community. We will also see how women, often forgotten in later accounts, played a role in this intellectual web, not only as patrons and preservers of knowledge, but in many cases, as scholars themselves, quietly shaping the canon from within. As early Islamic scholarship matured and spread through the vast territories from North Africa to Central Asia, what had begun as fluid circles of discussion slowly gave way to more organized fields of study. The thirst for understanding remained the same, but the content began to divide itself, not through rivalry, but through natural necessity. The expanding body of knowledge required structure, and so disciplines were born, not imposed from above, but shaped from below, by students, teachers, and commentators, who collectively began to group certain types of thought, questions, and methodologies together. Language came first. Arabic, already elevated as the language of the Quran, became both the medium and the subject of intense study. Scholars recognized that to fully understand scripture and prophetic traditions, one needed clarity in grammar, precision in vocabulary, and sensitivity to rhetorical nuance. Thus, the field of Nahwu, or Arabic grammar, emerged. It was not simply about rules, but about preserving meaning. Texts like Sibawayh's Al-Kitab became foundational, as did glossaries, parsing guides, and poetic references that helped students anchor complex constructions in memory. Alongside grammar came balagha, the study of eloquence and rhetoric, which sought to uncover the subtleties in Quranic expression and classical poetry, teaching students to appreciate not just what was said, but how it was said. Parallel to linguistic study was the rise of fiqh, or Islamic jurisprudence, the careful interpretation of divine law. This field developed slowly, beginning with simple questions asked by early Muslims and answered by companions of the Prophet. But as Muslim societies grew more complex, so too did their legal needs. How should contracts be written? What counted as a binding oath? How should judges rule when traditions seemed to conflict? Out of these questions arose the great Madhhab, or schools of legal thought. Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali, each with its own methodology, interpretive principles, and respected founders. Legal scholars, known as fuqaha, pored over cases, traced rulings back to their sources, and developed analogical reasoning techniques to bridge gaps between ancient texts and contemporary dilemmas. Yet fiqh was not dry law. It was a living practice, grounded in ethics, intent, and real-world consequences. Theology also took shape. Known as kalam, it was the discipline that sought to defend the faith using reasoned argument. In early centuries, debates arose around the nature of God, the role of human free will, and the attributes of divine justice. While some scholars resisted kalam, fearing that it led to unnecessary speculation, others embraced it as a tool to clarify belief and protect against misinterpretation. Schools of thought like the Mu'tazila and Ash'ariyya formed, each offering different frameworks for reconciling revelation with reason. These theological debates were not just for scholars, they influenced sermons, legal judgments, and the moral tone of entire communities. Meanwhile, other disciplines expanded beyond the purely religious. Medicine, for example, became an essential field, rooted in both Greco-Roman and Persian traditions, but revised through clinical observation and empirical refinement. Figures like Al-Razi and Ibn Sina wrote extensive treatises on anatomy, diagnosis, and pharmacology, blending theory with practical experience. Their works, often written in Arabic, were later translated into Latin and became textbooks in European medical schools for centuries. Astronomy, too, became a field of precision and beauty, where scholars like al-Battani and al-Zarqali improved upon Ptolemaic models, charted planetary movements, and built observatories to track the heavens not only for religious observance, but for sheer curiosity. Mathematics flourished as well, with the development of algebra by al-Khwarizmi and refinements in trigonometry and arithmetic that facilitated advances in architecture, commerce, and navigation. All of these disciplines were interconnected, unified not by dogma, but by a shared epistemological humility, a quiet acknowledgement that knowledge, no matter how advanced, remained a trust from the divine. In the next part, we will explore the role of women in the scholarly landscape, not only as silent supporters or patrons, but as teachers, narrators of hadith, and preservers of texts, whose contributions, though often left uncelebrated, formed an essential strand in the quiet tapestry of early Islamic knowledge. In the vast and patient expanse of early Islamic scholarship, where students crossed deserts for a single hadith and scholars copied books by the dim light of oil lamps, there exists a presence often hidden between the lines of male names and formal texts, a quiet, enduring lineage of women who studied, taught, transmitted, and preserved knowledge with quiet devotion. They may not always appear in grand titles or on the covers of medical treatises, but their footprints are in the margins of manuscripts, in the memory of transmitters, and in the oral chains that linked one generation to another. These were not women confined to silence. They were scholars in their own right, muhaddithat, jurists, grammarians, respected not despite their gender, but because of their knowledge, character, and commitment to truth. In the early centuries of Islam, the study of hadith, the sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad, was considered one of the most rigorous and sacred fields. Accuracy was paramount, and the isnad, or chain of transmission, had to be verified for authenticity. Within this meticulous science, women excelled. They were valued for their careful memory, their cautious narration, and their refusal to fabricate or embellish. Many prominent male scholars studied under women, traveling to distant cities just to hear a particular narration from a known female transmitter. Aisha bint Abu Bakr, the wife of the Prophet, was among the earliest and most prolific of these. Her narrations form a cornerstone of hadith collections, particularly in matters of theology, law, and domestic life. But she was not alone. Across centuries, Names like Amra bint Abdurrahman, Fatima al-Batayahiyya, Zainab bint al-Kamal, and Karima al-Marwaziyya appear again and again in biographical dictionaries, not as exceptions, but as respected authorities. In Damascus, Karima al-Marwaziyya became one of the most trusted transmitters of Sahih al-Bukhari, and her chain of transmission was considered so precise that many scholars would insist on including her name in their own chains. Fatima bint Muhammad al-Samarkandi, a scholar of jurisprudence, was so skilled in legal reasoning that her husband, a respected judge, would consult her on complex rulings before issuing verdicts. In Cairo and Baghdad, women not only attended public lectures, but sometimes led them. They taught from behind veils, in partitioned spaces, or even openly, depending on the social context. And male students sat attentively, copying their notes, seeking their approval. These women did not operate in isolation. They were part of a culture that, while shaped by patriarchal norms, still recognized that knowledge belonged to all who sought it sincerely. Many came from scholarly families, daughters of jurists, wives of hadith transmitters, or sisters of poets. Education was a familial value, and a woman's learning was not seen as ornamental but essential, especially when it came to the spiritual and ethical training of future generations. Manuscripts from these periods often include notes in the margins indicating who copied the text, who heard it read aloud, and under whose supervision it was studied. Women's names appear in these records, not once or twice, but hundreds of times. And while they may not have had institutional titles or official posts, their authority was built on trust, reputation, and lineage, qualities that mattered far more than bureaucracy in the world of classical Islamic scholarship. In some regions, endowments called waqf were created by or for women scholars, ensuring that they had the resources to teach, preserve books, or provide stipends to students. These were acts not of charity alone, but of long-term intellectual investment. A scholar's legacy was not measured by monuments, but by the number of students they nurtured, the books they protected, and the light they passed forward. In the next part, we will look more closely at the physical world of scholarship, the libraries, book markets, paper production centers, and private collections that allowed learning to travel across oceans and centuries. We will walk through the alleys of Baghdad's paper mills, pause in the quiet corridors of Andalusian libraries, and explore how early Muslim societies treated the written word not as commerce, but as sacred trust. To truly appreciate the scope of early Islamic scholarship, one must pause to consider the physical infrastructure that made such a rich intellectual world possible. This was not merely a civilization of thinkers, but of scribes, bookbinders, paper makers, and patrons, an ecosystem where knowledge was cultivated not just through speech and memory, but through the written word, preserved with reverence and distributed with care. At the heart of this system was the book, not as an object of ornament, but as a vessel of trust. The spread of paper technology from China to the Islamic world in the 8th century, beginning with the Battle of Talis, transformed the landscape of learning. Before that time, texts were copied onto costly materials like parchment or papyrus, which limited their circulation. But with the introduction of paper, cheaper, more flexible, and easier to produce, a quiet revolution began. Paper mills were soon established in cities like Baghdad, Damascus, Cairo, and later Fez and Cordoba. These were not large industrial plants, but small workshops where workers soaked flax, pounded it into pulp, and spread it thinly on screens to dry in the sun, creating smooth sheets ready to hold ink and thought. This rise in paper availability led to the flourishing of book culture. In Baghdad during the Abbasid era, the famed Bait al-Hikmah, or House of Wisdom, functioned as both a translation center and a library. Scholars gathered there to translate works from Greek, Syriac, Persian, and Sanskrit into Arabic, carefully comparing manuscripts, adding commentaries, and debating meanings. But the House of Wisdom was not the only beacon. Libraries, both public and private, became common features in major cities. In Andalusia, the Umayyad Caliphate of Cordoba is said to have housed a library containing hundreds of thousands of books. In contrast to the European Middle Ages, where books were rare and guarded, the Islamic world treated books as tools to be shared, studied, and debated. Wealthy individuals endowed madrasas, mosques, and libraries with large collections, and students could often borrow texts for study, copying them by hand in quiet, lamplit rooms. The art of calligraphy was not only a visual pleasure, but a sacred duty. Scribes trained for years to perfect their script, and a single mistake in a religious or legal manuscript could render the entire copy questionable. The most highly respected scribes combined beauty with precision, and their work was not anonymous. It was signed, dated, and sometimes accompanied by short reflections or poetic flourishes in the margins. Book copying became a communal effort. In many cities, especially during the evening hours, one person would read aloud a text, while several scribes transcribed simultaneously, a method that allowed for multiple copies to be produced quickly. These sessions were not only efficient, but deeply meditative. The slow cadence of the reader, the scratching of reeds on paper, and the rhythmic repetition of ideas created an atmosphere of quiet concentration. Beyond libraries and scriptoriums, books were sold in bustling markets. In Baghdad's famed Souk al-Warakin, the market of the booksellers, shoppers could browse texts on jurisprudence, poetry, medicine, astronomy, and philosophy. Some stalls specialized in religious works, while others sold collections of riddles, travelogues, and even children's primers. The booksellers were not merely merchants, they were scholars in their own right, often advising customers on the best commentaries or the reputations of various authors. Owning books became a sign not of wealth, but of refinement. Even modest homes might possess a small shelf of copied works, carefully wrapped in cloth and treasured like family heirlooms. In many cases, these books were passed down from generation to generation, each owner adding their name to the opening page, creating a living record of readers stretching across centuries. In the next part, we will explore how this scholarly infrastructure was threatened by political upheaval, war, and natural disaster, and how, even in times of chaos, the keepers of knowledge found ways to protect, rebuild, and carry forward. The quiet light of learning, the quiet flowering of scholarship across the Islamic world, built over centuries by diligent students, scribes, and seekers, was not untouched by the darker tides of history. As cities rose with libraries and schools humming softly beneath their domes, so too did storms of conflict, conquest, and loss begin to gather on the horizon. In the 13th century, perhaps no event cast a longer and more sorrowful shadow over the intellectual world than the Mongol siege of Baghdad in 1258. For centuries, Baghdad had been a beacon of learning, with its scriptoriums, translation houses, and public libraries forming the very heart of Islamic intellectual life. When the Mongols arrived at the city gates under Hulagu Khan, they brought not only military might, but the threat of cultural erasure. The siege lasted days, but its impact rippled through generations. According to many chroniclers, though later accounts often grew more dramatic in retelling, thousands of books from Baghdad's vast libraries were hurled into the Tigris River, their ink said to have blackened the waters for days. Whether this is poetic metaphor or historical fact is still debated, but the destruction was undeniable. Scholars were killed, collections were burned or dispersed, and the House of Wisdom fell silent. Yet even in the ruins, something quietly endured. Some scribes, foreseeing what was to come, had already begun hiding manuscripts in underground vaults or sending copies to other cities, Damascus, Cairo, and Herat, ensuring that knowledge would not die with a single city. This was not the first time, nor the last, that scholars would be forced to flee with books wrapped in cloth, scrolls hidden in saddlebags, or memory alone carrying forward what could not be saved in ink. Natural disasters, too, threatened the fragile infrastructure of scholarship. Earthquakes struck cities like Nishapur and Aleppo, damaging libraries and schools. Fires broke out in bazaars, where books were sold and copied, reducing years of labor to ash in a single night. Political instability sometimes led to censorship, with certain texts banned or burned, and scholars silenced by fear or exile. Yet again and again, the quiet persistence of learners prevailed. What made this tradition so resilient was not its reliance on a single institution, but its distribution across a wide and flexible network. When one city fell, another continued. When a library burned, its copies in distant lands remained. Knowledge was not housed in walls, it was housed in people. In minds trained to memorize, in chains of narration passed down orally, in families who taught children to read by candlelight, even when the state forbade certain ideas. Even conquerors who initially destroyed learning sometimes came to admire it. The Mongols themselves, once settled, began to adopt many aspects of Islamic civilization, including its reverence for scholars and books. In the courts of later Ilkhanid rulers, you would once again hear the scratch of pens and the quiet debate of law and philosophy. In Egypt, the Mamluk period saw the rise of major madrasas and a reinvestment in public teaching. Endowments were created to support scholars, copyists, and students. In Morocco, Al-Qarawiyyan University continued its teachings uninterrupted. And in Timbuktu, far to the south, a new center of manuscript culture began to flourish in the Sahara. The loss of one center never marked the end of the whole. It was as if the roots of this tradition had grown too deep, too wide to be fully severed. Every fire sparked a renewal. Every silence led to new voices. The scholars themselves often wrote about this cycle, not in bitterness, but in reflection. They saw knowledge as a trust from God, something to be preserved not out of pride, but out of duty. To copy a book was to take part in this guardianship. To teach a child a verse of poetry or a legal ruling was to push back gently against the darkness of forgetting. In the next part, we will explore the unique intellectual atmosphere of Al-Andalus, Muslim Spain, where philosophers, jurists, poets, and mystics lived side by side, and where the exchange between Islamic, Jewish, and Christian thinkers gave birth to a golden, yet often overlooked chapter in the story of human thought. As we journey westward across the golden sands of North Africa and pass through the quiet olive groves of the Maghreb, we arrive in a place where the spirit of learning found a new and vivid expression: Al-Andalus, the Muslim-ruled regions of the Iberian Peninsula. Here, beginning in the 8th century and continuing for hundreds of years, a rich fusion of cultures unfolded, blending Islamic, Jewish, and Christian traditions into something uniquely luminous. In cities like Córdoba, Toledo, Seville, and Granada, the air was thick, not with noise, but with ideas, debated slowly under the shade of courtyards and beneath the soft glow of oil lamps. Córdoba, in particular, rose to prominence as one of the most sophisticated cities in the world, with paved streets, public baths, gardens, and libraries that rivaled those of Baghdad. It became a center where scholars gathered not only to study scripture and law, but also to explore philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and poetry. One of the defining features of Andalusian scholarship was its openness to synthesis. Here, Greek texts, long forgotten in much of Europe, were not only preserved in Arabic translation, but deeply engaged with, questioned, and expanded upon. Thinkers such as Averroes, known in Arabic as Ibn Rushd, became famous for his commentaries on Aristotle, offering interpretations that would later echo across Europe and help ignite the scholastic movement. His writings carefully balanced reason with revelation, arguing that the human mind, when disciplined and honest, could uncover truths that did not threaten faith but illuminated it. Alongside him, Jewish philosophers like Maimonides, Musa ibn Maimun, wrote in Arabic, drawing from Islamic legal traditions even as he shaped Jewish thought. Their correspondence, often respectful and rigorous, stands as a quiet monument to the shared pursuit of wisdom across religious boundaries. In the homes of the educated, it was not uncommon to find volumes of Arabic poetry, Hebrew commentaries, and Latin texts sitting together on the same shelf. The streets of Toledo became famous for the translation movement, where Christian, Muslim, and Jewish scholars worked side by side to translate Arabic works into Latin. These included not only philosophical treatises, but also medical encyclopedias, botanical texts, and works of mathematics. Through these efforts, the knowledge of the Islamic world flowed into Europe, silently shaping the Renaissance long before it would have a name. Andalusian scholarship was also remarkable for its artistic sensitivity. Poetry was not a hobby, but a discipline, and many scholars were expected to compose verses as fluently as they might quote a legal opinion. This love of language, combined with the rich sensory world of Al-Andalus, its gardens, its architecture, its music, created a tradition where knowledge was not cold or abstract, but alive and deeply felt. Even legal rulings were sometimes written with poetic precision, and physicians kept careful records not only of symptoms and treatments, but also of the emotional temperament of their patients. Yet, as with all bright eras, this one too faced eventual decline. Internal strife, religious tensions, and the gradual reconquest by Christian kingdoms led to the slow erosion of the golden world of Al-Andalus, Libraries were closed, scholars fled, and the harmonious interfaith dialogues that had once characterized the region began to fade into memory. Still, the legacy endured. The books copied in Toledo, the commentaries of Averroes, the medical treatises of Al-Zarawi, they traveled far beyond the walls of Andalusian cities. And in later centuries, when Europe awoke to rediscover philosophy and science, it was often the echoes of these quiet Andalusian voices that whispered from the pages of old manuscripts. In the next part, we will follow these manuscripts as they cross the Mediterranean, journeying through the great centers of Christian Europe, and explore how Islamic scholarship, often quietly and anonymously, helped lay the groundwork for the modern Western intellectual tradition. As the light of Andalusian scholarship began to dim, the manuscripts and intellectual traditions it had nurtured did not vanish with the fall of its cities. Instead, they began a quiet migration across the Mediterranean and into the heart of medieval Europe. In the monastic libraries of Italy and France, in the cathedral schools of England, and in the nascent universities of the Christian West, books bearing Arabic inscriptions and unfamiliar names slowly made their way onto the shelves, carried by scholars, merchants, and clergy who understood, however faintly, the immense value these texts held. One of the first major centers to welcome this transfer of knowledge was the city of Toledo, long known for its multi-faith scholarship. Even after it was retaken by Christian forces in 1085, the city retained its reputation as a bridge between worlds. Translators such as Gerard of Cremona arrived there in the 12th century, drawn by its vast collections of Arabic texts on astronomy, medicine, philosophy, and mathematics. Working alongside Arabic-speaking Jews and Muslims, these scholars did not merely transcribe the words, they wrestled with them, interpreted them, and slowly shaped them into the Latin idiom that the European intellectual community could digest. Through their hands passed the works of Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, Al-Khwarizmi, and countless others whose names would become unfamiliar, yet whose influence would be profound. Perhaps nowhere is this more evident than in the transmission of medical knowledge. The Canon of Medicine by Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, became one of the most widely studied medical texts in European universities for centuries. Its careful classification of diseases, emphasis on clinical observation, and philosophical approach to health made it a cornerstone of medieval and early modern medicine. Similarly, mathematical works from Al-Khwarizmi introduced the concept of algebra, a term derived from his book, Al-Jabr, and transformed the way Europeans approached numerical thinking. Even the word algorithm is rooted in his name, a quiet testament to his enduring legacy. In philosophy, Averroes' commentaries on Aristotle stirred deep debates among European thinkers, prompting both admiration and anxiety. While some saw his rationalist approach as a challenge to Christian doctrine, others embraced his logic as a means to reconcile reason and faith. Thomas Aquinas, among the most influential Christian theologians, engaged directly with Islamic philosophers in his writings, not always to agree, but always to contend seriously with their ideas. What is striking is not only that these texts were read, but that they were read reverently. In monastic scriptoriums, monks carefully copied Arabic-derived texts in Latin, often preserving the names of their original authors. In university curricula, Islamic thinkers were cited and taught, alongside ancient Greek and Roman authors. There was a recognition, quiet, perhaps even reluctant at times, that the intellectual light of the Islamic world had illuminated the path forward for a Europe emerging from its own centuries of stagnation. And this transfer was not purely intellectual, it was also architectural and institutional. The model of madrasas as formal centers of instruction with structured curricula and endowments for teachers informed the development of European universities. The very idea of systematic knowledge, divided into disciplines and taught progressively, echoed earlier Islamic models. Even the format of disputation, where students argued under the supervision of a master, found parallels in earlier Islamic educational practices. And so, across the centuries, and despite the boundaries of language, faith, and empire, knowledge continued its quiet work, flowing from mind to mind, from parchment to parchment, reshaping the contours of thought one manuscript at a time. In the next part, we will slow our pace further and explore the often overlooked world of scholars behind the scenes, the calligraphers, copyists, librarians, and students. those whose silent labors ensured that knowledge did not disappear, even when empires fell and cities turned to dust. Beneath the towering names of great philosophers, scientists, and theologians who shaped the Islamic Golden Age, there existed a quieter but equally vital group, those whose hands, eyes, and minds kept the machinery of knowledge running even when the spotlight never found them. These were the scribes, copyists, calligraphers, binders, librarians, and students, whose devotion to preserving, reproducing, and studying texts ensured the continuity of learning through both flourishing and decline. In the dimly lit corners of madrasas and homes, in caravanserais and workshops tucked along trade routes, they labored without recognition, their work forming the unbroken chain that connected one generation of thought to the next. A scribe, for instance, was not merely someone who transcribed words from one page to another. He had to be precise, patient, and deeply literate, often needing to understand the complex material he copied to recognize scribal errors or interpret the author's intent. Many scribes developed an intimate familiarity with the scholars whose texts they reproduced, absorbing the rhythms of their arguments, internalizing their metaphors, and sometimes even contributing subtle footnotes or marginalia that clarified or expanded upon a difficult phrase. A well-trained scribe could spend months on a single manuscript, dipping his reed pen into ink made from soot and gum Arabic, gently dragging the point across parchment or paper with unwavering care. Mistakes had to be scraped away with a knife and re-inked, and every finished page examined for consistency in alignment, spacing, and elegance. And it was not simply a matter of functionality. The aesthetic of the manuscript mattered. Calligraphy was held in high esteem, especially when it came to religious texts, but also for works of law, poetry, and science. The curves of Arabic letters were not only legible but beautiful, with entire schools of script developing over time: Kufic, Naskh, Thuluth, each with its own rules, proportions, and expressive character. These were not hurried hands scribbling notes, but artists of thought, sculpting language into visual form. Around the scribes were other essential workers, those who prepared paper, those who bound books, and those who maintained collections. In larger cities, libraries were staffed by guardians of knowledge who managed lending, acquired new works, and cataloged collections by subject, author, or region. Some libraries even had designated reading rooms where students could spend hours copying text by hand, often under the guidance of a senior student or teacher. The environment was not one of silence, but of soft murmurs, the faint rustle of turning pages, and the steady scratch of pen on paper. Students, too, played a critical role. They were not merely passive recipients of knowledge, but active agents in its transmission. In many cases, a student would copy a teacher's lecture in real time, later refining it into a formal manuscript to share with peers or keep for personal study. Over time, as these students became teachers themselves, their handwritten copies became primary sources of reference for future generations. The entire system rested on trust and care. A copied text was only as valuable as its accuracy, and so chain of transmission, known as isnad, was as important for books as it was for oral traditions. A student might record not only the content of a text, but also when and where it was copied, from whom it was received, and under what circumstances. These marginal notes now offer modern historians invaluable insights into how knowledge traveled, across deserts, over mountains, and between cultures. Sometimes, texts were hidden in walls, during times of war, or buried beneath sand, only to be recovered centuries later. In them, we find traces of their caretakers, notes in the margins, prayers at the end of a difficult copy, small poems of exhaustion or joy scribbled in between lines. These unsung guardians did not seek fame, yet without them, fame itself would have no foundation. In the next part, we will quietly close our journey by reflecting on the enduring legacy of early Islamic scholarship, how its spirit lives on, not only in institutions and books, but in the silent reverence we still hold for the written word and the patient pursuit of understanding. As we reach the final stretch of our gentle exploration through the early Islamic scholarly tradition, we find ourselves no longer walking beside towering figures or navigating the labyrinthine libraries of Damascus or Cordoba, but instead sitting quietly, reflecting on the currents that carried all this knowledge forward, softly, steadily, across time. The legacy of early Islamic scholarship is not confined to any single period or place. It is a continuum built on ink, thought, and silence that rippled outward far beyond the lands where it first blossomed. In quiet classrooms, in the dim glow of forgotten corners of old libraries, and in the structure of the very institutions we take for granted today, its presence remains. One of the most enduring aspects of this intellectual tradition is the reverence it cultivated for learning itself, not simply as a means to an end, but as a sacred act. The early scholars saw knowledge as a trust, a responsibility, and even a form of worship. To seek understanding was to draw closer to the divine. This spiritual framing of scholarship made it something more than technical. It made it personal, communal, and enduring. And perhaps that is why, even now, so many of the practices they established still echo in how we learn. The division of sciences, the method of lecture and commentary, the habit of citing earlier authorities, all of these grew within the framework they helped shape. The use of peer review, annotations, academic chains of authority, these are not modern inventions, but rooted in a heritage that stretches back over 1,000 years. It is easy, from a modern perspective, to forget how much of our intellectual infrastructure was scaffolded by the labor of minds from the Islamic world. The very numerals we use, the algorithms that power our devices, and the medical terminology that shapes our understanding of the body, they trace quiet paths back to thinkers like Al-Khwarizmi, Ibn Sina, and Al-Zahrawi. Their names may not echo loudly in public memory, but their influence hums beneath the surface of our daily lives. And yet, perhaps the most profound legacy is not any one scientific advancement or preserved manuscript, but the model of what a thoughtful society can look like when it puts learning at its center. A society where libraries are public, where knowledge is shared without regard for social status, where teachers are revered not for fame, but for humility and care, and where intellectual pursuit is not a race for status, but a lifelong journey toward clarity. In the fragile and fragmented world we often inhabit today, this quiet vision remains more relevant than ever. A vision where ideas are not weapons but bridges, where debate is not noise but an invitation to deeper thought, and where wisdom is not the property of the loudest voice, but of the one most willing to listen. As we close this gentle chapter, let us remember the sounds that never made it into history books. The scratch of a pen across parchment, the whisper of pages turned in candlelight, the quiet gasp of a student grasping a concept for the first time, the deep breath of a scholar reading a beloved passage again, not to memorize it, but simply to feel it. These are the real echoes of early Islamic scholarship, not the thunder of conquest, nor the clang of political upheaval, but the hush of minds at work. In the end, what endured was not wealth, nor empire, nor fame, but this soft and steady current of knowledge passed hand to hand, heart to heart, across the long arc of centuries. And perhaps, as we drift off to sleep, we might hold on to that image, a single lamp glowing in a quiet room, a scroll carefully unrolled, and a soul content to learn, not for applause, but for peace. Thank you so much for watching this video. May your dreams be peaceful, and when you wake, may your day be filled with energy, clarity, and a little bit of luck. Goodbye for now, and see you again in the next story.